Oh, look at that!
I just realized.
Whoa!
What?
Woo!
Well,
All right, here we go. We
How's
got
everybody?
Richard. We got William. We got myself. How's it going, everyone? We're live. What day it is today? It's Tuesday with Thursday. It is Thursday, and the markets are moving. Insane. Got insane action.
they are.
Yeah.
I actually traded Asia session today as well. You guys would be proud of me. I scalped Asia. Well, it wasn't Asia session. It was like pre-market open on London. So I mean, it's like half an hour before the London open. But I managed to bag like $500 on a gold buy.
Nice.
Yeah,
We had some crazy volatility over the Asian session.
Yeah.
So, guys, it's been a while since I last joined here, and there's been some really exciting changes that we want to be sharing with you all. We got Richard Butler here to the very left, I believe, of the live stream, in case it's like mirrored here. Richard Butler is now going to be heading up the whole live trading room operations, taking over from what I did before. And I'll be stepping into more of a host role. And basically what this means for you is that, at least from my perspective, I'm going to be entirely focused on what I love doing and what I believe I do best. And that is live trading and technical analysis, no distractions, just straight into the charts. So yeah, I think it's it feels like this is the official handover live stream, really giving all the keys to Richard Butler. So yeah, if there's anything you want to add to the live stream, is bombard him with questions to his email. I'm sure Remy can link the email at the bottom. He would love to get to all your questions, feedback, as many emails as possible. Okay, guys, because he is now the person responsible.
Absolutely spam him with everything.
It's now up to him to take care of this.
So if I really wanted to, I can literally just close down the stream if I really wanted to. But I'm going to be a good boy, and I'm going to do exactly what Jonathan has been trying to do, and I'm just going to do it better.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to do a great job. I think you're the perfect person for this. You are definitely going to be handling this, and I'm sure you're going to do a fantastic job. I know we have a lot of plans for live stream, and as you can see now, we're live 1 hour early than what we've used to. So a lot of expansion plans and a lot of stuff I know that is going on in the back end. So I'm really happy to have Richard taking over here and focusing on the future of what I'm hoping to be the best live trading show on YouTube. But guys, we're here to talk about the charts. And speaking of charts, we are seeing some completely unprecedented volatility across the board right now. We have seen Bitcoin pushing towards 70K. Prices not seen since 2024. We also have Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. They're going to report earnings after the bell today. That's after the US trading session. So that's going to be really interesting to watch for crypto traders and watch the crypto price action on that. And we've got dead cats everywhere. They're bouncing, they're falling, and just cats everywhere. We got gold after record rally followed by a record drop, and we're now seeing a bounce. It's just record rally, record drop, record bounce, and then silver, same story: record rally, record fall, and just a record bounce. We haven't seen gold and silver move like this since 1980, I believe, which is insane. And then if we look at equities, the especially the US equities, we have major tech earnings are really moving the markets. We got AMD 2 days ago had earnings. We got Google report yesterday. We got Amazon reports today. We're seeing massive sell-offs in NASDAQ and bearish pressures on the S&P 500. And what's interesting about this is, as you guys know, with volatility comes that opportunity, and that's what traders, that's what we're here for. That's what we thrive on. So we're going to be here with you guys for the next 2 hours, and we're going to see if we can, what's the saying? Bake some bread, squeeze some extra profits out of the market, make some juicy not one of those, type of breads where you can, use as a weapon. Like we want to have bread that's juicy, soft, nice, and squeeze it, and it's almost like it's coming water out of it. That type of bread we're gonna be making today. That's the type of profits we're looking to make out of the markets today. Okay, we got Thursday morning. I should have some coffee. I don't have coffee. I should have some water. I do have water, but what I do have also is charts, and that's all we need. All right, let's go.
I've
Awesome.
never heard such an in-depth, sensual description of bread before.
Like,
Well,
but I don't understand the bread water portion. If you said
No,
like
you
bread
don't.
squeezing and there's like buttery rich goodness that comes out of it, I
Yeah.
would have been like, yeah, that bread sounds amazing.
No, it's
Squeezing the
seething
bread and
with
water coming out, I'm like,
juices.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Water and bread doesn't maybe doesn't go well together. But still.
Gooey bread.
Okay. We're not talking about wet bread. We're talking about juicy bread, soft, nice, warm bread.
cook some
what
chicken,
we're
sit
after.
down.
Fluffy, juicy.
Yeah. Yes.
Can see
Yes.
that
Yes.
everybody has missed Jonathan. They would love to just get in and talk to Jonathan.
Chicken. Yes. Might do some chicken
What
as well.
about chicken and bread? Chicken sandwich. You've got bread and chicken. Bosh.
But a nice bread, one that if you squeeze it, there's like water.
None of this garbage bread. Yeah. Watery, juicy bread.
Yeah, watery, like, and then it's like chicken juice coming out of the bread.
Oh.
No.
Oh, bro.
Chicken stock just coming out of the bread.
That's what trading the lower time frames is, right? Trading the lower time frames actively, that's like, yeah, that's like instead of having that. Never mind. You know what? I think it's better if we just go to the charts. Is it okay? I got my chart open, and that's
You can
Amazon.
tell we're traders, not bakers. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I do like bread though, all kinds of bread, not the watery type though.
Dude.
But I do like
bread
bread.
plays with my stomach, man. I don't like
It's
bread.
solid sourdough
You don't like
bread.
bread?
No,
That's
it plays
weird.
with my stomach. I think I'm gluten intolerant. I've done tests. I'm not, but whenever I eat bread, it just doesn't do me. It doesn't do my body well at all.
Well,
So
you
I
know
try
what?
to
If
stay-
if you have done tests and you're not gluten intolerant, then I don't think you are. You are gluten intolerant, actually.
I don't know.
That's-
Yeah,
like, that's
I
like
totally
why you-
agree, but it doesn't explain
Yeah,
what
just-
happens every time I eat anything bread related.
Right. Yeah. Well, maybe you're just weak. Maybe you just
Yep.
have a very weak stomach. You know,
Well,
some
pussy
people
ass
are very
stomach.
sensitive. Maybe it's one of those sensitive persons. Well, so what I'm looking at here is Bitcoin. This is just an insane drop to the downside. Just incredible. We dropped down to 70K. Let me go in and soften up that watermark a little bit. Speaking of watery bread, let's change the opacity of that one. Gonna be looking good.
We
That's
should
good.
create the Jonathan watery bread trading system.
Yeah, we'll call it. You call it the wet bread strategy.
The wet bread squeeze.
I like that.
And then you
That's great.
squeeze it, it just drops.
Yeah. Bitcoin, very interesting here. We came down into a major support zone that I did not think we were going to hit for a very long time, but we now hit that 70K. I would definitely say that we are in a technical bear market here, and what confirmed that to me is not just this pattern right here, but actually the break below that one. So we saw that we got now the 20 EMA on the weekly being below the 50 EMA on the weekly. We have a bear cross here on the weekly time frame. We have lower highs and lower lows on the weekly time frame. Yes, we're hitting support, and I do think we're probably going to see some type of dead cat bounce here as well. Maybe just to move up, maybe up to 80, the 80K region or something like that for Bitcoin. But yeah, more downside is probably what I'm here on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin in a technical bear market. What else am I looking at on?
I think Jonathan is frozen.
I thought it was me. I was like, oh no, my Wi-Fi's dropped. But no, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I'm so
I'm like
happy
quiet
that I
going
hear
on
your
in the
voice
background. I'm
message.
like, listening to what Jonathan has to say, like
Yeah, like the thing is as
way of
well, I had my
explaining things.
charts up.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
and then
I
he
had my
suddenly goes,
charts up. So as you know, like
yeah,
I drop the stream whenever I bring my charts up. So I thought I nearly swore. I was like, I nearly swore and said, for for F's sake, my Wi-Fi's gone again. I'm so glad that I didn't, because that would have been really awkward. But yeah, I was just looking at my charts while that happened, and then I heard your voice, and I was like, huh. Turns out I'm not gone. But anyway,
yeah.
biggest congratulations to this fantastic man. Bro, I was sitting on my hands, biting my tongue a lot, trying my hardest not to give the game away. But dude, now that it's officially released, I couldn't be any prouder than my brother here. What an absolute fantastic honor, and just wanna give you this.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so Jonathan's got a power outage. So we'll see whether or not Jonathan is going to be back maybe a little bit later. I don't know if he's got some sort of like generating unit to kind of take up the power, but we'll probably see Jonathan either momentarily or a little bit later. Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Will, and then also to Jonathan as well. Thank you for the well wish for the live stream. So I took over basically on Monday, Monday the 2nd of February. I'm now officially the live stream manager. To everybody in chat, there's going to be some changes that's going to happen, but you will always receive the same quality, the same level of professionalism.
They're not going to receive the same quality, liar. They're going to receive better.
Well, let's say the standard is always going to be there. The same standard of quality, the same standard of professionalism. So yeah, I have many ideas for the live stream. There's a lot of awesome stuff that's happening in the background. Obviously, once again, cannot divulge, sworn to secrecy. But there's really cool things that's going to start happening very soon within the live stream as well. We've already, as you guys know, we've got David from the futures section that rocks up on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So he will be here a little bit later as well. That's part of our, like expansion and awesome thing that's happening in the background is the future segment that's coming. So a lot of stuff happening, a lot of busy hours, busy days, a lot of stuff in the background that's working. So very thankful to everybody that has supported the live stream, and then very thankful to everybody that has supported me. Here we are, another day.
Another day in paradise, baby. Dude,
Yeah.
Talking about paradise, I actually posted on my Instagram story for those of you who follow me. Dude, this morning was amazing. First time that I've traded prior to London Open. I bagged about $500, not on this account. Like I said, guys, I'll actually bring up and I'll show you. If you bear with me, I'll show you my story because I don't want to not show it to you because it was a really nice story. But however, it wasn't on this account, which was a real shame. But I have promised you all that I will only trade this account on stream. So if you can see there, don't know if you can, I bagged $500 whilst I was on my way to lunch this afternoon. That was super, super nice. First Asia session trade that I've taken since being here, and it was a winner. So that made me feel pretty good. Not only that, it's like 25, 30 degrees today. Super, super nice. Breaking bread called power outage. So yeah, it was super, super nice. So I've had a fantastic start to the day, and we've had a good start to the stream. So big welcome to everyone joining, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are coming from in the world. Make sure that you've already liked the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and make sure you share it because today is the big day for the big guy.
Yeah, it's also my birthday today. So what the announcement, huh?
I know. Do you reckon do we have a happy birthday?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
No,
I'm not sure. But let's not make it about me. Today is not about me. Today is about.
Oh, it's your birthday. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's a little bit about me. Okay, guys. Praise. Praise. Come on.
Give
Talk about me.
it
So,
to me.
Alex Seed saying, NASDAQ view, we will get to that momentarily. Just going to say hi to everybody. Started showing some of everybody's comments. Cartoon E Works or ET Works, hi, how are you? Henry, good evening. LJ, the goat. There's 5 goats. There's supposed to be, there can only ever be 1 goat, my friend. Only 1.
Or
Anyway.
it's 5 because the fivers are the goat.
Oh, it's the Fivers goat. Ah.
Mm-hmm,
Big brain
mm-hmm.
on LJ. Big brain. Nice.
All right, there we go.
Congrats.
Richard, is it your birthday today?
It is indeed. It is my
Wow,
birthday today.
that's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Cool.
much. Congratulate me on another year I survived going around the sun.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good job. You know, considering
I am 38 years young today.
Happy
how
birthday.
38.
Yeah, I'm an 88 baby.
Good year.
It's a best. I'm assuming it's a Jonathan year as well, but I'm not gonna assume.
Well, I was born 2 days later. 2 years later.
Oh, you're 86. 90. 90 baby. My brain just copped
Yeah.
out.
Other way,
for that
Rich.
second. So like no,
Yeah,
no,
brains
the other way.
not braining today.
Nope.
All right. What happened? So yes, what happened was that my electricity just went poof. This happens sometimes.
I've never experienced that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, so
It's never
I have. I think I need to buy a new like a dryer, a tumbler dryer thing. It
Oh, yeah?
spins and it's hot.
So in
Yeah,
other words, you're short circuiting your own power supply.
yeah, because whenever I run that one, the electricity dies. So I think I need to get a new one. Probably.
Why
So you're
I've
gonna
done
have
it
to,
again.
yeah, you're gonna have to make sure that you don't have it running whenever you have to do something important, because
Yeah,
But
exactly.
then you'd never get any clothes dry then.
Why I can't? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. I'll yeah, I just need to get a new one.
The joys, my friend, the joys.
So
The joys of
was it?
adulthood. Instead of buying in like, I don't know, whatever teenagers buy these
I'm not a
days. I don't-
teenager. What are you talking about?
That's what I mean. The joys of adulthood. Instead of buying like, I don't know, toys and shit. I don't know what teenagers buy. You just I don't know,
Well-
buy a tumbler.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I usually buy. What do I buy? I don't know. I'm gonna buy a car. That's what I'm gonna buy.
I mean,
I'm gonna buy a car. I'm looking at a car. I'm gonna be buying one of those. Well, we just sold our car because we thought it shouldn't be too difficult to find a new one, but it is, and now we don't have a car. uh, so yeah,
that sucks.
It kind of sucks. Yeah, kind of sucks a bit. So we're looking for one of those. So we had a Volvo XC60, and guess what we're buying now?
Wait. It's either a Saab or it's a Volvo.
Bro, they don't do Saab anymore. Or not in the UK. They don't anyway. Like Saab's gone. Saab's
Ah,
gone.
Saab's is only doing fighter jets.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
it's not a Saab. It's probably
Yeah, no, I'm buying a Volvo
I
XC60.
don't know.
I'm buying.
Maybe he's
I'm
bought
buying-
a fighter jet.
you're
I'm
gonna
just
buy
buying
a
the same
Volvo
car but
XC90.
better. Just buying the newer version of the same car. It's the best car ever. Best car ever.
That's one
It's
thing about
amazing.
the Swedish people that I really love is that you really like you've got Volvo. That's a really very safe, awesome car, and you're like, no, we don't want any other car brand. We only want Volvo. We're going to stick to Volvo because Volvo is Swedish and we trust Sweden. So it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, either a Volvo or fighter jet, and I don't have money for a fighter yet, and I don't think I'm allowed to buy one either. So it's gonna have to be a Volvo. we have any other cars in Sweden? I don't think we have. Not just Volvo.
The only ones that I knew was Saab,
Just
Volvo,
everyone drives
and
Volvo.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, dude. There's so many Volvos on here. When you're traveling, you can play this game of like you pick a brand, and then the most number of brands wins, right? In Sweden, you're not allowed to pick Volvo
Yeah.
because
Easy game.
yeah,
Easy
like
game.
if you pick Volvo, you're at 10 before the next person is at a 2. So you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. It's the same thing. Like if you're gonna pick color, you can't pick like white or black because then you win, right? So you can't pick a Volvo if you're in Sweden because everyone has a Volvo. Like it's just crazy. Everyone has it. And Saab, like Saab's dead. They don't make cars
Yeah.
anymore. There's a lot of Saabs going around. Anyway, who cares? What are we talking about? I talked about Bitcoin, and then I was going to transition over into Euro USD, and then the power died because Euro
well,
USD
you
is
can
in.
do that again. Like nothing's stopping you.
No, I think Euro USD is a very interesting inflection point on the higher time frames. We've seen a break and retest of the previous range highs. So I'm curious to see how what we do from here, how prices develop from current levels. I do see that we could potentially have a double bottom on the 4 hour. I think if we can switch over to my screen, I would love to show some things I'm looking at here.
Go ahead and share it.
Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen. That's why. Okay, let me switch that. Right. Right. Okay. So what I'm looking at here is basically this right here. I really like the confluence here on the higher time frames because we have this range. We entered this range in summer of last year, and when we finally broke out of this range last week, I believe. And we're inside. We're kind of testing that 20 EMA on a daily confluent with that high time frame support zone. We're inside the reload zone and the way I measured this is I haven't looked at. I mean, I'm not looking at this full move right here. I'm looking at where price has kind of had one move to the upside and then back down, hit that support, and then it kind of broke out. So I'm basing the fib on that low to that high, and that gives me the reload zone perfectly within this area. So that's a good confirmation on or a good area on the daily, I believe. And then if we go down to 4 hour, we have what I view as a potential double bottom, right? So a double bottom like this, and I like that the 0.618 of the fib levels align with the neckline of the W. And what's even more interesting is if we measure, you guys know the measured move, the way you calculate a profit target on candlestick patterns is you have a specific area of the patterns that you measure, and then you double that to the upside if it's a long setup, and then of course to the downside if it's a short setup. And the way you do the measured move on a double bottom or a W is you take the high or from the neckline to the low of the pattern, so something like that. And then you can be a little bit conservative and say that let's just measure from the average area where the neckline is. So basically the beginning of the neckline resistance, which would be here, down to the highest low or the average between the lowest low and the highest low, because sometimes if it's a bullish pattern, you'll see that the right leg of the W is going to be a little bit higher than the left one. That's also a sign of the bullish structure being intact. So if we measure it like that, and then we just hold down Control, press C, and then V, copy pasted, and we double that to the upside. Now what we're seeing here is a perfect confluence between the 0.618 and the 50% fib. So price action pattern here that aligns very nicely with the fib levels as well. And we also have the 4-hour 20 and the 50 EMA right here. So what I'm looking at on EURUSD is a trade where I will go long here. I will TP around this area, and then stop loss will be dependent on wherever the what price action is telling me on the actual breakout. So I'm going to be adding an alert right here. Now, you guys know that I am a swing trader, but I don't think this is a swing trader's market. The volatility that we're seeing here is there's so much volatility in both directions, where if you're entering a swing trade, you might actually get in at a very good position. You'll have a decent profit, and then even as a swing trader, you run the risk of getting stopped out and then price running in your direction. Sort of like what you have on the lower time frames, where you have a market that kind of goes in a nice uptrend, and then you enter on that retest and you go long right here, and you have a profit here, and price might come up like this, take out your stop, and then move to TP. That happens quite often on the lower time frames, but in current market conditions, we are the ATR is expanding, and the volatility momentum is expanding so much that this behavior is now translating over into the higher time frames as well. And that is not a great time to be a swing trader, but it is a very good time to be a momentum driven intraday trader. So that's what I'm trying to focus on right now, especially on a trade setup like this on Euro USD. I would love to hear if you guys are looking at anything specific on Euro USD today, if this is something you guys are trading.
Euro
I'm
USD,
having a little
yes.
look at GU.
GBP, really? I was about to say GU, no. So I'd love to see what you're thinking about GU. The only thing that's worrying me with EU is the mixed correlation between EU and GU. So like, if you trade Euro GBP, then that would be a really interesting pair to be trading right now.
Right, Euro GBP. Let's see.
That should be
we got
bullish.
a lot of momentum here. So what is happening here right now? Let's see what we're getting. Is it the Bank of England has the rate statement coming up?
Yeah, if I know.
So we got three hours. Yes, we got 3 hours until the Bank of England rate statement, and then of course we have the press conference after that, and then about 1 hour after the rate statement for Bank of England, we got the ECB rate statement as well. And then, of course, 30 minutes after that, we have the U.S. initial jobless claims. And then later in the day, we have the JOLTS job opening as well. And we had Fed speeches and Amazon earnings call as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on today. But I like looking at EG here, I'm thinking, that there has to be some type of pullback on this move. I don't think usually after a move like this, we can see it's the same thing here, right? We have a move like this, and you're saying, oh, it's super bullish, I want to ride this wave. But this, to me, kind of looks like it has to pull back at some point. And at least on the 4 hour, I think I see a good level here. On the 1 hour, that's a great level as well if we're going to get that pullback. And given the fact that we have that Bank of England rate statement at 3 hours, not really sure where the momentum here is going to take us. Are you thinking you want to ride this momentum to the upside from current prices, or what are we thinking here?
I'm thinking more of the lines of doing something on GU rather than EG, because I agree with you on EG that I do believe that there's a potential for it to pull back again. So I don't know if I want to ride it up. However, GU looks good for sells because there's a lot of areas. What area is this? Let me just get this. 1.3536 looks like a really good area to me to try and test. Whether or not that's going to be today, I don't know. But 1.3536 looks pretty good. And then down to 1.3514 to me looks pretty juicy. So I'm looking at GU sells predominantly.
Do you say 1.3536?
1.3536 to
Yeah, I got
1.3514.
Yeah, I got 1.35368 here, and it's like that sort of little, like small consolidation on the 1 hour.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the same thing that I'm seeing. But if you go back further, on the 23rd of December, there was from there on there was multiple attempts. We had one push through on the 6th of January, which then failed, pushing lower. And then just some indecision on, what was this, on January the 23rd. Just a little bit of indecision there. So I like that area. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a good level, yeah. So in terms of, so you're basically looking to potentially short it down towards this area right here.
Yes, I would predominantly focus at trying to get to that level. Because we've already had reactions at that level, I would want to short it to it and then decide what it's going to do from there. If it bounces off, great. If it doesn't bounce and it starts pushing through, then I can consider it retesting that zone and then continuing lower.
All right. So where would you be looking for an entry then for that short?
Preferably if it was a swing trade before the news. I wouldn't want to get in on the news because I think if the news comes out against the pound, then yeah.
And what price like if you would want to enter a short, what price would you think is a good level?
So where we are right now at 1.3592, if we break through 1.3592 and come back to 1.392 and then react off of that pushing lower, then I'd get in.
Okay, interesting.
So the reasoning is the same. There was a little bit of resistance on the 23rd as well. Just a little bit of struggle trying to push through to that higher point. We're already there. I just want to see if we're going to break through and then close.
Right. So what I'm looking at here is wow, that's ugly. Let's change the resistance. All right. So what I'm looking at is probably somewhere inside this region. Get a I'm going to add an alert here. So if we have a retest of this area here, then there's quite a long way to the downside here. I'm just going to be moving this level up a little bit because I do think that we could potentially for a low time frame trade get out at that level. So what I would be watching is something like this. Down to that level is probably what I would be looking for in next.
More of like a swing.
No, I would probably look at this as more of an intraday thing. I'm just trying to figure out how long could that take. So I like this structure. I'm just going to look at how long did it take for that to happen. That is 119 bars. So we're looking at potentially 2-hour hold, which is unfortunate because I'm most likely not going to be able to monitor this trade. Okay, so it's actually breaking down here. It's probably going to go down to that level.
Henry is already in a GU sell.
T
So-
at 35384 35384.
And his entry
Yeah,
was at 36331.
nice. I think so. A move like this. What I would like to see is, I mean, if I'm going to be trading a move with strong momentum, I would be more interested in entering once an important level is breaking, and that's that level. So this to me is a breakout trade, and seeing as the market is now halfway from where I had my optimal entry and TP, the risk to reward just becomes very very different, right? So I'm not really sure this is a good time to enter. We got LJ in the comments, I believe. And
Yeah,
I'm not
he's in.
just jump on here instead and showing us what he's watching and probably trading this.
Come on, LJ.
Let's see, we got interesting momentum here. What do we have on Euro USD? Nothing.
I'm in a NAS sell.
I want to show you guys something really cool that I'm working on delivering, and not delivering. I'm working on. I'm creating a. I want to show you guys because I'm thinking about giving access to you, to the viewers here in the live stream once it is set up. So it's basically a. I just have to log in and first.
It's a free 100% guaranteed 100% win rate gold scalping bot.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Knew it.
Okay, so this is pretty cool. I am developing a like an analytical software that I'm going to try to make free, and I want to see if I can, create something where the viewers of the live stream will get access to this. So basically what it is you guys have seen a lot of news right now with all of these AI agents and autonomously agents out there. And what I have here is I'm developing like a framework for a quantitative analysis engine. So you can kind of log into this, and then you can select, what time frame are you trading, and then it will show you the based on a lot of statistics that it's doing. And I have right now, it's working on a PC in my living room, going like 24/7, going through all the price data and finding patterns and analysis, and then spitting out the best edges. So you can go in and say, for example, like I'm trading the first 2 hours of the London session, and then it's going to give you, and then you choose which pairs you're trading, and it's going to give you like, okay, today is Thursday, and because of the Asian session closing here, the probability of getting a move to the upside or the downside on gold is this percentage. And then it's going to say like, if the first 5-minute candle of the session closes bullishly, yeah, the probability of having direction to move to the upside or downside increases. So it's not like an automatic trading bot or something like that, but it's going to be a guide for discretionary traders, and I think it's going to be really cool. So I think I'm gonna see what if I can get some information from that now during the session. See if I can trade anything based on that. So let me I gotta just quickly remove my screen so you guys can see
His login details.
the login and everything.
Dude, that's super cool, man. That's awesome. Yeah, that looks sick.
Yeah, so the idea here is, I'm gonna go live here with you guys in the first 2 hours on, I believe it's gonna be what did I say? Did I say Wednesday and Thursday? Did I
Tuesdays
say
and Thursdays.
Tuesdays and Thursday? Yeah. So the first 2 hours, Tuesday and Thursday, I'm gonna go live, and I'm gonna be using the signals from that software with you guys here live, and see if I can. It's basically designed to the way I have set it up. It's designed to basically say, okay, so it scans the Forex majors, Bitcoin and gold, and then it says gives me basically statistical edges. I can show you here. Gives me statistical edges for the different sessions. So as you can see here, I'm logged in, and this is just beta alpha type of stuff here, so very 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 new. But I'm going to be waiting for the statistical session brief to load. So it's loading all the statistical analysis that it has done overnight. It's going to be loading it here. and it's connected via Entropic API to a uh, uh, AI agent, basically working on a little PC that I have in the living room, and then every day it's sending the information to the website, and when I log in, I get to see all this information. So we can see here, for example, probability consensus. Right now, we see that gold has the strongest probability consensus right now, leading bullishly, and then we have USD JPY, and it gives recommendations. We can see, for example, that if the first 50-minute candle of the London session for gold is bullish, we have today a 66% chance of getting a move to the upside. And then because it's a day of the week, Thursday as well, it has a 64.9% chance of closing the session bullishly. And then, it's looking at the market conditions using ATR percentage and ADX to see if we are in a trending environment or a ranging environment. And based on that, it's looking at basically finding a lot of confluences between different statistics. So we can see here, for example, if London is bearish in a strong trend regime, we have different probabilities. Now, as we can see here, London, and this is for gold, I believe. It says right here, this is the top edge for the day, is if London is London ending bullish in normal volatility for gold has a 60% chance today. And yeah, it's pretty cool. And then I'm into it in the live trading alerts. So you can log in here, and then it's going to track all the prices, and then it's going to say something like, okay, so now the 50-minute candle has closed bullishly, and this means that the probability changing to this. So really cool. And
it is. It's very cool.
Yeah. And when it's done, I'm gonna make it available for free here, so that you guys watching. So when you're watching my session here, you can actually follow along with what I'm doing and the trades I'm taking and the analysis I'm going to show you live on the live stream, and then also give you access to the actual platform so you can check it out for yourself as well. It's really cool thing that we're building.
And you're doing this for free?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's sick. Man,
that's
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only. Where do I send the money? You don't have to send money anywhere. It's gonna be free. It's gonna be free. What is?
If you want, you send
You
it
can send to richard.b@thefivers.com.
Yeah. Am I using tick data or standing? I'm using tick data. So it's all the data is I'm using Binance for crypto data and Duca's copy for Forex tick data. So it's basically what I have is I have on my mini PC in my living room. I have a AI agent based on that Clawbot, Maltbot thing. And I've basically just instructed it to go through the price data and have given it a list of questions to answer based on the data. But then also, after it has answered all of those questions, it's supposed to go into the data and do a complete discovery on whatever patterns it thinks it might want to find in the data. So I'm giving it complete free creativity to find profitable patterns within the price data. When it has found something, it forwards that to a web server that updates this website right here, and then I have it connected to the Entropic API. So what I'm doing here is, with this AI morning brief, instead of you having to go through all of this data and trying to understand what it's saying, the Entropic AI will take all of this information, and then it's just going to tell you right here exactly what you're supposed to be doing. So you don't have to go through all the data. It's basically just going to tell you, today you should be trading Euro USD to the upside, and you should be waiting for the 50-minute candle to close before going long, something like that. So it's pretty straightforward. And the idea with this is that I've built this for myself, but I see that it's so powerful, and I would just love to have people to try it out on for themselves. So I'm building a trading system around just trading 2 days a week, 2 hours, a 2 hour session. So this tool right here, I'm going to create templates. So depending on when you guys are trading, you can complete an onboarding process where you basically say, these are the pairs I'm trading and this is the time that I'm trading. It's then going to recommend you a template. And that template for me is going to be between 9:30 and 11:30 my time, because that's when I'm live. And then it's going to show me all the edges for all the pairs I'm trading for that specific trading session. So first I'm building out that for myself, and then when it's working, I will then be adding templates based on what people the most requested trading session. So we can go to gold, for example. I have the website open here, so I'm going to be switching to the screen here. Now I know that gold is quite bearish right now, at least, and it is historically bullish. So you have to take that into consideration. You have to, take that into what do you say? You have to take that into
Consideration.
Consideration.
Yes.
Hey, you were there.
Yeah, close. And because you have an asset that looks like this, it's difficult to really find. I mean, it's very easy to find probabilistic patterns that says that, you know, today's a bullish day, for example, because looking at this for the last 6 years, or even maybe 10 years, the probability of finding a bullish day is very high, because prices has been going up for such a long time. It's the same thing with Bitcoin. So you have to like take that into consideration when looking at simple statistics like what day of the week has the strongest chance of being bullish, you know. But if we look at gold here, we see that statistically, and this is based on the London Open session. So it's based on the session that starts at 9 my time, which is supposed to be that one right here. And we can go down and I can look at, you can see here. Okay, so if the first 15-minute candle is bullish, it has a 66% chance of closing the session bullishly. And if it happens on a Thursday, it is overall a 65% chance of closing the session bullishly, which is not a super good number. I want to see something that is, you know, at least 75%. When you find edges that are 75% chance, that's a good number for me. So right here, and that's the only really big edge that I have today. And you can see right here, the first 15-minute candle actually closed bearishly. So this to me means that, okay, now today it's just not going to be any trades. And at that point, what I do is I transition into either look for swing trades or just do general analysis. But it's important to me that this tool is not, you know, not supposed to be giving a bunch of signals all the time. It's just designed to give you the best signals for this specific day. And if there's no good signals, there's no good trade. What's up, LJ? Good to see you, man. It's been a while.
What up? What up? What up? How we doing, brother?
What up? Oh,
I heard
good.
you guys calling for me, so I popped in. I was
Nice.
making some music, so
We can see that.
Music again. Looking forward to that. What are you thinking about the markets right here? It's got a very volatile day. Silver is down below 80 again. It's crazy what this type of volatility we had. Wow. You know, in 2 hours it went down. Is that real? 18%?
I know.
Yeah,
That's why I got the
maybe.
shades on, because this volatility, man. It's just, dude, this is too bright. I was saying this yesterday with Dirk. I was like, I was talking about some of these numbers, like the percentage we've been down. I was going
Yeah.
like, don't bet on us running up this much, and be careful trading it. Yeah, you can clean up a lot, and yeah, you can move $15-20. That's like 20% a day. I can't believe we're talking about this as
Yeah.
intraday volatility.
It's redonkulous.
God damn.
Guys, I'm gonna hop out. I'll see you guys this a little bit later. I have 1 or 2 things that I need to do. Have fun. See you guys just now.
Alrighty. Ciao,
Great,
Rachel.
thank you.
Any problem. And ciao for now.
Dude, I made the mistake of upgrading MetaTrader.
Oh yeah.
Oh
the
no!
update.
Yeah, a few people had that. It keeps asking me to update. I'm like, no.
So why have they not released a new update or just rolled it back? This is incredible. It's been a day, you know?
Mhm.
The thing is, I tried it on some of my old platforms that I hadn't yet updated, and it's still the same problem.
Okay.
Oh really?
probably-
Okay.
Yeah, even on the older versions. Apparently, it's something to do with the font. So if you change the font,
Yeah, you can
type-
change the font on the position sizer from Courier, what it is currently, to Arial, Arial, and then it fixes the lag.
But this is from
Yeah, and
MetaTrader,
it-
right?
In MetaTrader, the position sizer that we use in there was an update that they did where they changed the way that the 2D graphics were rendered, and that has screwed everybody. So if you're struggling with the position sizer, just change the font to Arial, and it fixes it.
Yeah, position sizer or any other indicator, because
Yes,
I don't
any
use the
other
position
indicator or
sizer,
something.
but I had other indicators or tools or whatever, same deal, and it was causing a lag. So it's just the font there or something.
Well, the issue I'm having now is that wait, there's something about Volvo here.
God, my eyeball hurts.
Ooh, they're talking about Sweden. Let's have a look.
Oh
Anyway.
man, this is not good. No data. Where's Volvo?
They're bankrupt. They're gone. No data. Sorry, Johnson.
But there's supposed to be. Okay, here it is.
Your precious darling is collapsed. You can feel the pain of Holden collapsing in Australia. There you go.
But where is? Okay, Sweden. Okay. How is this collapsing? Okay, we're gonna go do. It's not collapsing. It's a Volvo B maybe. A. How is this collapsing? Man, the
Yeah,
newspapers
something
are retarded.
Yeah.
Okay, B.
Probably
What about B? then? It says the stock. Oh, okay. Now this makes sense.
Oh, Class B shares. Okay, so yeah.
Oh,
So those
standard.
would be shares with like sort of more unsecured debt components.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So I think Volvo had its earnings today. Yep. I think so.
All right. That there you go. Now you've got your decision, right, Johnson? You sold your old Volvo. You got to go out and buy a new one to support the company. Very patriotic of you.
Of course, yes. Now I'm just hoping that the actual cars are going to drop in value as well, but of course they're not going to do that. But this is good though. If you look at the low to the high, it's right in the reload zone here. Yeah, maybe it's time to buy Volvo.
Dude, there's a number of stocks I've been watching, or just have randomly had a look at that look pretty good. Right?
Have you looked at AMD? It's a fairly interesting area here on AMD.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk. If we drop below that 200 convincingly, people are talking about it's like a sign that institutions have given up on the play or something. Which I think right now we have a lot of overselling across the board, like with the
Yeah.
whole software thing, that kind of stuff. Obviously, we had that conversation about it
Yeah.
whenever that was. I don't know, November or something.
But I think there's definitely something to it. You know, the death of software. But I think that's way in the futures. You know, because now what we're talking about is AI. Right now, at least, AI should accelerate software. You know, it should be
Yes,
something that you know.
I agree. Especially there'll be some portions that will be cut, but they're kind of they're menial stuff, right? There's other things like people talking about radiography, things in medicine and that kind of thing. It's going to be an assistive tool, and now they can actually get more work done. It unclogs healthcare systems, which are massively backlogged with nonsense. I mean, Henry will probably comment on this. But so if it frees up that stuff, it's going to ramp up that sort of thing, and you could potentially get more doctors, more nurses, more whatever. And then there's the other portion is security type aspects, right? Same with things like that seem obvious, like tax and that sort of stuff. You don't want just like an AI running your whole tax breakdown right now, right? Something goes wrong, or they've just missed a law or like confused the language, and now you're going to jail type thing.
Yeah.
And so you got an error code, and then next minute you got the bailiff, so you got the police or the government tapping on your door.
Yeah. And then so there's heaps of that stuff, and then there's cybersecurity. You know, because people are saying, well, the trouble is everyone can build it for themselves, but the security aspect is huge. That's a massive one. And then on top of that, it's also this weird conundrum right now where people are saying AI is kind of a bubble and it's over its skis, but at the same time, it's so good that it's going to destroy all of SaaS. So SaaS is dead, but apparently AI is a bubble and it's dead. So it's like, okay, is AI if AI is actually if SaaS is dead, that means AI is actually performing for what you wanted. So it's not a bubble. So it's actually appropriately valued.
I think if it's described as a bubble, more times than not, it's usually a good thing because, you know, I say almost everything that's been described as a bubble has been absolutely revolutionary in the development of software, AI, internet, technology. You know, they were all described as bubbles, and the bubble is about to burst, but it never burst; it just progressed.
Yeah, well, I mean, the NASDAQ definitely, you know, the .com bubble definitely burst, right?
Yeah.
And that took, you know, a good 10 odd years just to get back on the index, you know, plus like after the GFC, basically. So that stuff does burst, but it's when we talk about indice level. So there'll be individual companies, though, through the .com bubble that obviously then were absolutely killer. But there was a point where you had Apple, Google, Amazon, all that kind of stuff down 90%. And it's kind of hard to pull the trigger and actually buy something, you know, when it's it's almost liquidation, right? Type thing. So, but that's where you have to go and actually look at the company. You know, the company is healthy itself. So it's not liquidation. Just the stock price indicates like the company is dead. But if you actually go do a full breakdown, they look good. And so, for instance, Jeff Bezos, that's when he like, you know, he doubled down on it. He went like, okay, well, our company is good. It's growing in revenue and profit, and you guys are weird, right? So there'll be a lot of that with this sort of stuff as well. And I think also, or maybe actually, I'll tell you guys later because this was actually going to be something as like a legit thing for. I was going to suggest to Mike to work on, Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Keep
Let's talk.
it under the radar, right? Fly it low. Fly it low.
Yeah. But yeah, I think
Sure.
stuff we've kind of had a throw the baby out with the bathwater type thing. There's a lot of stuff that it was pretty indiscriminate selling. Like everything's gotten smashed from yesterday,
Yeah.
and so I wouldn't be surprised if the NASDAQ kind of picks up a bit here. There's a lot of good companies that are quite cheap. So yeah.
But I'm so excited about this project I'm building. It's I've tried to build like an online statistical research engine, but I found that there's a lot of bottlenecks when you're doing it online on a web server, because you got it's what I've seen is I'm trying to take so on the web server it's just going to display the statistics, right? And then what I'm trying to do is I'm bringing the actual work offline, and then I'm trying to connect the offline with the online. So I'm building a dude, it's insane what you can do with cloud code. I'm basically building is an application on my desktop, you know, that got a nice little UI, and then it runs it, takes the data. Eventually, see if I can. And then what's cool is cloud code. It works in the cloud and it works locally as well. But then, obviously, locally, it's a little bit faster, and you get a little bit more. You don't have to wait for to upload to GitHub and then upload the web server.
But you do get your power going out.
Yeah, but I have it in the living room.
You're running too many bots, dude. You've got a whole network of bots in there.
I have the bots in the,
it's just
in the
draining all
room.
your power. That's why it's going out.
Yeah, but it's not the whole house that
it's the dryer, man. It's the washing machine. Johnson's got
the washing machine in the living room,
and he's just
I have the bots in the living room, because that's the part of the house that doesn't go out when the dryer takes out. So it's only the basement that dies. I mean, yeah, the basement dies. That's where the dryer is. That's where the office is. But I have the strategically placed the bots in a place where electricity doesn't go out.
That's when we find he's got like armored cable about that thick coming out of his computers.
Oh no, it's just just a very small space where I've got the Xbox, I got the Wi-Fi, I got the PC. Like, it's so warm in there sometimes. It's getting so hot in there. It's like the flowers or the plants on top of it has to be watered like every other day, because it's so hot.
Speaking of that, I'm actually going to turn my aircon down literally right now.
I've literally just turned mine off. It was roasting earlier. I came in, I was sweating. I'm in full linen today as well. So I came in, I was like, oh my god, I'm going to turn the aircon on. And then it was freezing. Like, this aircon really works. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to turn it off before I go on stream.
Linen's so weird though as well, right? It's like cool but hot at the same time.
Yeah, okay, fair. I know. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, linen. I love linen. Linen's best.
Dude, I love linen. Like, so whenever it gets a little bit hot, like the minute it goes over 20 degrees, like straight up, all the linen comes out. I'm a big fan. I got loads of linen trousers, linen shirts. The minute I walked outside earlier, like it was like 25, 30 degrees, and I was like, I don't know, maybe a bit too hot for linen.
There's probably like a peak temperature, In Australia, it's like it doesn't breathe. He's like, it's good, but it I don't know. I need to look up the chemistry makeup of linen and delve more into this.
Yeah,
go full nerd mode on it. So.
I was gonna say, just geek out on the fashion industry.
Yeah.
There's going to be science of fashion before long, I guarantee it. There's science of everything now. There's got to be science of fashion.
There already is. Yeah, material science and all that kind of thing. Yeah,
fair, makes sense. Yeah, but
what's the terminal based called in Windows?
The
CMD.
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to
What?
open a terminal in Windows.
Like command prompt.
Yeah, the
It should
CMD,
be,
right?
yeah, it should be CMD. So
For some reason, everything's in German. I have no idea. It looks like it is the same.
Where's your VPN?
So it's not a VPN. It's my local PC. I bought it used from Germany,
Yeah.
that's fine.
and now it's just so now. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, Henry with this, yeah, won't build more beds. There's too many people. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But hopefully with that, you can get more doctors, more people in, which should free up beds. And then obviously the answer is, build more infrastructure, more hospitals. But if you get them freeing that up quicker, then obviously you're going to free up more beds. So that would be the desired outcome.
Yeah, fair. I think at the moment AI is used not necessarily for the wrong reason, because I think there's so many companies out there that are really developing it. Well, look at Jonathan, for example. Using AI for the correct reason. But I think the whole bubble bursting in AI will be due to the fact that the hype will die out and people will lose interest in AI due to the fact that it's just being used for garbage. Like, let's be honest. It is being used.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of what AI is going to be used on. I think AI is going to be used in literally everything. It's gonna. I mean, what we're seeing right now is it's going to transform everything that we do in life. It's gonna transform the whole society. So, I think this so-called bubble might be burst in 10 years. We don't know, right? But what we do know is that
It's not a bubble, and even with the growth of the market, right? It's literally in the mean, like it's in perfectly in the middle median value of all major like cycles. It's very
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah. I mean, the AI boom that we're seeing right now. Yes, we might have some type of bubble, some type of bubble ish scenario, but that's just going to be volatility. I believe that's just going to be.
Yeah.
I
This
because
is. I
go
was
ahead.
going to say it was like what I was saying last year. Like I think we'll just see more up down. It's all going ahead, full steam. Oh, it's all over, full steam, all over, and it'll be back and forth with that. And there might be some kind of AI company that does kind of implode, right? Now that will cause a lot of scares, draw everything down. The other thing, though, that I'm wondering what that presents is that if one of these companies does go down, they get bought out by, say, Microsoft or Google or someone cashed up or Meta, and they pay like 150% of the cost of the company, so pay way over. The amount of compute they will get from whatever company dies essentially means that they win the whole race, which is also scary. And as far as the stock price, they'll go ballistic. As far as like good for the world, probably not. So I think that's the scenario where you get like an eventual winner of AI. Now,
Oh
because of
wow!
that, I don't think the government will let it happen through like monopolistic type practice. But what Will was saying with AI slop, I think he's talking about like all the AI videos and all the nonsense, right? Where it's just being used.
Fair. Yeah.
And I love seeing that. It's like this video took like 100 gallons of water to produce, and it's just some nonsense, right?
Yeah, I want to
Wow,
show you something cool. So you guys know that. Well, you don't know that, but I guess I would say I'm technical. I mean, I know how to. I know how to. I know my way around a computer and all of that. So this is the. What are you laughing about, LJ?
Like grandpa.
Yeah.
Like, no one says that. That's what you're like, boomer.
I say weird
Family
things.
member says like, I know how to use the computer.
It's when he cocks his finger back to his ear just to press the keyboard.
But I can't talk and read at the same time. What I'm saying is, I'm awesome, but I can't code. I can't code at all. But what's cool is with Claude Code, I've built that website, I built the backend and everything. And check this out. This is the trading analysis application that we have now built. And if I click download all, it should now start downloading the data from Duca's copy and Binance. This is the first time trying this, so obviously it's not going to be working. But let's try this. Click download all.
Maybe it'll work.
Oh, it's actually, oh, look, it says downloading. Okay, so your USD says complete, no data downloaded. So I guess not complete.
Completed. 0%.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, technically it's right.
Yeah, but this is basically the application that will be running all the analysis in the back end, and then when it has all the statistics, we're gonna upload that to the web server and just display the information. Because right now when I go to the website, it computes everything on demand, which uses a lot of processing power and database. So obviously here it doesn't have an error log. So what I have to do now is just add an error log. And so with all the softwares I'm creating with Cloud Code, what I do is I always make sure that I have an error log, and then I can just copy paste the information for the error log into Cloud Code, and then it knows exactly what to do with it. It's really cool stuff. Really cool stuff.
That's good.
All of this is nice, but we have to put it into
Practice.
What does this mean? You laugh when one of the hosts takes sense.
It makes sense.
Does that mean? Makes sense.
Talks sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Talk sense.
To be honest, it's actually just because I'm Australian, right? Like we just take the mickey out of people all the time. It's just yeah. So when I'm not sitting here talking macro or whatever, yeah, it's just having a bit of banter, a bit of laugh.
It's just a massive joke to you, LJ.
You know, my metaphor is just not loading. It's just I just can't use it. I can't change fonts or anything. It's just not loading.
Yeah, that's fair. What I had. So what I did, because mine, when everyone updated and they had the problems, I didn't have a problem until in the evening, which was around New York and stuff was popping off, and it just literally went like I couldn't move a single thing or enter anything. It was completely just bricked up. So what I did is went into the folders. First of all, made sure the downloadable data for the past bars, because its default setting is like 10,000 or something. I just put that to, I think I put it to 1,000 or 500 or whatever. And then deleted all the old data in those files. And then I closed it completely, reopened, changed the fonts, and then closed it again, and then reopened. And then it worked fine. So I can find what folder that is in with the MGN was showing us the other day with all the downloaded background data that it's like gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes. I wouldn't be surprised if you have an absolute monster of it, Jonathan, in there.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can find any big...
Either MGN, you might do it quicker, what the exact folder... obviously, it depends on what your terminal name is, but what subsect it is, or else I'll try to bring it up. I'm sure you'll be quicker.
I don't know. I'm not following.
To be fair, I know exactly how Jonathan feels. Like, even as a young guy who's used to technology and has studied computer science, I'm useless with them. You know, like
Have you
you
studied-
I was
talk.
about to say, Jonathan, you're just going on about before. You know computers and stuff, right?
So I have an
Right, man.
app. I think it's called Sniffer, and it, and it's supposed to find all the big all the big folders on my PC. I think it's called Sniffer, but now that I search for Sniffer, I don't find anything. So I don't think it's called Sniffer. I don't know where I got that from.
It goes on
Um,
Google. It's in sniffer.com.
I'll try find it now because either MGN's looking for it or he's walked away from his PC or something.
okay.
But yeah, I'll try find it now and then let you know. Hang on,
Yeah.
my
Let's
thing's
see if
just
we
loading.
can. Yeah. Let's see if we
I
can
will
find
say,
that.
yeah, pound dollar. First of all, congrats Henry and congrats Raf. I hope this
Yeah.
is
Okay,
taking
well,
you close to your second phase target, man, Raf. So you should be pretty close now. And then euro dollar has also wandered off. So let me know. And yeah, we're pretty quickly approaching that 135. So like I was saying in chat before, there's sort of a couple just like block levels through here. 135, 40, 30, and then 22 roughly below here on pound dollar are kind of the key levels. Because we blew through 80, we blew through 67. That pound always has a tendency to do that, however, kind of like gold does. Like you kind of punch through certain levels. So it always often overshoots a bit. So we may very well get down to those lower bands now as well. The 200 moving average on the 4 hour is sat at 135.23, which is exactly where the lower portion of the VWAP is on the daily chart from the start of January. So
Okay. It's actually called Space Sniffer.
Okay, fair. I mean, you were close.
Okay. So now let's run Space Sniffer, and we'll see if we can find any
still weird.
unnecessary large meta quotes files. Oh my god, the biggest folder right now on my PC is Star Citizen for 175 gigabytes. That's a big game. But what about MT5? Wow, there's a lot of files on here.
Because I'm gonna have to. God, where is it on my end? Because I deleted it all, so now I've got a similar app that shows large files or whatever that MGN.
Do you think it's in like roaming?
That's what I was trying to figure out. So obviously I deleted it before, so I got to kind of do it somewhat off memory. I believe.
Let's see.
I think it's just in local, and then. You don't remember, do you, Will?
No. Yeah, MJ messaged me about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Didn't
he
you
not-
go through it? I don't know.
Is he not
Maybe
active
I
now? No.
Maybe I should just
Oh yeah, he's not active, is he?
maybe I just need to uninstall MetaTrader.
Nah, I mean, don't do that. Like, wait, I can't even find my MT5 folder.
Mm-hmm.
All I can find is like MT4.
Dude, I uninstalled all my MT4 folders, like everything. I just cleared it all up.
Yeah,
Can
I've
I
still
admit
got
that
some of my
MetaTrader is
broker stuff.
terrible? It's just
It's terrible, but I love it, man. Like I hate all newer software. I hate CTrader. DX Trade is a bit crap as well.
CTrader is amazing though. Like CTrader is a really good trading platform.
CTrader is really good.
It
Have
is,
you
but
tried?
I hate it.
You hate it?
Yeah, it's just too. I don't know. I'm not a fan of change though. I hate change. So like, it's
I
too
was just gonna say that. I feel
flashy
like
and
maybe it's the
I think
changing part that's
yeah.
yeah. Because
Because
that's why I like.
I use broker platforms which had a bunch of tools, very aesthetic,
Yeah.
nice looking, easy user interface, UX, UI, all that kind of stuff. Then I had CTrader, and I never used MT5 because when I first started trading, I downloaded MT5. I was like, dude, this thing looks like trash.
Yeah, it is clunky. It is clunky. It is
I had
to be-
CTrader, so I started on CTrader and then went from CTrader to MetaTrader. I was like,
Oh, that
dude,
makes sense. Yeah,
this
no,
thing
that
is
makes
like
complete sense.
poverty compared to CTrader. You know, it's like
Brokies.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
no,
going
dude, that makes complete sense. So, like,
yeah,
I
current,
yeah,
yeah.
I went from MT4, and then MT5 came out, so I went over to MT5. Loved MT5, like that was like, oh my god, this is the holy grail. And then obviously a couple of years later, like I started using CTrader, and I was like, dude, this is ass. I was like, I hate this. And I was like, we're just bring me back to my clunky 80s sort of aesthetic. Yeah, Quotron sort of style and trading.
I've gotten used to it now, and I feel like they both have their pros and cons. So there's some things I
here
absolutely
we go.
just
MGS now.
CTrader for. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, MGN. I deleted all mine, so I couldn't remember what folder it was in, so it's not showing up on the as far as the size type thing.
Trade Locker's good. Trade Locker, that's the one that you can use on. It's like a trading view interface, so it's identical to TradingView, I believe.
Hate Trade Locker.
Do you? Oh, mate, I love it. Trade Locker, fantastic.
Terrible. There's no okay. So the thing is, it doesn't have drag and drop, and I hate that. And the same thing on the charts, you can't just sort of drag and shift things. You gotta click it.
What do you mean? Drag and drop with indicators.
Yeah. So for like trades,
Right. Okay.
So you just go enter thing and then just like drag and drop with like stop loss and TP, for instance. Right. So if you got to manage stuff on the fly, or you've got various assets you got to tab around to, very annoying, I find personally. So MT5 is really good with that, where you punch something at market, shift TP, shift stop, done, cool. Or you can trade the way by clicking the asset and then manually setting it on the trade.
Sorry, but is this when we look for buys on GU?
Look, I'm going to say it's around here. Like I was saying, I think so. There's a bunch of levels clustered in this 135.80 to 135.30 level. I think the only way we get to 135.30 is with the bearish sentiment, or I should say dovish, because we're talking about the Bank of England getting down that low, right? So I think from here is kind of the levels you'd be looking at taking profit at. So hence I was looking at 67.
I'm just going to switch over to your screen. I'm just going to be logging in here.
Yeah, no, I've just moved over onto my trading view. It was looking a little bit nicer than my. I was looking at MT and it just felt clunky. I think it was after we just had that conversation. So I've just switched over to my trading view because I feel like I can do a lot better analysis on trading view.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
So like I only use MT for my executions.
So I want to know, Henry, you still in it? So basically, say we look at the 4 hour here. This is pretty much what I'm looking at as the base there, 13526, right? And so we've got obviously this, the prior tops here, which we're now contesting with. The center VWAP, which I have on. Just give me 1 second on my C trader. So center VWAP is at like on the. Oh wait, no, that's not the daily. Hang on. Where is the 1st of Jan? There. So
In fact, while you do that, I'm just going to bring this. I'm just going to bring my screen up real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I was going to say. I'm just going to. I'll dart off once I've shown this. Those of you who was looking at not US 30, sorry, Euro JPY a little bit earlier on in the week. This was my trade that I actually closed. I closed off around about here, right on the highs. So I closed off here. That was for about $600. Really nice trade. However, like I said to you guys, I've left it on the forward test to see how it does get on, and it seems to be doing really, really well. So let me know if any of you looked at Euro JPY. But in the meantime, sorry mate, I'll jump back onto your chat now. I'm going to shoot off. I'll be back in about 2 hours time. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, 2 hours, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Right, good stuff.
Take
No
care.
worries. See you, Will. Cheers, Bella. Yeah, so what was I saying before? So, okay, so on the daily time frame, back to this is kind of the VWAP. I've just drawn it freehand on here. These lines kind of go all the way back to the start of what's the start of Jan, start of the year, the past month, basically. So to like here, right? So we cracked through the top of the VWAP. We met that level, and that's just by that support. Cracked down through here into the top of that candle wick, and just below the 100 moving average. Now we've got the bottom of the VWAP just down here by the 200 simple moving average on the 4 hour. That would be my absolute point of extreme. So depending if we get some bid coming in just before the meeting, in terms of we're already incredibly, we've sold off quite heavily, right? That, or people wait till we get that. Now, as far as the meeting, I expect the Bank of England to be pretty neutral, right? But potentially, so the thing with, we've got the double backing of Bank of England today and then the ECB. For as far as Europe, we had inflation come in a good bit lower, so we should have a slight dovish tilt from there and a recognition of that. So there's potential further downside for the euro, which is what I was talking about yesterday as well. And the caveat with that will be them talking about the currency, how much the currency has risen. So that increases inflation pressures. However, we have dropped back significantly since then. So it does make that a bit more healthy.
All right, Ashleigh, what's up? Welcome.
Ashleigh, how are you doing? Hello.
Good. Yeah, I'm gonna unmute her. There we go. No.
Am I on? Are we here?
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
There you
How
go.
are you?
Going well.
Going well.
How you been? Yourself?
All right. It's a little bit later for me, this. My time's moved a little.
Yeah.
I'm normally up and done, but yeah, as always, trading done and dusted already for the day. It's been a really good week this week. I'm on a 4-win streak, so I know that the curve's going to go the other way quite soon. It's the way it works. The pendulum rocks both ways. So I'm just riding it for the moment, which is quite nice.
I was going to say the activity should have been pretty good.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been really good. EU's, yeah. What about yourself? How's your trading week going?
Last month, very good.
Okay.
Crushed it. Very happy. Very, very good month. So, and this month has started off quite nicely as well. So, hopefully
Is there
we
any
can.
pairs in particular or anything that went really well for you? Or
So had a number of Euro trades, Aussie dollar trades. Oh, we're on the way zoomed out time frame. So I think, like I said earlier in Jan, I was thinking sort of slightly slower to begin with, see how stuff pans out. And
yeah, the
that
first couple of
turned out to
weeks
be-
especially. Yeah.
Yeah, that turned out to be very nice. So I've been literally just sort of picking very technical structures overall as far as entries and that kind of thing, but everything is lined up very nicely with the sort of macro fundamental backdrop going on at the same time. So everything is, all the stars have aligned.
Have aligned.
Yeah, so Aussie dollar.
It's nice to hear because a lot of people that I spoke to, January has just not been great for them, especially the first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And it's
yeah,
slowly now turning for a lot of people.
Yeah, because there was a lot of volatility, right? I had a number of more trades on Euro in here. I think I've deleted them since to clean up the chart, so I'd have to go back and look at that. But there are a couple of pickoffs on gold as well. I didn't capture the whole massive downdraft, but there were a number of moves through here, which were quite large. And I had some good size on them as well, in a row. And then dollar yen also.
So I'm going to trade here on GU.
Stolen my screen, Jonathan.
I was going to say, it just went.
Did you? Yeah, I'm completely lost in my own.
I was going to
world
say,
here.
you're definitely in your own world. Me and LJ was
zoned
halfway through a
out.
conversation then.
Yeah, I completely tuned out, and I'm like, I gotta enter this trade. Well, okay, let's go back to LJ. Sorry, man.
No, it's
That
okay,
was very rude of me.
Jonathan. You tell us your trade. Me and LJ will catch up in a minute.
All right.
So I guess- sorry.
That was
Yeah,
was
sure.
terrible.
Go for it.
I feel like
I
it's
might
so-
just grab while you're going. I'm just going to grab some coffee real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
be back.
Yeah. So enter the GBP USD here. We had that big move to the downside,
Lovely
and
move, yeah.
we hit a pretty good level here, I think. So went in on that one. So this is on my main broker, and then this
Yeah.
gets copied over to the funded account. As I don't have access to MetaTrader. New update. Everything's lagging.
Oh, no,
Incredibly.
okay.
So you're
did you-
just trading on mobile, if I'm not mistaken.
Still my phone
Yeah.
every morning while I'm walking the dog. I don't think you've been on since I've last went on. So when we were last speaking, I was doing NAS. So NAS was my bread and butter, but because I normally trade twice on NAS, I was failing catching the second trade because of work or because of whatever commitments. So during over the Christmas period, I changed the way I trade. So I've dropped back down to EU. So for me, EU is just one trade every morning. It's basically just a little twist on the Asia sweep strategy that's out there. So it's just adding a few nuances on that, and it's doing very well for me. It's a very easy way to get in, and I think because I'm doing it on the 5 minutes, it's a lot easier for me to set alerts and look at my phone than being in on the 1 minute. I don't feel as rushed. So it's just trying to find a strategy that fits in with my life and my day, especially with the day job. So I could be driving about quite a lot, whereas if an alert goes off now, I can go and find somewhere to pull over and get a coffee and look at the charts. So it's a lot easier. It fits in a lot easier, and I'm catching a lot more trades, which is nice.
Yeah, good stuff. I like that. It's important to find something that works with
Your life, yeah.
situation. Yeah, definitely.
Here he is. Have you got a coffee now, LJ?
We're back.
Yeah.
I do.
And what's that coffee number what for today?
3 today.
Oh, Jesus. I've had one and I feel like, yeah.
Well,
I can have two.
I had a massive day yesterday, right?
Go on.
And then I just felt like delirious, and my brain just died yesterday on stream. Like we were running through everything, but I just wasn't sharp. I was like, guys, I've hit
You're
a
just not
wall.
with
So I
it.
got some sleep last night. Yeah, so I got a good sleep, but I did have to get up early today, do some stuff. So I've been running off caffeine the past 2 days.
What time is it there now? It's in the afternoon, isn't it?
8:10 p.m.
Oh, evening. Okay.
Yeah. So So it's a bit later for me
It's
just
a
now.
little bit late to have a coffee, but you know.
Well, my sleep schedule is a little bit different as well. You know, I
Yeah.
often go to bed sort of somewhere between 4 and 8 a.m. depending. And I'll
Oh, I
get up
couldn't do
somewhere
that.
between 11 or sort of 10 to 11
Yeah.
to like 2,
Yeah, because
depending on
you're trading through Asia, aren't you?
sometimes like if there's Australian data, that's
Mm-hmm.
normally at like 10:30 my time and 11:30 with the what's it called daylight savings.
Yeah.
That or else like interest rate decisions like central bank is like 1:30 to 2:30. So it depends with that stuff. Otherwise I'll try and sleep through that and then just trade the back end of Asia into the close running into Europe.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you sleep during London.
No, I trade during
Oh
London.
no, so yeah, because you're obviously different
Yeah, because
times.
then
You trade,
I'm here, on stream.
When you
and
said
then-
4 a.m., then I was like, oh, Asia. And it's not. It's obviously different.
Yeah,
for
no.
you,
So
but-
that's towards sort of mid market, and when the liquidity starts drying up through New York.
Ah,
and
right,
obviously
okay.
London closes, and then once you get that, you know, both London, New York open, it's pretty active.
Yeah.
London drops off, and then it kind of So that's when I sort of look to round up my trades if I have anything still in play.
Yeah, just wrap them
And
all.
sometimes because of that activity, you do get a certain push down or something where I might carry something over rollover into the next day because you're buying off a base, that kind of thing. So what we were talking about before, this was the other final trade that I did. Capture, like we've talked about dollar yen for a while. I didn't capture the whole move, just like the gold and silver trades. But that's still quite a good number of pips.
That's lovely. So what, I couldn't see what hour was that? I couldn't see. That's not too bad, is it?
4.92.
That's
And that
not
was
bad.
with an excessive stop. So I was pretty highly leveraged on that. So realistically, I actually priced it to there. But I was like, okay, I'm willing to take a bit of breath.
A bit of a, little breathing space. Sometimes you need to. That's
Yeah,
why I don't
otherwise
think sometimes if you have like fixed stop loss and take profit, I think you just need to look at a few of the candles. Just like one candle could just take you out as your normal stop loss, whereas your previous few months before you was fine. So I think sometimes you need to just give it a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just jump in here? And who is this guy? I've been reading his comments, and he says, I did not use a single stop loss till today. It's pure astronomy based on anchor points and time cycles.
Okay.
What can we say about that, LJ?
I would say, I mean, that is very mechanical of you, I guess. But it's really not, because if you're running very mechanical, you probably have some set stop points and, you know, order instructions, that kind of thing. So stop losses are all about risk management, right? So you're capping a loss if some adverse thing happens, like, I don't know, or imagine you get like a flash crash right now. Right, just all of a sudden.
Well, you never know. You don't know. You can't.
Thousands of points. It
just happened.
It's very unlikely, but has happened before. If you have a stop, you'll get massively slipped, but you won't be all the way.
You won't have an account gone.
It will have started here. You might have got stopped there rather than just being, So there's stuff like that, and just random headlines. Trump coming out and tweeting something, or we get some headline from Iran right now is back in the picture again. That kind of stuff. So stops are just about risk management, and if you've got defined levels, then you know exactly what that risk is going to be, plus minus whatever your slippage might be, right? So then you can construct the rest of your portfolio, your trades and everything, and know exactly where your potential profit, your potential loss is, and actually do something systematically. Otherwise, it'd be like running a business and just ordering like infinite inventory just because, and then you have no idea if you can sell it. And then you get stuck with, you go bankrupt, right? So it's the same thing in trading. It's like running a business. You're just trying to define the certain parameters, what you're going to work within. And it's a protection thing, because you're here to trade again tomorrow and the next day and the next week, the next month, the next year. You're not trying to reach, Jupiter today.
He might be. We're not, but he might be.
Well, apparently he's not interested in, what was he saying? astronomy anchor points. So,
The guy's not trading. Obviously, the guy's not trading. He's just saying random stuff to get people to click his profile and following on YouTube. I mean, you don't.
Jonathan's
You
like,
don't.
nope,
trade out
don't follow him,
I
don't
mean,
speak
no,
to him.
you don't trade using planetary alignment, and if you do, then yeah, good luck with that.
wait, you don't do that? You guys
No,
don't do that?
well,
What?
I
I
have,
do.
but then I kind of, well, I stopped doing drugs, and so now I'm here.
I feel like we need a late night podcast show for this. Oh, let me just get my dog.
Yeah, even the dog's like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so that dollar yen trade was still like 200 pips, really good. Didn't capture the whole what it was like a total like 700 pip drop or something, but for one trade, that's pretty good. There, did take another couple small ones for 50 or 60 here and there throughout as well. So, but once again, like they were on the charts before. I think I've cleaned them up. But yeah, so it's been good. Anyway,
Yeah.
Ashleigh, there you go.
I'm looking at you here. I'm thinking, we're hitting our next resistance here. We can break through here. I'm just going to move my stops to entry, and then yeah.
Where was
Are
your
you
entry?
long
Where was
now?
your entry point, Jonathan?
My entry was 135 700.
Okay. Nice.
Are you
maybe-
trading through?
Through TradingView, right? Yeah. So I got TradingView connected to IC Markets, and then IC Markets connected to everything else.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm spending about $70 on comp traders a month, and
Okay.
I don't even know if I'm using all the accounts that is connected to it, and there's just a lot of accounts. I'm thinking I'm kind of thinking about trying a different approach. Instead of having a lot of accounts, maybe it's being laser focused on one account.
Yeah.
And
And
try
then
to-
we'll like rotate them, so get it to a point and then rotate. Or
Yeah, because it's difficult with the whole risk management across different types of accounts, and they have different stop out levels. They have different rules with news and all of that.
Do you mean different? Like the accounts themselves have their own individual rules, but you're trading
Yeah.
the master account under the same approach. Is
Exactly.
that what you mean? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why I have stuff split as well, which is good, but also it gives you multiple subheadings to manage as well. So you might have like swing, intraday, scalp. You still got a tab between each of them.
Yeah, and then I need like on this personal account, it's just a tiny account. The only reason I have this is just to be able to trade through TradingView. So I don't really have a lot of money on this. I mean, you can see this is the 0.05 lot, but it doesn't really matter the lot size because it opens a bigger size on the connected, right? So what I have, and if I'm going to be trading gold, the way I'm swing trading gold, if I'm going to be trading gold on this account, I need at least, I think, 10K in the account, and then of course that would then become my main personal trading account. So I need to make some decisions on that.
Interesting. How many do you have hooked up?
I don't know.
Infinite, dude. It's all the
Not a
mod
lot.
bots, all the Claude bots. Creating just
I
thousands
have,
of accounts.
so I got on most of the platforms out there. I think I have one or two
Okay.
accounts.
I think I only have 4 on my connected at any one time.
Yeah, no, I have a rather long list of accounts. I'm getting emails often with like daily loss, hit, daily pause, things like that. And then I'm kind of getting a new one, adding it, and farming those payouts.
I was just going to go back to chat just for a sec because we did have a couple of questions here. So, do we have a minimum time I should trade in the funded account? You mean holding trades. I would say the idea would be to probably trade the same way you did through the evaluation phases. That's kind of the idea of why you take the evaluation. There's not exactly a minimum hold time, as long as you avoid, say if you're on a high stakes, you avoid news, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's no minimum hold time. But so long as you're overall consistent with your trading, it's not like erratic and all over the place. Like sometimes you might have like a 4-hour hold, or 1 hour, or 2 hours, or 20 minutes. And there might be certain reasons to actually jump in and out of the trade. Or it might be 30 seconds or 2 minutes because you decided to, you thought this was good, but then you second guess yourself and you jumped out. Like, that's fine. It just, so long as it's not like, not trying to exploit anything or just be chaotic and undisciplined or unsophisticated in general, I would say. There was another one here from Unwise Trader saying, Jonathan, do fivers like fund manager style traders? My understanding is prop firms like day traders, hence my question. So before you start, I would say, yeah, I'd follow that up by, what do you mean by fund managers per se? Because you are managing funds.
I think he's talking about, position long-term swing things.
Yeah, hence, yeah.
Yeah,
The time
aspect. Prop firms would prefer professional day traders, intraday traders, any type of money managers. So you can view prop firms as money managers, and then they hire traders to trade their capital. And a good day trader will always be more profitable than a good swing trader, because the number of trades greatly increases, maybe sometimes to 5 or 10 times as many trades as the swing traders, and a lot of times day traders can have similar statistics as swing traders. So I know that Saul, the CEO of the Fivers, have come out and said that swing traders are on average more profitable. The bigger group of profitable traders at the Fivers are swing traders, but that's just because swing trading is easier than day trading. But if you know how to trade at low time frames and you're an active trader, dude, you'll make so much more money than swing trading.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, swing trading, you do expose yourself to certain adverse variables. Kind of like, let's not call them black swans because you're not holding stuff for 5 years, whatever, but sort of gray swan events, right? Where you've held a trade for a week or 2 weeks or something, and then there's some big change in AI or something, and you get washed out. So if you're closing things out daily, you're going to be somewhat protected to those adverse events, especially when you're asleep. That's the other thing, So there's a question for Ashleigh here as well.
Okay. Before I end, there's a number. I don't know if you want to flip it onto my chart.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Not yet.
Let me see if I can share it on this side. Oh, 1 minute. A little box just came up. Share screen. Yes. Let's do that.
It should come up.
There we go. So it's very different. I have a little bit of bias on the day. But for example, so this was the trade today. So for me, I was expecting it to bounce around this area. Same on the higher time frame. So if you go to the 1 hour, it's the same. So I could see it consolidating a little bit here. So it got to my time. I jumped in. So my normal take is 2.5%. So that's for my funded. So across my funded, and then I have my personal where I take on the copy trader to change my take profit. So on these trades, I always aim for the top of Asia or the bottom of Asia on my personal. So which was quite nice today. So 4.5 there, and the same with yesterday. So there wasn't a point where I was waiting for it to push off. We had quite a big sell here. So there's a couple more confirmations that I wait for. So I wanted to sweep, and then I wanted to pull back a little bit into the sweep of Asia. which is what happened. And then I jumped in. So normally 2.5% on my funded, and then I dragged the personal down. And then if you look, the same before. So here, yes, I was thinking there was going to be a bounce round about here, but it also could have gone a little bit higher and took some liquidity from up here. So I waited again for the sweep. Could have jumped in here and probably got taken out, but I waited for the pullback into the area and then, yeah, went into the drop. And the same again, so I took 2.5 on my funded and 3% on personal. So I mean, it's been a good week. Mondays, I never go to top or bottom of Asia. Just going through back from my data from 2 or 3 years, it just doesn't work on a Monday. Obviously, the way the world is on a Monday, but the same again. So for some reason, my indicator doesn't show Asia on a Monday, but I expected a bounce off this area. The same on the higher time frames. We got the bounce. I saw my entry point and just got in, and luckily I got out at the 2.5. So it's been a very nice week. So
That's good.
I'm quite happy with this week, but it's just easier. So my times, I trade from about 6:45 UK time, and then I'm normally in and out. So this morning, straight into a trade. Yesterday was a little bit later, but I'm normally out before 10 o'clock usually.
And you normally go for kind of a 2-to-1 plus, don't you?
Yeah, so on my funded, I always go for 2.5 hour. So it's just a fixed take profit on my funded, and then I have my personal running up until a point that I see. So sometimes, like today, I literally was like to the here, so it was wanting a bounce off here, which is exactly what we did, and it pushed down. So I could have just got back in and forgot the sell as well, but I like to take what I can out of the market and go. So it's been a lovely
I will tell you, I took the exact same euro dollar trade there, but just on one little W over.
Ah,
So
okay.
just slightly to the left of your cursor. Basically where
So
almost
when it pulled back here.
Yeah, in between where your indicator, the sort of shaded area, and where your entry is.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so
That's nice. That's nice to know.
Yeah,
So I would
took
have
the exact same trade.
So for me, I probably would have got in down here, but I was driving this morning, so I had to pick my other half up from nights. But I knew that the stop loss size that I was giving it is enough breathing space. So I was like, I'll get in at my entry anyway and just leave it while I'm driving. I like to just leave trades and then be done with it. And it did. It did exactly what I expected it to do. Pull back into the entry point and then shoot up, which was quite nice to see once I got back home.
Beautiful.
But no, that's it. That's all I'm doing at the moment. Not trading. Obviously, some days due to news, but I don't. For people who've seen me before, I don't go into the data as much as LJ does. I just, if there's red folder news across Euro, USD, or even GBP, I will look at trading. I think tomorrow I'm quite clean in the morning. Fridays can see what happens, but let's see. Let's see if we get a full week. It doesn't generally happen this way, but I'm quite happy because I've locked in a payout today, which is nice just before my wedding. So we're booking my honeymoon this weekend, so that payout is just paid for it. So it's quite a nice feeling. And I think, to be fair, because I'm concentrating more on the wedding and the job and whatever else, I've just been doing trading just right. That's what, let's just do it, and then moving on to something else. There's been no second thinking. I've not overthought anything. I've just done it. It's just been like brushing your teeth. It's just, get it done, carry on and do something else. And to the point where I'm like, oh yeah, I was in a trade this morning. Let's have a look what that was, which is a very nice point to be at.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think like that's basically been the same thing with me. Like I was saying earlier in the month, last month, I was waiting for stuff to sort of play out. But that was also part due to, like, I've got a bunch of stuff going on, looking at moving house, that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. Right, so sort of putting trading slightly on the back burner.
But you still just do it though, don't you? You just like, right,
jump in. Go. Yeah, so you kind of just wait for the exact right thing. And
again, I've not second guessed, I've not thought about it. I've just gone, bam, let's go.
Yeah, it's one of those discipline things of just taking the perfect right trades when you see it, rather than like over trading and just seeing the market, especially right now. Yeah. Things are moving very heavily, so you can get a lot of signals. It's a lot of noise. Over signal, right? So That's good to see. I've seen a number of you guys in chat as well that have passed accounts, or you're at payouts through this
Oh,
past
let's
period.
read. Let's have a look what people are saying.
Yeah,
Guys, I
made
gotta sorry to jump in, but I gotta jump out. So sorry to jump in. I'm jumping out. That was weird. Guys, yeah, see you guys. See you guys next week.
Have a lovely
I'll be
day.
watching in the background. Take care.
See you later.
peace
little
out,
friend.
Johnson. See you, brother.
Bless him. He's not with it today.
No.
We're allowed days like that. We're all allowed days like that.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of technical stuff he's been
Yeah.
dealing with. Like
Yeah.
the power went out before, his MT5 terminal's not working, all this kind of stuff. So
Let him go. Let him
bunch
go
of
and do his
backgrounds.
day. So go on. What people are saying? Can you take 5 times 10k accounts in fivers? You'll know the answer more than I will.
Yeah, so I'll run through from the top because I
Go on, then.
highlighted a couple of them. Okay, so first of all,
Oh, good trade.
okay, so from Jonah, I shorted GU yesterday at 136.46, just took TP at 135.92. Very good, very good. We've had a number of you guys in here shorting the pound through this drop. So yeah, dude, banger trade. That's all I can say.
Lovely trade. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say don't FOMO into trying to continue.
Don't try
this
and get
after
in now.
this drop.
Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about before. There's a cluster of levels in here that we should actually bounce from, especially ahead of the Bank of England stuff today. So just be careful of that. So any of these given points, you could have, TP'd. It was completely rational. So very good trade. Parit was saying, I passed phase 1 yesterday and had to risk 4.
I don't know if I like this. I read this.
Pass it. Yeah, that's huge. Will it be a problem? And also MetaTrader platform issue, can't be able to put stop loss in chart, had to place it manually by typing the value. So first of all, we'll start with the second part of the question. If you got a problem with MetaTrader not being able to put in the stop loss and stuff, is that so? There's been a bunch of issues with the current update, which has made the platform laggy. It's not to do with the fivers, not to do with any other firm or your broker or anything. It's a MetaTrader issue itself. So what we've found is if you try and change the font on any kind of indicators or algos or anything that you use to assist your trading, that tends to help and unfreeze it. I'm sure it's been complained about a million times. They'll probably bring out a further update to clear it, but that would be the way to go. So if that's the issue. Now, as far as the first portion, you had to risk 4.5% to pass the account. Look, yes, it will be a problem. If you're doing that regularly, if this is some kind of regular occurrence, then yes. Obviously, we have had some volatility recently. So, stuff is looked at in context. Like we've seen a bunch of the sort of, gold, silver, NASDAQ drawdowns, the activity, the volatility. So it is looked within context of that. But if that is regular, then no.
No.
With that said, the point of you being a good trader is that you identify when these adverse events occur and happen, and you account for that, and you don't get fully swept up in those massive drawdowns. Now, it does happen. So sometimes it does happen. That's fine. And you obviously didn't hit the daily stop, but you were down 4.5% at one point. And I guess, obviously, you did manage to recover. Hence, you said you passed your phase 1. But, if you make it a regular thing, then absolutely, once you do pass into the funded stage, you'll get restricted.
Will they not look at that, though, in phase 2? So if this is one of the 2 phases, so say it's a high stakes account. Well, phase 1, I don't think, they just normally let through. But phase 2, will that not be looked at if you're risking more than 1.5%-2%?
It's normally once you go to funded.
Okay.
Because then it has to go to the risk team.
Because I've had it with other top tier ones where they've gone, no, you can't risk more than 1.5.
Right. Okay. Well, I know with the 5 is typically that will be scrutinized heavier once you actually go,
Right,
if you
okay.
manage to cross the funded stage. And then they'll look at the phase 1 and the phase 2 data. And if it is, you've got heavy swings like that, you'll get risk restricted. So you'll have like a cap on your total lot size, cap on your percentage risk, which is normally 1% on a trade, and so you'll get capped anyway, right? Reason being, obviously, part of it is to protect against people doing
Mad.
wild
Crazy.
wild
Yeah.
stuff, just trying to full port the thing. It's also because they do actually want to find quality traders and then put them to the market and everything. So if you're taking this kind of erratic, very volatile type activity, then that's not healthy for a business, put it that way. So the same way that when you guys see erratic, volatile activity in the market, it's often very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And makes it very hard for the business to also deal with. So that's why they want you to be pretty synchronous, in line, have a consistent approach.
You want your nice little curves to be going like that and not.
Yeah. So I don't know if you got any further comments on that, Ashleigh, because I know you were trying to say something before.
No, I think because it's happened to me before when I think earlier on when you're just trying to pass a funded account quicker, you feel like if I just risk more, I'm going to do this more. But it can, especially with other accounts, they can literally pull the plug and they won't tell you until you're past. So you might go for a month trying to pass a phase 2 for whatever, which is still a short amount of time. You've got. I think people think that they should be able to pass an account within a couple of weeks, a month, and that's still a very stupid short amount of time to be able to pass an account. But yeah, they could just pull the account from you, so you're presuming that you're going to get a payout or you're going to get this, and they won't tell you until you're at that point, which you've wasted all that time. And now I've got work trying to ring me on this phone. 1 second, let me put that down.
That's all right. That's all good. If you need to take it, you can.
No, it's fine. I've just declined it till later. So yeah, so for myself, I always stick with. I think mentally as well, it's good for your head risk management to have it at a pretty much going to 1.5 maybe at the most if you are in a challenge. But I feel that it's just a little bit too big. I just don't think my brain would be able to manage that. And I think, like you said, like I'm looking at this as a long-term thing. Like I have other accounts set up that hopefully I get investments in and whatever else, and they want the people that are just a smooth equity curve, not the ones that are going to risk a silly amount of money for them or whatever else. So it just depends what you want out of it. If you want to make a bit of money, you can rinse funded accounts that way and do what's needed. But if you want this is going to be something for you, then feel like you just got to
exactly. Yeah, you got to take it a bit slower, right? So, yeah, if that's the difference between being an actual trader and you're just trying to gamble, right, and you're trying to take advantage of what is on offer. Because sometimes, like that might have worked out for you. Another day, it won't.
Well, that's what I mean. If you do 1 or 2 of them, you're gone. Your daily loss limit might be gone as well, and
then the trouble is you have to start again and you have to make up that difference anyway, right? You're still going to cop that loss, have to start from scratch, make up the difference. So regardless, that those numbers are the same. It's the same time frame. However, now you still have the further uncertainty that you don't know that you 100% will just make it, right?
Yeah,
you might do it again, etc. So just because there's the minimum days time frame, it's not meant to be like a goal to hit, or clear the accounts in those minimum days, right? They're set there because sometimes you do have a really good trading day and you're having to clean up. And obviously it sucks if you then have to sit around for 2 weeks or something to wait because you've actually traded well. Now, that's not a reason to then try and exploit that, full port the accounts and trying to get there in the 3 days, another 3 days, and then go on from there. So the same way that even once you reach the funded stage, you got a payout cycle basically every 2 weeks. That's roughly what you should be looking for phase 1, phase 2, and for the payout cycle.
Yeah.
right? So the payout cycle is then 10%, which is more than the other two. So your payout cycle arguably then should be 3 or 4 weeks, so roughly a month. Now that would be a safe, consistent measurement, and you can do that year in, year out, month to month, and you'll be safe and secure.
Yeah, and it's,
But
it's
if you try port it, eventually you will blow it up, and you just have to start again, and that's a terrible idea. It's better to stay slow and steady because you do have the scaling element. I feel
you
like
do.
everyone forgets about that.
And that's
So if you
where
just
a lot
take
of
it,
us should be aiming for.
you take it slow and steady, your capital will naturally scale. So you don't actually have to risk more because
No.
your capital will go up. So you risk the same, but your return goes up because your capital got increased. So you're making more and more money over time just by doing the same thing. And that's literally what they want.
Yeah, you could do that. You
Consistent.
could do what you're doing. Well, what we're doing for the next 12 months, and you'll be in a completely different place. Or you could be full porting it every week, buying a new account, losing an account, buying an account, maybe 1 or 2 payouts. Whereas you don't know where your money's coming from. Whereas I like to know monthly, every 6 weeks, I will be getting a couple of payouts.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's better to take that steady thing rather than full porting them, crashing out, starting again, crashing out, this, that. Yeah.
And I also wouldn't want to full port one of my personal accounts. I've worked hard to build
Yeah, no, you wouldn't do that either.
that
Hence
money.
you should treat it with that same respect. That's the idea. And you have a return on the other end. You should almost treat it the same as yours. That's kind of the idea. So Rafa's asking for a quick question. If I have 5 10K funded accounts, what would be the best approach to trade them? Should I merge them? If you got 5 10K accounts, I would say, first of all, are they on a similar rule structure?
Yeah.
Right? If they are similar with a similar rule set, then yes, I would probably have some kind of master account and then have the others connected to it, because that will be the simplest way. And whatever you're doing on the master account is basically 5x'd. So I would say, yeah, find a quality trade copier and then do that. Because, it makes your life much more simple rather than doing all 5 of them individually. Of course. Okay, running through them now. Hey, I have a question. If I'm holding my swing position for days and it hits my stop loss or TP in news window, will that consider a breach or will be fine? No, that's completely fine. So assuming if you're trading, so the news rule basically just comes through the high stakes account. So if you've got a high stakes account and you've been holding a swing position for days, absolutely no problem. So the window is 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after for the high stakes accounts. Now, obviously, if you place a bajillion trades, 3 minutes before news all the time, then it's going to be seen as you're clearly trying to exploit that. But if you've taken a trade like half an hour before, an hour before, 15 minutes before, 5 hours before, 3 days ago,
It's fine.
no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Pra, can you take 5 10K accounts in Fivers? I'm actually not sure.
I think I'm sure you can, but I don't know either. I
think
thought
maybe of some of if you combine some of the different types. I don't
Can
think
you
we
merge
find
them? So I obviously only know how my high stakes accounts work. I don't know how the other accounts work.
because I forget how many it is now of the high stakes accounts of those lower bands you can have. Obviously, the boot camp you can't because it starts at 25, then goes to 100 once you pass, or 100, then goes to 250. And then you do have the 10K hypergrowth as well. So it might be 5 total, technically. 4 or 5.
We'll come back to you on that one.
Yeah. Can we please check gold? I definitely can check gold. Sorry, guys, I'm catching up on chat. We're a bit behind before. Apologies. Okay, so Let's get rid of.
Oh, that's my trade on yours.
Yeah, that was that. Yeah, that was the
Perfect.
the Euro trade. Hang on, I'm just trying to remove. Okay, I can't seem to remove Johnson.
I feel quite good that me and you had the same trade.
Anyway. Yeah, no, it was a beautiful trade. Obviously, especially after last night. Let's put
Yeah.
Johnson down the bottom. I can't move anything. Hang on,
Is it not
sorry,
working
guys.
for you?
No, yeah, stuff's being strange.
My screen, I've got gold up if you want to talk them through gold on my screen.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, hang on. Oh, you can't click. My EV Mux is like frozen.
There you go. You can talk it through. Tell me what minute, if you want me on minute, hour, daily, what?
Um,
We're on the
hang on,
5.
I can't see the screen as well.
Can you not?
Let me try. Okay, that's better. All right, it's working now.
You on?
Okay, cool. So yeah, that was the euro dollar trade from earlier. Obviously, after the big downdraft, I was speculating on this being the top, which it roughly did, and a down push to here, and then see if we actually got a drive higher if the dollar kept going lower, which we have not seen that. So then this morning, I took that long, go over to gold, like we were talking about. So gold is an interesting one. We actually saw. So when I was talking with Pedro on Tuesday, so there were two possibilities that we mapped out. So that was actually, I think I got rid of it before. This was the trade we were looking at from yesterday on gold. It was like up here somewhere. When we were talking about a long or short bias from where we are. Now, the entire point of that was we're in the middle of this trading range here from the tops to the relative bottom that we crashed down to, right? So typically, I don't like trading this middle sector, right? We're in basically the neutral kind of area at those tops. However, this was also the point where we got back to the underside of the initial candle where we dumped from. Some of the tops just by this drive when we got the full push higher. Oh, go away. I'm trying to move that. There we go. And so I was seeing this as a good push down. And we were originally talking on, I think it was earlier than that, like Monday, where we're mapping out when we're at this point, either to go down, up, and then down, or up, down, up, down. So we ended up getting the up tick first, and now we've pushed down into that support. We found a bit of buying pressure. We'll see if we get the drive up here throughout today, tomorrow, end of the week, maybe into Monday. And then I would be looking for some kind of lower high from these relative highs that we made on, what was that, Wednesday, yesterday, to actually push down to the lows once again. Now, if we don't get that, obviously you'd be looking for a break and for us to run back to the highs. I don't see that as highly likely at the moment. Same with silver is massively volatile. We're getting 15% plus swings daily, but that's at the moment still to the downside. I don't know if there'll be the same impetus to push to the upside. We did have a slight like dead cat bounce after such a massive fall, but a continuation of the uptrend, I'd say, is very, very unlikely at this point. And yeah, Henry said before, God, I'm so behind chat. All right.
All right.
I took 75% partials at the very bottom of pound dollar. I might add if reversal back down occurs on 50 or 61.8. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good, Henry. And like I was saying, so it's the, was it 135? Basically 135.30 to 135.22 is the absolute base target I'd really be looking at. So if you got anywhere down there, if you did add, from the tops. Like, I'm sure you're probably doing it off like here or something. Is that where you're running the fib from? I know you said this like a little while ago, but I would be probably looking somewhere up around that top. Let's come up there and then back down to the bottom and then have a good drive higher. It's a lot of purple. Sorry, guys. But... Alrighty. Sigma was saying to fix the MT5 issue, I replaced the Terminal 64 with an older build version, working perfect, but avoiding the restart so it does not update again. Yeah, it's weird because some people have had success with that, and other people have not with replacing, just going to an old version, right? So yeah, it's a bit mixed.
Mine's been okay. I don't like
it. Okay. But you don't use heaps of indicators and stuff.
No, so I don't have any indicators on my M. So if I go onto the MT5 chart now, there's no indicators on there at all.
And I think it's on the PC version.
Version. I don't even know how to get MT5 on my PC, so we don't need to do that.
It's some problem with the fonts because they changed like the pixelation or something, and it's causing lag. Yeah, it's kind of weird. All right, scroll massively down. NT5 issue has been fixed in the latest beta build. So if you go and update to the beta build, then it'll fix it. There you go. If yours is working right now, you can potentially wait until the full thing is released.
Yeah.
But either way,
if it's working, don't press anything.
Yeah, don't fix it if it isn't broken.
Exactly. What else have we got?
No worries, Raf. Sorry, God, so far behind. Holy shoot. Okay, so Shami asking just now, LJ, do I think pound dollar could make one more push down? So yeah, just like I was talking about, yes, it could. What that's going to be dependent on is the Bank of England. Now, the trouble is we've had such a large push down, and there was this level, you guys can see with this little circle yesterday, when I was talking about dollar strength through yesterday. And that was the first area I was targeting, right? And so same deal, how we got the Aussie dollar pushing down, with the euro ultimately coming up and then wandering off as well. So through here, I would just be very cautious. You would probably have a better idea of when you see a rally starting to pursue. Either wait for the Bank of England news, buy a bottom, and then look for the pound to run up. I think at this stage, you're kind of buying in a bit too late, like especially if you didn't get in on this break through there, you're going to be running pretty high risk betting on like another drop. So it's purely going to depend on just how. So the Bank of England should come out pretty neutral. If we got neutral plus a slight lean of dovish, you might get one final push, but even then I would say you might get the push like that, and then extremely quickly it will just zoot higher. So you might not even be able to get out quick enough. So make sure you're not running it naked. Do have a TP and not right by the lows. Like, you got to be very quick on the trigger. So I'd prefer to see if there is a low, and then take a long. Yep. Okay. We low was saying I had a losing streak that reached 4%, but I only risked 0.5% per trade. My re-entries are spaced within 5 to 10 minute window, and I wait before re-entering. Is this valid for a funded account? It's definitely valid if you're making profit, right? you said you reach a losing streak of 4%. That's not too bad. It depends what your time frame is. It also depends on what your eventual profit was. So saying a losing streak of 4%, if you only made 0.1% profit, then it's not very good. If you had a losing streak that reached 4%, but then you went on to make 25 or 30% profit, that's very good, right? So it's depends on that. But from what you've described there, that sounds just fine.
It just depends though
Very
if he's already in the daily drawdown for that day.
Yeah. Obviously, if that's 4% in one day, that's not.
That's what I read it
amazing.
as. That he's lost 4% in one day because he does his re-entry every 10 minutes.
Yeah, that could be fair. That could be very aggressive. Obviously, if you're 4% down in one day, and it's not like a adverse day. If that's like I was saying before, if that's like a regular occurrence and there's not been some adverse market event, that's not going to be ideal at all. Yeah, so I would. I feel like there needs a little bit more context.
For me, that reads that he's took 8
what you're
trades
saying.
today and he's
Yeah.
negative 4% drawdown. What's the daily drawdown? See, I don't look at daily drawdown because I know I have one trade and I'm done. So if I'm at minus 1%, I'm done for the day. Is it 5 or is it 4?
If it's on a high stake, it's 5.
Yeah, I thought it
High
was.
stakes. The boot camp is 5% overall for the evaluation
move.
stage. No, yeah, so it's just a flat 5%.
Yeah,
4%.
yeah.
Sorry, 5% for the evaluation.
Yeah.
Once you reach funded on boot camp, it's 4%,
Yeah.
right? And then the hypergrowth is 3% daily. But it's like a soft cut, and then it's 6% overall.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Are you looking at anything for the rest of today then? Or are you just sitting on things now? Or
So I've got, I had a small trade there on Aussie dollar. I'm back in on this right now as well.
back in on the
not-
Aussie, yeah. You bought again, yeah.
Yeah, so not necessarily looking to hold this like too long, but I'm willing to take that drive. So I did jump in on this just before, and then I've got a NASDAQ, these NASDAQ trades from earlier as well.
All right, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just looking for, so this is like a very long-term, let's go out to 4 hour. So just through those recent drawdowns going back into December, we basically cracked through last night,
Yeah.
right? And then the price structure from basically this week was through there. So I'm looking for a bit of a retracement into that structure.
Yeah.
I don't think we're due for like full capitulation, like the stock market just falling apart. So I do see us having a bit of a drive higher, a bit of a relief type rally into that portion. Then potentially, if we pop through that back up to basically yesterday's sort of midpoint through Asia. But from there, there'll be a question of, do we actually drive higher or go down? So that's basically what I'm looking at right now. Obviously, we got the ECB and we got the Bank of England today.
Yeah.
So
That's why I'm glad that I was
Honest-
in and out and I'm not holding anything.
yeah, so I'm trying to stay outside of those. And then obviously the Aussie dollar and the NASDAQ are kind of correlated at this point because I'm going long on both.
Yeah.
So yesterday we were talking about trades. I did take that NAS long. I got stopped out. But I did have the Aussie dollar short. So if NAS did start dumping, Aussie dollar should come off. And then this was also dependent on the data as well. So if data came out well, NAS should have pumped. Came out, the tangentials were still good. Headline number was pretty just Goldilocks as well. I'm sure as you guys saw when it came out, didn't really move much. So these guys were basically, the two trades were basically hedging each other.
That's a lovely trade. Just the pullback gone. Yeah.
Yeah. basically hedging each other based on the news as well as the eventual outcome from the whole spat that everyone's having with AI at the moment.
Well, yeah.
Which is knocking out the NAS.
Oh, it is 11 o'clock. I better actually go and do some day job work.
That's right.
Oh, right. I will be here next Thursday, same time. Have a lovely day,
course.
everyone. Enjoy. Go and
See you,
get
Ashleigh.
coffee, LJ.
Lovely to see you again.
You too.
Hope you have a great day, and
Thank you.
I'll see you next time.
See you later. Bye.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Cool. See you, Ashleigh. Alrighty, guys, how we doing? Let me get some calm, some chill background music. Let's go. And then we're gonna full catch up on chat. Because I'm still running slightly behind. We're catching up though. We got Akram in here. Hang on. Okay. All right. So we ran through this. Now we're up here. Okay. Hey, let's say I was in the Fivers Bootcamp Challenge. I tried 3 accounts and passed them. Can I verify them all without being compromised? Or I can only hold one? I believe okay, so that should be on the T's and C's on the website. So I think you can have, it'll outline how many of each type of account and each value of the accounts that you can hold. Right, so if you've got 3 bootcamp accounts, I don't think you can have that unless you've got, depending what sizes, right? Because yeah, you shouldn't have 3 bootcamps. I believe if you've got like a 20, one of the special offer bootcamps that was like was it the 20k or 25k or something, plus one of the larger ones, the 100 or the 250, once it's that funded, you have one of them, one of the other. I don't think you can have 3. But I can say it will be it is on the website. It outlines just how many bootcamp, hype growth, high stakes accounts, what sizes of each that you can carry. And if you guys have any questions, if you can't find it on the website or it's unclear, you can also search. If you guys are in the Discord, you can actually search, not necessarily ask the question, but search in the Discord and it should bring that up. Or else, if you can't find it there, ask support or potentially just in the general chat in Discord and you'll find it. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what they are. So, Rich, how we doing?
Not too shabby. How about you?
Bopping along. I might just have to ask you to give me a minute. I've been needing to pop to the bathroom for some time.
Yeah, dude, you go do it. Run off. Leave me alone. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Yeah. Thank you very much to Ashleigh. I see Ashleigh is out. We'll see her next week, Thursday again. And then Jonathan, we will see again on Tuesday and on Thursdays. So for those of you who were looking forward to seeing Jonathan again, got like a little taste of Jonathan back again after a little hiatus. Good to see him. What is LJ in? Is he in an AUD buy? Huh. Okay. I can see that. Let me bring up my screen. Excuse me. It should actually help if I share my screen. There we go. Yeah, I can see why LJ is trying to buy this one up. Yesterday we had this very nice slow upward tick and then dropped down. I'm checking your AUD buy. I'm scrutinizing it a little bit. Yesterday we broke lower than this channel. We came and touched the channel again perfectly, and then just fell off. Went through a little bit of consolidation with rollover, which is typical. And then an attempt to push lower. Multiple lows down here. So establishment 1, 2, 3, almost 4 tests. Another attempt to come back down failed, and it seems as though there might be a little bit. There's a little bit in here. So where are you testing? Are you testing the Tokyo highs somewhere up over here, or are you testing a little bit higher? Let's see. Maybe somewhere over there?
Yeah, so highs are from yesterday, just before.
So this.
Hang on, just got to make sure the trading view times are actually my time.
So are you aiming for 0.7042 ish? Or are we a little bit lower? 0.703?
So basically 70 cents pretty much on the dot, like just below.
Okay, so you're here this consolidation. You're
so
somewhere...
it's just like a retracement. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was roughly when we absolutely started like tanking lower, basically on that candle over there. Cannot really see it. But yeah, like last.
Sorry, that was early Asia today. Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I had the times right because I think my local time was set wrong. So it's basically just a retracement to the relative highs after the kind of dead cat bounce from last night into Asia.
Yeah, that makes sense. I initially thought that maybe you wanted to get to the extremes of Tokyo, but this makes sense as well because that was definitely the last attempt for bulls to try and push price higher before absolutely drop.
And so I could see it going higher, especially like Bloomberg put out another article today about the RBA potentially hiking rates again in March. Swear to God, if they do that, I need to become the RBA governor and go and fix it all. This is ridiculous. It would not make any sense.
I was about to say, vote for LJ.
Yeah, so my concerns basically with the trade is that stocks haven't, they've stabilized, but we haven't really started recovering. We almost had a slight kickoff in the NAS running higher. But I don't see stocks going any further. There's a bunch of key levels across the board. There's a bunch of really big names that have led the sell-off that are at massive discounts right now. And so you'd have to basically call quits on certain companies altogether for us to go lower. So I can't see fund managers, institutions, investors, that kind of stuff, just, going like tossing everything out all of a sudden in a couple of days. So I would see this as a potential buying opportunity. Obviously, right now we also still have the risks of Iran, some of that stuff going on. So it's just like a geopolitical type aspect. But I think ultimately this will be bought up. So technically, both of those are somewhat correlated because I've got some NASDAQ longs at the same time. However, as far as FX, I would prefer to buy the Aussie on the backdrop of the rate hikes, potential forward future of more rate hikes, and then we've got the ECB and the pound. Central bank decisions today. The pound is obviously tanked massively already. I think that's pretty much priced in, unless somehow the Bank of England says some adverse dovish comment, which might... Even then, it's probably going to be like a flash in the pan, hit those next levels, and then bounce. The ECB, I think, will come out pretty neutral. We did have the lower inflation stuff, which would be negative, but hence why we haven't had quite the pickup in the euro over the past week and last week versus some of the other majors. Like I've talked about a number of times, the euro's been quite anemic. which is already because of that. So we're kind of seeing that being put into the price already. And then there is the other side comments of like the currency just being higher in general. So I think they should come out pretty neutral on both ends, which at this point, after the sell-off from above 120 on the euro, above 138 or so on the pound, you know, we've kind of got that stuff out of the way and nothing higher.
I see we've got a very, very good trader in the background. Anastasiia, are you happy to join us? Excellent. Here we go.
Anytime.
Hello,
Anytime.
Hello.
Yes. Hey, how are you doing?
good and you.
Doing well.
Good. What are you trading today?
Everything.
Everything.
I was about to say a little bit of everything.
That's a good answer.
I've got a micro lot on every single asset in the world right now. We'll see what happens.
Do show
What are you
us.
trading? Yeah, that'd be a crazy portfolio.
Oh, can you imagine?
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Got
Wow, the loudest plane just flew over our house.
yeah. We have planes that go over our place as well, and then I've got the hospital right next to me, so we get helicopters coming in, which is never actually a good thing, really. You know, it's like, oh, that's sad, you know.
Yeah,
You always worry like that's not
why?
a good thing. You're like, oh, helicopter, that's cool. But
Helicopter,
you're like,
ha! And then it's like, oh yeah, it's probably a sad thing
Someone-
that's happening right now.
someone needs some help. Yeah.
Unbiased trader saying hello to Anastasiia.
Hello.
4 hour on NASDAQ. A little bit bearish. But we are right at this like area of interest, or were at it at least yesterday.
Yeah, so the thing I would say is like if you zoom out further, you have to justify further losses from here, right? So I mean, we already had like over $1 trillion market cap wipeout yesterday from tech.
Yeah.
You know, is Anthropic talking about them putting out like a lawyer assistant AI really worth this much? Like, you know.
Maybe. I don't know, I'm not like a tech genius billionaire, but I have my doubts about the efficacy of putting so much money into a singular operational thing, like for argument's sake, AI. I don't know, mate. Like there's a lot of stuff with AI that seems pretty cool, and then you kind of like step outside of AI and you kind of look at the impact that it has had. Especially on the creative sphere, it has been an absolute annoying disaster. Let's put it.
Oh, it's been great.
For
But
creative.
why is it annoying disaster though?
It's great. Yeah. What?
Yeah. Where is this your opinion coming from?
So, what was the intention of AI in the beginning? It was to help assist people make their life easier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that supposed to make you like lose your income? Is it supposed to make you lose your role in society?
Perhaps not, but that's a natural continuation of
it's agnostic to that. Yeah. Right.
making certain things easier.
It makes certain things easier, but in so doing, you have made certain people basically obsolete. Certain jobs have become obsolete. Certain positions, or people at least, that were reliant on certain industries are now kind of like being, well, we don't need you because we've got AI, which, by the way, was trained on what you designed. Like, for argument's sake, art. It was trained on certain people's art, illegally so. And they just got replaced by it. It's just like, sorry, we don't need you anymore as a graphic designer. We can just have AI do it. So for the creatives, I'm saying it's been a bit of a disaster. Writing, creative writers and whatnot, script writers, those kind of like people that, you know, those jobs have become pretty much obsolete now.
I don't know.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah. Also, have you seen Netflix lately? Like, have you seen movies for a long time? Are any of these scripts good? Are these storyboards good?
No, it's not about whether or not it's good or not. It's the objectiveness was whether or not these people were in, you know, they were wanted as you know, like any person now can literally just go and write some AI slop, and it's all over the place. Where once upon a time a logo was created by, for argument's sake, a designer, and that designer's job is like in question now because sorry, we just don't need you.
But are humans here to like just have jobs, right?
No, obviously not. But take that away from someone and then ask them whether or not they're happy. You know.
Sure. But look at so remember whale farming, the oils and fats, right? And then that was the biggest industry in the world, and literally in a year it went to zero, right? Back in 1907 or plus minus 10 years, whenever it was.
Yeah, fossil fuels and all of that like stuff took over the role of what, you know, the whale blubber was used for. Yeah.
Pretty sure that's pretty good.
Well, some environmentalists might like really argue against that point.
I would say that with a tech development, always if we look back through the history, right, there is always certain jobs that have been replaced. It's a natural continuation of the growth and of the development. And as much as you know, certain jobs have been replaced, there is a need for other jobs. For example, in creation, training, upgrading the same AIs, but even for creatives, because I have a background in art, and for me personally, it's extremely interesting to learn how to use AI for art production, for example, instead of saying that, okay, some jobs have been replaced, sure, but there are two sides of this, right? Because me as a consumer, not only the production of art, but for example, as a consumer, it's easier for me and faster if I need certain logo, which is not super difficult or something. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make it cheaper and faster, which also makes that the rest of my work is gonna go faster, which means that I can create jobs faster for other people, because instead of taking more time for establishing basic things, it takes less time now and less effort and less money, which afterwards can be converted to something else. So always there is as much jobs created as much replaced. The problem is that majority of people get stuck, for example, in way of thinking that, okay, I'm being replaced, so I'm what do I do now, and so on. Whether there is always a choice. I mean, of course, it's uncomfortable. They need to learn something new. They need to shift, and so on. But realistically, if we look into the trading industry, we really don't know where it's going to be with AI, high-frequency trading in 10 years from now. Now, the things that we are doing are still working, but in 2012, 13, high-frequency algorithms were introduced to the market, and the first crashes happened as well. That also changed, so the traders also needed to learn some things. Does it mean the industry disappeared? No, but it shifted and basically changed and reshaped. So it's always something new to learn.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with everything that you guys are saying. I'm not against AI at all. I'm just saying that there's a portion of the people that have been vastly more negatively impacted than they've been positively impacted by a change like this. And the bad thing is, it's like those people, it's their creativeness is now being limited to what a machine can bring out. It's no longer human creativity, it is now artificial creativity.
I think that's how you amplify it, though, right? So it's the same thing with me making music right now. Like, I can't sing female vocals, but now I can write vocals or words or whatever, get an AI to do the vocals, match it up to the music I've created.
Fair enough.
And now I've got a full vocal
Okay,
soul, right?
so just based on that, it means that any person can just go ahead and be an artist. Any person.
Yeah, anyone could have before as well, right? To a
No.
degree.
You needed talent first and foremost, and you needed ability. So if you didn't have talent, you would go and learn ability. So you would go to a university, you'd study music, study opera and whatnot. Unless you were somebody that were born with, let's say, a natural
But
affinity
okay,
towards it.
how many of those people that go to like university to study like an artistic thing actually do well, right? You need that born talent type mystical element to it. Anyone that tries and like studies the thing typically doesn't tend to go well. So it's kind of one of those things, and then they often.
I'm going to use myself as an example. I know a few people that have gone to university for music theory, and they're musical artists right now.
Yeah, well,
Like
musical theory is
music.
different because there is like a theory. There is a
Yeah,
proper,
that's what I mean by like studying
it's
music, going to
like
university.
music engineering is different to
Yeah,
just
like the
doing
producing
artsy
side of it,
right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
my argument is that you're saying that anybody can just do it. So that talent, that idea of like a natural ability to do something becomes moot. You can still do it. Congratulations, you can still be. But any person with just like this AI program can outperform you, can do exactly what you do for a fraction of the input, fraction of the years spent learning the skill and stuff like that. It's artificial. So how do you divide between who is an actual artist and who is now an artificial person?
Okay, so the thing I would say with this, you also get the inverse, right? So people that have a lot of good ideas, but they don't have the artistic creativity to communicate them well, because that is a part of like social interaction, that kind of stuff. Might be very much more technical, but they can't communicate it in a, like an engaging, interactive, whatever way. They can use those elements to do that. Some people with the artistic thing, it's just heavily artistic, but they can't quite translate the artistic, erratic, chaotic kind of variance into a more analytical, structured type element, which they'll be able to take advantage of that structured element, combine the two, and so they're both. It's like two sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Combine them both, and
Very
so
true. Very true.
finding how you can enhance the parts of you that are missing through the AI. So if you're a more analytical, engineering, math, disassociated type person, you can get that creative element. If you're very creative, you hate sitting down, study, do this, do that, whatever, you can use the AI to be the workhorse for that as well. So I think it does benefit on both sides. I think just right now, people don't know how to pull it together, because obviously you're either one side or not. And then there's some people in between that are a bit of both, and they're seeing both sides, combining both sides, and then making like a massive sphere. And they're obviously taking the bulk of it, driving forward, and then other people see that they're driving forward, and the sort of more individual types are kind of missing out. But I think it will just be a matter of time where they put that together and do the same.
Yeah. So once again, I'm not arguing against AI. I'm kind of like trying to portray devil's advocate.
Yeah, of course. Dude,
I'm
you know how I love my shorts as well. Like, oh yeah, gold's running, silver's running. Like, I'm gonna short the hell of it. Like, devil. Yeah. It's where I start from.
I'm seeing there's a lot of comments in chat. Guys, can we please refrain from using all caps? I know it might seem strange, but all caps kind of like gives me the idea that people are yelling and screaming. Please try and use, let's say, typical typography and just, small letters or lower caps.
That's right. They're just enthusiastic. It's fine.
Yes. I see Machine of Wall Street as only talking in all caps.
He was very engaging before. Johnson gave him good talking. So That's all right. He's fine. Don't worry. Just yeah.
Farming in Sports saying hello, everybody. Hello, Farming in Sports, watching from the Philippines. Awesome. I really want to go and visit the Southeast Asian countries. Philippines definitely is one of the countries I would like to come and visit.
I think if any of you guys, because most of you guys are all over, at least that way, kind of, right? If we got everyone to come to do like Australia thing, maybe like Fiji, Indonesia, Philippines, like a Southeast Asia, you know, Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, holistic thing, that'd be really good.
Can you imagine all of us like converging on a central point?
Yeah, well, if we made it like a massive thing, do like a massive trip all together, and we got certain points we stay at, we get like a massive house Airbnb type thing. We can still carry like the full trade setup, so we can still stream in the house at each point, and then do some other stuff, and then go through, I don't know, for like 6 weeks or 7 weeks.
Oh, how cool would that be?
Yeah.
Can I bring my wife?
Sure.
Why not a straight up? Yeah. Just like, wasn't intending on having your wife there, but okay.
I don't know if that's the right thing to say about like a Philippines joke, right? Like, probably.
Well,
it's probably the wrong destination.
The thing about the Philippines that I would like to go and try is I would really love to try their local cuisine. I've been watching like a lot of like cooking shows on Netflix and on whatever platform I can get, and I've gotten really into like South Korean cooking. My wife has also gotten into that quite a bit.
Oh, dude.
And that like devolved into the idea of more Southeast Asian. So like the Philippines has come up quite a bit as well, and it's like Singaporean food, and it's just like, okay, like I'm gonna have to like do a country hop just to go and do food sampling.
So my favorite food is definitely Thai massaman curry, but chicken specifically, not beef. Chicken, right? But also what you were saying with Korea and with the food shows, dude. We should do like a funded freedom. Both of us go to Korea, do some trading. We got to make the money to visit as many restaurants as we can.
Oh, dude.
And hopefully make enough money to visit like a 3 Michelin star restaurant, which is going to be like $5,000, $6,000, $1,000 a head. And that would be like the end goal.
Oh,
that's a good idea.
My brain is brimming. It's just like brimming now with like,
yeah.
I want to try this. This sounds awesome. Just really want to try that.
Okay.
Anastasiia, are you trading anything today? I know you asked us, but we didn't actually ask you.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm seeing if I'm going to get into the long of gold. Because if you look at it, basically I was looking at the shorts, which I didn't finally take because I was sleeping at this hour. Unfortunately, so I missed out, but this was a perfect setup for me to go short on gold yesterday. So right at this point, when we created the lower low here and came back into my shorting zone, because this shorting zone I was already seeing from yesterday, basically. Here I could also take short, which also didn't, so I missed both of them. In any case, we came back exactly to the level that I was expecting, so it tested the previous highs here. So exactly same previous highs, similar lows, and came into the same zone. We created more volume. The price is rejecting it. So, and here at the price of 49.16 on the futures gold, we have quite a big volume. So I'm seeing we have already rejected from it previously. So when I see if the price is able to break and close above it, at least on the 5-minute time frame, because if we look at the 5-minute here, we will see that also the price has been testing it, but this time, instead of testing it and dropping, we are trying to get closer to this. So I'm saying if it breaks through this close, at least 5-minute candle closes higher, I'm gonna go long until this zone. So it's more like a scalp. So what is it gonna be? Depending on where the price is gonna close, so $20-$30 up on gold. So yeah, so this is basically what I'm looking for
Awesome.
now.
I like it.
So
I do too.
there are more buyers coming in, and the price is responding. So we are going higher, which is a good thing for me. It's a bullish sign. I just wait until the price is gonna close above this level, and then I'm considering going long. Silver for me looks a little worse, to be honest with you, because if you look at this, yeah, wow.
I was going to say I don't like silver right now. I would have liked to short from higher levels than we got to, but we didn't quite get there, and so I think I'm just going to avoid silver altogether. I like gold. I was looking for the same trade earlier. End of Asia. When I came to the charts, it already like jumped up a bit. So silver, I just feel like I'm going to start to avoid altogether. Platinum, on the other hand, platinum is still one of those commodities that has, similarly to how we had the massive run up in gold, then we got silver. Platinum is still lagging, hasn't quite caught up as far as the overall trade. So I don't know if we can get platinum.
I haven't looked at platinum for a while, but silver, I was saying that I also don't really like. Maybe gonna consider shorting it from 82 to 82.5 on the futures quotes, but depends. I need really good confirmation because for now it's just been stuck there. Don't really like how it's responding.
Yeah.
We've got Richard, the Fivers Performance Coach Wells, in the stream today. What's up, Rich?
How we doing?
How we doing, guys? That's a long middle name, Rich, the Performance Coach Wells. How we doing?
There's a much longer one that I was going
Is
to.
that your real name, Rich?
Wait, did you just call me Will?
No, I said, is that your real name? Not Will. Is that your real name?
No.
On your birth certificate?
It is Richard Wells, the Performance Coach. How we doing? Catch me up on the on all the juice. What have we been talking about this morning?
It's supposed to be on your middle name, but before you guys carry on, I'm gonna have to jump out in about 2 hours' time or so. Enjoy your time with the Performance Coach LJ and Anastasiia.
See you, Rich.
See you.
Richard. We still need like a differentiator for, I guess, it's Rich and Richard. Because you were the first Rich.
But I'm not sure if Richard likes to be called Rich as well. We'll have to talk about this. We'll have to talk about this off camera.
That's what I mean. So you're Rich. Richard is now Richard, but he might not like that. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe this is all too confusing for me. Fill me in on what's happened this morning. I've got a couple of things that I'd love to touch on shortly, but it's a bit of a hard pivot. So we'll build into it slowly. What are you guys? What's happened this morning with you guys?
I guess I picked up a couple of trades from last night after the drawdown. So I'll jump over to my chart here. So let's go. We're on the daily here. Let's go back to 15. Reset that. Okay, so small trade there on euro dollar. Playing everything very tentatively right now, especially after last night's drop with the kind of tech scaries. And obviously we got ECB and Bank of England today as well. So we had that short on the Aussie last night. That panned out very nicely. I did also have a NASDAQ trade which held, right? And so hence I took the NASDAQ trade with the Aussie dollar trade. That was based on the news. If the news came out the right way, would have got a double bubble. Came out the other way, one fails, the other one hits TP. So that still panned out very nicely. Right now we had pretty heavy selling for the NASDAQ, for indices in general. So I'm looking for somewhat of a relief rally. I think we're a bit oversold. It's a bit indiscriminate across the board. And then other than that, I've had a couple Aussie dollar trades throughout the day as well, towards the end of Asia, and this recent one just here through London. So that's what I'm sitting in. So we'll see if we actually get the drive higher. Ideally, if we do, that will mean NASDAQ gets the further recovery as well. And at the same time, this is just looking for a bit of a small recovery somewhere between that level and these other two levels I've lined out. So just taking bites right now, seeing as the volatility is quite high overall.
Makes sense, right? Because today we've got a massive, massive red sea of news events. I opened up the news calendar this morning and nearly gave myself whiplash looking from the top to the bottom with the amount of red news events we're due today. So I think the pound was forecast to keep interest rates the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Euro's due to do the same as well. But a huge, huge day for red news events. So something to be a little bit cautious of today. We might see kind of like quite stale markets and then a lot of volatility, and then it kind of quiets down, then maybe another lot of volatility as well. I was able to get out this morning for a quick move to the short side on gold. Genuinely concerned about the minimum trade duration as well. Some of these movements you get in and we're talking less than 60 seconds and you are at your target, saying, well, that was quick. So yeah, my average, one of the accounts actually I've got, the average trade duration, and it's taken, I don't know, maybe 70, 80 trades, and it has solely been positioned on gold, and the average trade duration is like 3 minutes. And I think before we had this volatility come into gold, the average trade duration was closer to sort of 5 or 6 minutes. So we're seeing a big shift in the markets at the moment in the way that price is delivering. For me personally, I don't feel that it's specifically moving differently from a technical perspective, but it's moving much quicker and the ranges are much, much bigger as well. Which when it comes to gold, obviously have to radically reduce the position size, because some of these candles, we're seeing like a 1 minute candle be like 200 points.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was trying to bring up the thing. There was a thing from CMC before. I think it just cancelled itself as soon as I tried to bring it up. But yeah, the volatility, everything is massively increased, just like you were saying. And people are getting swamped. There's been a bunch of brokers, institutions, all that kind of stuff underwater, getting caught off guard. Hence the further volatility. I think, though, we are meeting the kind of breakpoint with that, where it's becoming like too much, and we should get some kind of reversal overall. So that's kind of what I'm leaning on for today, especially after the interest rate announcements. We got the ECB, Bank of England, and then we still got the Iran situation in the background. That's the only further determinant. So I was going to ask you, Rich, as well, if you've been trading oil with that.
Have I been trading oil? Come on, man. You know the answer to this. How long ago was it when we spoke about this? How many months was it that we were talking about?
Oh, many months. Like, dude, 8 months, 9 months ago, almost a year ago, and every 3 months in between. You know?
And so for the majority of that duration, the swaps have been positive as well. So it was fair to say, I would say a week ago, I finally relieved my last position and have been completely flat. I've been positively positioned in that, averaging into longs and holding for swaps for months, absolutely months and months. And then finally I would say, right, I'm getting close to coming out of this. And then I would take a small position on something else. No, not a problem. It wouldn't play through. The position would move against me. Okay, I'm going to hold oil just a bit longer. I'm going to allow my balance to come back up to break even on it. But yeah, we're seeing some big movements, especially across these assets. But that ties in quite well to something that more recently has been going on within the Fivers ecosystem. If you're not familiar as a Fivers trader within the community, the community manager put out this post less than a week ago, I believe, and it was talking about dealing with losses. How do we deal with losses? And it was like a community post. Let's see if we can get some answers around it and see if we can get some ideas on the best way to deal with losses. And I want to give a massive shout out to some of the coaching workshops we do within the community. There has been a gentleman that's joined this for the longest of times called Mr. Shegsy. Now, I've been mispronouncing Mr. Shegsy's name for about 6 months. I'm not going to tell you how I was pronouncing it. I think, LJ, you know. So my apologies officially on record for that. But I want to give a big shout out.
No, it's not an apology. That's his actual name. Okay. Right?
Okay.
We've settled this. Myself and Akram, we've settled this. It's his real name.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Shegsy shared this wonderful article or wonderful written response to dealing with losses. And there was this one paragraph in there that just caught me so off guard. And it said, I always thought that I could get so good at trading where eventually the losses wouldn't happen anymore. And I remember having this belief myself in the earlier part stages, thinking there is a level that you can get to where the losses just stop. And I thought about this and I was like, okay, at what point did I shift my perspective from never losing, because that was my definition of a winning trader, was if you're profitable, why would you lose? You know how the market moves, you just choose to buy in the right places. Now, as I reflected on that, I felt there was one word that was missing. So as we move from the idea of getting so good at trading that losses stop, the word that I was missing was we get so good at trading or so experienced at trading that the losses stop hurting. And that was the pivot that I was able to make for myself, where the losses eventually lost that sense of threat. They lost that sense of pressure. And as a result, I was way less emotional after a loss would come in. And I was able to then be objective with my next trades moving forward. So it's just something I wanted to give a little nod to and a little shout out to one of our community members who shared this insight. And from my own perspective, I've never, ever gotten so good at trading that the losses completely stopped. The losses have always been a part of my journey, but as I got a little bit more experienced in trading, the losses stopped hurting as much. And that had a huge emphasis on the amount of pressure. I was just curious to your guys' experiences with this. Did you reach a point where you're like, okay, I need to learn to lose really well? Kind of big shout out to Best Loser Wins. It's an incredible book to deal with losses. But how did you guys kind of pivot through that journey? Did you have the same belief as me with it? So you began to say, I can get so good I'll never lose? Or did you just accept, you know what, losses is a part of trading from the get-go. Let me learn to be satisfied in that environment.
LJ, you go first.
No, I was going to say, Anastasiia, you go first. I think I have to restart my
you go first because I need to
audio is weird, so I'll be back. Hang on.
He just did this. You saw this? He did this on purpose. I swear he did this on purpose. I'm telling you. That's not even a question, you know? He definitely did this on purpose. Rich, it's a great question. I have to think about this because I don't remember exactly the point that it shifted, you know, to be honest with you. Like, I don't necessarily remember when was the point when I accepted the fact that I'm gonna be losing. Because I you know, there is a difference between knowing this, that you're gonna eventually lose, and mathematically understanding that you only need certain amount of wins with a right risk-reward ratio to be winning. But it's different in a way of accepting it. So accepting it, really truly accepting it, and being able to close losses when they are running, for example, because you know that most likely it's not going to your direction anymore, that's a different story. So I don't necessarily remember the exact point. I don't even think it was a pivot point where it shifted. I think it was a long process of understanding it and actually like truly, you know, how to digesting the idea that eventually I'm going to be losing anyway. So if I'm going to be losing anyway, I just need to make sure that my losses are smaller than my wins and less frequent than my wins eventually. You know, my losses are smaller than the wins that I'm doing, preferably, you know. So that's the idea that I got finally. And many things had had obviously the impact on this, including the book, by the way. One of my favorite books is The Best Loser Wins. But I think it was a long journey, to be honest with you, because I knew the idea. I had this Excel files and so on, understanding that, okay, this is the amount of trades that I need to be actually profitable with this to risk to reward, this with this with this. So I had it all calculated. But again, accepting this and being able to close losses yourself manually, perhaps even before they hit stop loss, accepting seeing the loss in your account, that's different. And it took definitely longer time.
Do you remember what it was specifically? Like, was there an exercise that you did? Because you said that you started to understand the P&L. So for myself, what I did is I got a spreadsheet and I literally sat there and I did this for hours. I flicked a coin and I said, right, the coin will be 50-50, but every time heads comes in, I win 1.5 R. Every time tails comes in, I lose 1 R. So I was like, okay, I've got a 50% win rate at 1 to 1.5 risk to reward. I was like, not too difficult to achieve within the technical edge. And I flipped that coin for hours and I just recorded in that spreadsheet -1s or +1.5s. And over time, I built a huge sample of like 300 trades. And I looked at the journey and I saw how much profit it made after 300 trades. And I sat there and had this moment where I clicked and I thought, that could be my year. If I just took roughly 1 trade a day at a 50% win rate, and I started to understand the maths, and I was like, why do I get so emotional when this singular trade threatens my identity or threatens my sense of self-worth or threatens to blow up my account? And it was because I had this belief, and I sort of kind of teach this idea that triggers, emotions, actions. So it's the action that traders complain about. They say, look, I revenge trade. Okay. Typically we revenge trade because we feel an emotion, and typically we feel the emotion because of the trigger that's underlining it. So I had this trigger that was attached to a belief that every time I took a loss, it was evidence that I wasn't a profitable trader and I was moving further away from my goals of being a profitable trader and getting funded. So I tried every way I could imagine to never take a loss, hence why it was so threatening. If I lost, my whole identity was captured in this thought of, you won't be profitable anymore if you lost. And I had no sustainable way of trading so long as I had this kind of mental mapping. So I had to look at losses as a way of saying, how do I take the sting away from a loss? How do I reprogram myself to believe, as a belief system, that my loss, one loss, is a good loss, but it takes me closer to getting this result that I'm now seeing on a spreadsheet. And so I had to do a lot of internal work and remind myself that, there are good wins, there are bad wins. And a bad win is when we don't follow our plan, but we make money. It's a horrible loop because traders get caught in this, maybe I'll do it again. Maybe I'll just revenge trade again, or whatever the case. And I would say it's better for a trader to have good losses and bad losses. Bad losses tilt me like nothing else. So I try and frame my trades as good wins or good losses. And if I can stick to good losses, I know that probability I saw on a spreadsheet, I know it's going to play out in my favor over the period of a year and on a bigger sample. And then I just use risk management to make sure that I keep my accounts alive long enough for the probabilities to move in my favor. And it was a case of presenting so much information on a screen that it was like my subconscious just clicked, and it was like, you can trust these numbers. And suddenly the losses lost their sting because I looked at the losses as part of the vehicle that was going to get me to the result that I wanted. If I couldn't learn to lose, I was never going to win. I was never going to win well. I was never going to get the result I wanted. So my journey transitioned from trying never to lose into trying to lose in the best possible manner and feel like this is still success. It took a lot of mental mapping and psychology work to kind of work through that. But genuinely, over time, I was able to bring my trading to a state of almost feeling nothing when a really good valid trade would hit stop loss and go, cool, I did my part, I followed my plan, I followed my edge, I used risk management. This is just one step in hundreds that I'm going to take this year. And it really helped me to trust the process, because until I broke that cycle of feeling threatened about losses, I was always going to act impulsively. I was always going to act emotionally, and I was always going to be revengeful and feel like the market owed me. And it just made for a really awkward, clunky, horrible, stressful trading career. So that was my pivoting moment when I could show the data and then say, right, how do I reframe a loss in my mind? So big shout out to Mr. Shegsy and for just saying, getting so good that losses didn't happen. Eventually we
That's right. You can say it. You can say it, Rich.
I'm not going to say it, dude. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, LJ. What you got for us?
All right. First of all, shout out to Mr. Shegsy. We love you. So obviously, I missed the start of what you were saying, Anastasiia. Apologies, my audio was cutting out. So
Yeah, sure.
This is a personal attack, like shots fired, like trying to sink my battleship or something. Like, what are we doing here? Look, Rich. So I would say, I'm thinking about how to communicate. So I agree with you in the sense of, like you were saying, when you started, a good trader or something has 100% wins, no losses. In the sense of the ideal, right? So I definitely took that mentality with me, but I didn't expect it. I didn't think that was actually realistic, right? So it's one of those things of almost the shoot for the stars, you reach the moon type aspect. So I would say that's kind of how I started. Like, so I very much focused on the P&L first and foremost. So I didn't care if at one point when I first started trading, I might be down 15%, but if I knew this trade was going to potentially make me 60%, doesn't matter. The net value is what matters. You're here to make money, not statistics, right? You get paid in dollars, not stats at the end of the day. So that's the thing I took with trading. Now, at the same time, if I had like a very low success rate, I would also view that clearly I wasn't really on the ball with stuff. Because especially when I started trading, like I was just trying to focus on being correct, which I think is actually, at least for myself, was actually a good measurement. Now, I obviously started off with a lot of macro. I've already got a mathematics type background, that kind of stuff. So it all lended help to that. But then it's the thing of combining all of those ideas, formulating them into a structured plan, deploying that, and seeing how that plans out, right? So kind of like we've talked about the scientific type aspect, forming a hypothesis, and you go and deploy that in a scientific arena, you potentially get a result, find some new profound type thing. Right here, you're testing that result every single day against the market, and instead of like a newfound thing in science and you get published, it's a P&L result in the market every day. So obviously, I guess the more times theoretically that you have a good idea means you're kind of closer to the mark. Difference being, you can be, depending how you structure it, yes, you can be wrong 90% of the time. Structured well, you can make ridiculous amounts of money, depending how you structure the trade and the timing. But I was focused on the learning aspect. So that is the thing where I saw that as valuable. Obviously, I understand the math and all that kind of stuff, but I want to deeply, deeply understand and try get as close to correct as I could, not for the actual result, but for the learning educational component. Because the closer I get to that, I can see that I am actually on the money. Then I go back to the statistics and figure out how I can exploit that to make big numbers, right? And that's basically what I did.
I'm glad you shared that, because for a minute it sounded like you were loading up this wagon full of cash and you were focusing on the wagon and saying, this is what I'm focusing on, the money. And then eventually you were like, So I focused on the learning because I knew the learning would produce the wagon. So the learning to you was your horse. The wagon was your cash, if you like. So for me, it's looking at the data. So the data is the horse. It's the thing that has to come in front of the cash. When I focus on the cash, when I see many traders focus on the numbers, we speak about this in the coaching calls. Traders will open their terminal and they will stare at the P&L that floats at the bottom of their screen. And we held a poll about this recently. And I said, come on then, let's be honest. I said, how many of you, when you open a trade, have the P&L at the bottom of the screen? And we had about 75% of the traders vote, okay, guilty. I have the P&L at the bottom of the screen. Then we opened a second poll and we said, okay, how many of you need to have the P&L open at the bottom of the screen to make a decision? And it was almost zero. So what we found is a lot of traders were looking at the P&L. Yeah, Anastasia's smiling away. She knows what I'm talking about here. Having that P&L open at the bottom of the screen, it excites us. It gets us going. And I'm going to hold my hands up and say, I'm one of them traders. I do it. I have the P&L.
Wait, what do you mean? Because you said it was zero that needed it to be there.
Pretty much zero traders, after they take a trade, need to see the floating P&L to be able to make a decision on how to manage that trade. So what they were saying to me was, look, when I take a trade, I take it because of a technical reason. I can see a candlestick pattern. I can see my indicators align. Now, when the trade's open, I have a management rule that is based on price action, not necessarily based on P&L. So it could be when it moves 1 to 1, I move stops to break even. But what we found is a lot of traders were looking at the P&L moving up and down, up $1,000, down $1,000. They were looking at that for no specific technical reason other than they just enjoyed looking at the balance moving. And what we found is they were becoming emotional and they were becoming excited because they saw these numbers moving. And 9 times out of 10 resulted in traders closing trades early because they would see it go up $500, even though their risk could be $2,000, but they would just close at $500 and go, nice, I made money. So they were focusing about their P&L. So for me, my kind of, I guess, saving grace in trading was to look at the data and go, I must replicate exactly what my proven edge produces from a management point of view. And for me, it was you either go to my take profit or you go to my stop loss. There is zero trade management. Providing I get my entry in where my plan says, I just need to let it play out. And then I'm going to go to my spreadsheet and I'm going to record, this is the exact result I got. This is what the strategy got. And I'm perfectly in line with it. And it helped me break the pattern of looking at the P&L and making decisions, because the P&L was like a bag of sweets, constantly tempting me to eat my dessert before the main meal had finished. And so it's just something to recognize that it knocks us off our objectivity. We were, let's just say, tempting ourselves because we were trying to get a little bit of fun out of trading, a little bit of excitement, a little bit of enjoyment. So you were looking at the learning as being the main reason. If I can learn it, it produces the higher return financially. I was looking at my data saying, if I can get as close to the data as what my edge has proven in the past, this is the byproduct, is the bigger return for me financially. And then obviously we can look at win rate, drawdown, risk percentages and stuff like that.
I think the caveat with when I started trading is one of the key things to look at. Like, obviously I was 19, right? So I didn't have massive overhead costs at that time. So I think that's one of the other big draws where people feel like they need to make the money. They think about the money, how that could change their life or affect them or whatever. I was 19. I was at uni. I was living at home, but obviously my dad passed away a long time ago. So there was, that was when I was like 11. So by that time, money pressures that I did have to get a job, all that kind of stuff. So I was looking to make money per se, but my initial standpoint was, if I could make $1,000 in a year, I would be happy, right? I happened to then, from that mentality of just try, I was just exploring. I happened to go on and make 6 figures in the next 6 weeks, right? Which is why I dropped out and all that kind of stuff. I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. This is this is great. But I think with that kind of approach, like obviously that's a very different mentality when you go into it. And even once I did start making things, I kept that same mentality and the same thing for the next year and a half. Because I was constantly thinking, is this just like chance or random, or how have I stumbled onto this? I just did the right things, but like what? Like I feel like I need to know more. Which is also one of those things when you actually are trying to know certain things, like truly deeply understand stuff, you realize how much you don't know at the same time. And I think that also, obviously from that science background, that very much comes from, that also kept everything protective, which is why I was able to do that and then keep it and continue on as well. Right? I didn't get overzealous. I didn't get overconfident. I was waiting for it all to collapse. So I was very much on the defensive, but it was just working. Right? So that's why I always hate talking about my thing, because I feel like my situation was very unique, right? It's abnormal to most people's introduction to trading. But I think it's still of value, obviously. There's various pieces there that you can take away as to why it worked, and that kind of stuff. Nonetheless.
Yeah, it's good to have different perspectives, because there's one thing I've learned about trading is it's incredibly personal, and the journey is going to be unique to the individual. So it's super important for us to understand that what works for one won't necessarily work for others, but it can leave breadcrumbs. And I'm a big fan on following the breadcrumbs, and either they get smaller and the trail ends, or they get bigger and you go, hey, I've got something here that works. You'll be proud of me. This morning I was playing with a Monte Carlo simulation, thinking of a different risk management criteria about doubling the percentage return of doubling up relative to like flat risk on personal accounts. And it took me down this massive rabbit hole of like, there were so many different opportunities to manage trades financially, and that's not even including the account size or the strategy or the asset or the time frame. And when we factor in all these different outcomes, it's all these different options, our potential is there is millions and millions and millions of ways that we can interact with the market. And I think it's incredibly difficult to completely replicate somebody's personal experience. And this is why I would always encourage traders to say, look at what you did last week and try and figure out what you can do slightly better this week, because really it's your journey and the lessons that you can take from last week. You know, if you don't learn from it, we're just stuck in a loop of repeating the same things again and again and again. Looks like we had was it the pound interest rates have come out?
Yeah,
I was going to say, yeah.
That's a pound interest rate.
What was the drop on that? Just curious.
So Raf, you got tapped out of GU long. Wait, Raf, dude, you were in the shorts before. Please tell me you took profit on the shorts. Obviously, I guess that's why you took the long.
The drop was approximately 60 pips in just a minute.
So, hang on.
EU looks good, mind. If anyone's looked at EU, that is... If you're trading EU, then I suppose that probably sucked. If you're looking at EU, that's really nice, but pound... swept those lows right off their feet.
All right, so this on the daily is basically where the VWAP is. So upper band, middle band, lower band of the VWAP on the daily chart for pound dollar. So like I was saying to you guys earlier, if you're not already in the shorts, probably be careful entering either long or short. Ideally, at this point, you'd want to buy off the lows through here at the bottom of the VWAP. There's also like I think on the 4 hour, that's where the 200-hour moving average comes in at as well. And then you got this, the cluster through here, which we had a large trading band in through that portion. Obviously, we did have this break higher and that wick. We smashed through that wick earlier on. So overall, though, with after this drop, you do have a slight tilt for a retracement type factor at some point, right? So joining shorts right now, I would rather wait for either a base and join long, or else wait for this to bottom out with the current lows that we have, and then potentially join a retracement trade. We do still have the ECB later, which per the correlation may draw down the euro as well. We have lower inflation for the euro. The only other comments they should have is probably around the currency. With the currency being above 120 is not helpful for inflation. However, we did have 0.2% lower inflation from the recent numbers, and we have seen the euro dollar drop from that 120 plus. Like I was talking to you guys, above 120 is very, very thin air, and it has been for 10 years. So you should see a drop back from there. But if we get some comments from Lagarde, we could go down to that 200-day moving average, similar on the euro dollar, and then get basically the same on the pound, and then eventually get a bounce. But at this point, if you're not already in the trade in the shorts from the break of the wicks through here earlier today, I know some of you guys were, I would be very cautious in joining further shorts because we are primed for a bounce overall.
Yes.
There you go.
Be very careful, people. Be very careful. How are we doing, guys?
Yeah, sorry. How are we doing, Will? Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Good man. How are you? Thank you. Long time no see.
Yeah, long time.
I know.
About
Missed you.
2 hours time difference.
Yeah, about that. Anastasia, Rich, how are you doing? LJ, I don't care how you're doing. I saw you like a minute ago.
Yeah, don't care about. I'm just some pine cone over here. It's fine.
How are you doing, guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Just saying that you are planning to short EU before the interest rate?
Wait, me?
No, Will.
No, I was planning on buying EU. I wanted to see. Yeah, I want to see EU longs.
But you want to buy before the interest rate?
Yes. Yeah. This was before. I didn't.
Anastasia, what do you think of
Scared. But I want
a pips of GU drop. I would say I'm gonna stay away from anything of with the interest rate decision today.
Yeah. I saw the news.
I'm not really in my gambling mood today, to say, you know what, whatever happens, I'm going to loan this.
Yeah, I looked at this morning.
There was
and I don't know if you can see that okay, but that's what I looked at this morning. Just red. And I thought, yeah, no, that's enough. I say, yeah, like 8 p.m. onwards, I'm not trading. I'm done for the day. So I took some nice gold buys this morning during Asia session on my other accounts. I haven't traded at all on this account today. So yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm just gonna do some analysis now. I always trip over that word sometimes. I always go in. It's like a mix between analysis and analytics, and I just sort of like fumble it.
Can you explain the difference to us of those two things, Will?
There is
from
none.
the textbook
Other than-
dictionary
There is none other than
explanation, please.
maybe time, like tense. Just which one you decide to use. But I attempt to use both at the same time. I fumble them.
I'm sorry, I had to. It was funny.
So, throw me under the bus like that's fine. Don't worry.
That's right. That's right. You got plenty of trains in Hong Kong. They'll pick you up, take you to the hospital. You know.
True that.
That's fine.
Dude, we've even got a ding ding here. We've got a tram here, and it's the most fun in the entire world.
We only have trams in Melbourne now. We used to have trams in Brisbane, but I think they got decommissioned in like I don't even know when it was, like around 2000 or the late 90s or something.
Yeah,
but Melbourne
Oh,
still
yeah.
has trams. So
It's part of the Hong Kong culture. These trams, you know, it's part of their heart and soul. So I don't think they're ever going to go. But
it used to be for us. but-
Really fair. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Got rid of
when
them.
they still have the tram tracks, so they've now got roads
Okay, yeah.
alongside, and you can see the
Yeah.
tram tracks of where it used to be, and it's like it's like, oh, that's cool. Wow, we don't have that anymore. Okay.
Yeah. I saw a tram when I was touring France in September. That's the first time I've seen a tram in years, man. Like since I was a kid, I remember riding on a tram once, and you just don't see them where I'm from, you know, over in Wales. And then I came to Hong Kong, and like it's pretty much the #1 mode of transport, and they call it a ding ding because it literally goes ding ding. It's so funny. It's amazing. But like, dude, if I don't know if anyone's ever been to Hong Kong in chat or anyone lives in Hong Kong, I love them. Like they are awesome.
Do you have trams, Anastasiia?
In Spain, yeah, in Spain, yes, but not where I live. But in Ukraine,
Too much snow.
Which snow? There is never snow.
Yeah.
But in Ukraine, where I live, that's I've been using a tram for my whole life to go to school and get back. But
Wait, what? They have trams in Ukraine? I thought there would be too much snow, so you couldn't have trams.
Well, of course you can. Whole year round, 24/7.
Yeah,
They have like
the trams even come with a snowplow on the front.
And
okay, fair. Yeah, I guess it's like a train.
And
Yeah, fair. And then you got a snowplow. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I was thinking it would. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But you need to know the neighborhood that I'm from, actually, in Ukraine, is that this tram that I'm still going back sometimes to visit my family, and they live in the same neighborhood basically, and they don't want to move on stuff. So there is this tram that is still operating for as long as I remember myself, but it's been operating since my grandma was still working, and she already is not with us and everything. So this tram, like the whole wagon is like, I don't know, it's more than 50-year-old. So the last years when I was coming, so it was super funny because when I already finished the school and everything, I was seen several times how this tram caught fire when it was on the rails. And they're so used to this.
Wait, what?
You just need to know that they just got out with a fire. This is like how it's called, the fire.
Extinguisher.
Extinguisher, yeah.
Extinguisher. They just stop the tram. The driver gets out, puts the fire out, gets back, and the tram keeps going. So the people just don't even go out of the tram.
Do you get a discount when you go on if it's on fire? Like some days, like Monday was on fire, Tuesday, Wednesday it wasn't, but Thursday it was, so I need a discount. When I jump on, right?
Absolutely.
Are you like prepared for a fire? Do you like go in with your own fire extinguisher just in case, or?
No. You eventually are prepared that you will have to get out and wait for the next one if this one is broken. So.
Where are you? Why aren't you in school? Tram caught fire. Yeah, fair. No worries. See you in a bit. Just a casual conversation.
Yeah,
Rich.
This is the tram was so old that it's making so much sound that you're just praying that it keeps.
It stays on the rails.
It stays on the rails. And I'm not even joking, right? I'm not even joking.
Oh man.
Okay, that's Rich. Amazing. How many trams on fire have you attended in your life?
None.
Or is this
absolutely
just? It can
zero.
be the market. It could be real life, or it might be NASDAQ falling out of bed. The whole thing's on fire. It's all red. We could.
Isn't that GU at the moment?
It could be anything. Yeah, that's GU.
Isn't it
right
GU?
Now. Yeah.
This was one of my favourite ways of trading, picking the bottom of a move like this. I would be that Gandalf the Grey moment where I would stand there in front of that train or the tram coming towards me and go, "You shall not pass." And sometimes I was just absolutely flattened, but other times it felt like it touched your fingertips and just reversed. And you were like, at this moment, it's like, yeah, I see the market. And it's obviously, it's other people's participation that will move, supply and demand. It will move order flow.
Yeah.
And it's just them times where you get it right and it just flows perfectly. So when news comes like this, I do like to drop risk. I like to paper trade, and I like to see if I can catch the bottom of moves like this. Absolutely. It's something that I kind of have a lot of experience in, but it doesn't always work out positively. Now, there's a reason why I will drop risk in it, because I think it's, if I'm looking to participate in the market, I want to keep myself sharp. I want to keep myself engaged. When I'm in observer mode, I'm very neutral. When I place a order in the market, it fires my brain up and I suddenly start looking at price action from a different lens. Not necessarily biased, but I'm now very aware of every micro shift and order flow adjustment. So in news, we see these play out very, very quickly. So for me, I enjoy, I isolate an account. I trade with very small risk, and I let the market just sort of move for and against me and just see if I can get back into, okay, I'm reading it well, we're reacting from price points, and then what I'll do is I'll look to come flat and go in with my full size on a different account. But it's very different from just everything's burning, go in, go full margin, don't manage risk, don't have a stop loss. It's very, very different to that. It's saying, look, deliberately, I know I'm going to be excited at the moment, price is moving fast, but let me size right down. And we're talking 0.01s, sizing right down, just to say, okay, let me just monitor how quickly price is moving. And this is where I will caveat that having the open P&L at a moment like this, I feel can give you a really good feeling for the volatility of price when you can see that balance moving and it's like 10 cents a pip and you're just watching the price fluctuate. You get an idea of kind of when price is accelerating, when it's starting to even out as well. So I feel in many ways that heightened sense of being in the market can actually help me participate in the next move after that. So if I'm just watching, I'm not. I find it easy to daydream and sort of switch off. I want to be engaged in the market. It keeps my attention there as well. I don't want to be engaged at full size.
Fair. I did just want to say one thing. We need to give Raf a congrats. He passed his account for the EU shorts. So, congrats, brother.
Yes, man. Well done.
Welcome, everyone. We did have another question for you, Rich, as well, from DJ up here. So, I will have to jump out for 1 second. I might come back, or I might not. You guys can flip a coin.
He's going to leave you guessing, guys.
We'll see. We need like a poll thing to like flip a coin. Does he come back? Does he not? No. Anyway,
we need Rick here with his dice.
Yeah. So there you go, Rich. I feel like this is one for you. So there you go. I'll be back.
He does this every time, huh?
Oh,
what a good answer, like what a segue.
Yeah, he has a smooth transition, like a fade.
That's his party trick.
He gets you to look over here while he darts out over there.
Let's touch on this question from DJ. So it says, when talking about trying to be correct as possible, do we mean trying to reach a stage where you're developing an edge with potentially the highest probability? Okay, so there's like a Marmite answer with this. There's this kind of love-hate relationship with this. Now, when you develop an edge, what we're talking about is trying to find a strategy that follows a simple set of rules and produces a bit more than it loses over a big sample of trades. That's a very simplified definition of what an edge is in the market, okay? So we're looking at that as a baseline. Now, what that does is that produces an expectancy. The higher the expectancy, typically the stronger the edge is. Obviously, plus minus win rate. We'll go into that another time. Now, what a lot of traders do is they find something online. It could be, I'm not going to list any concepts, but it could just be a concept online. We'll call it supply and demand for argument's sake. I'm not even going to go there. Right. You've got your strategy. You know your expectancy. You know your win rate. You know your trade frequency, and you have an expectation of what it should produce each month. Now, traders get stuck in a loop of trying to build that and make it better. I'm sure we've all done this. We have a profitable edge. It produces 3R a month. How can I get this to produce 5R? How can I get it to produce 7R, 10R, 12R, 30R, whatever the case might be? And it is this loop that just never ends of how to over optimize and potentially curve fit your data to get to a state where your edge has so many rules and variables that you end up almost with analysis paralysis. So it's super important for traders to understand that sometimes good enough is good enough. So for myself, after 8 years of full-time trading, I'm looking for a simple, repeatable pattern that at least 90 times out of 100, if I saw that pattern, I would make exactly the same decision. There can't be any grey area. I can't be left standing there going, what should I do in this occasion? So that's the first component to this is we want to try and optimize our edge, but we don't want to try and over-engineer our edge where we start filtering it down based on limited data. If I showed you a 500 trade sample size, we could all look at that and go, okay, the results are pretty reliable. There's 500 instances. That's a pretty good result. Now, if I filter that and find a way to only take, say, 5 trades, but had a 100% win rate, that's not really going to tell me anything, because what I've done is curve fitted, and it's like you could flip a coin and get heads 5 times in a row. Does it tell you anything about the coin? No. You would have to flip that coin 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. And the more you flip it, the more you get a statistical average. So for traders, it's important to say, do you know what? Good enough is good enough. I've got a big enough sample. I make more than I lose over this big sample. I'm not trying to look for perfection. Now, this is the caveat. When you get caught in that loop of trying to never lose, to trying to have the highest possible strike rate, often edge deteriorates. And there's a real fine balance between just trying to slightly improve your edge through your experience in the markets and then trying to over-optimize an edge and bring it to a state where essentially you're trying to never lose. And you do all this work, you do all this filtering, you get to a state where you go, I had 500 trades, I filtered it down to 50. And the problem is with this is then the market slightly shifts. And now what was absolutely optimal for the last 6 months of data, the market has slightly changed in the sense that we've seen new volatility come in, or inflation suddenly shoots up, or there could be Brexit or something that's now different in the market. And if you get caught in a loop like this, it never ends. As a trader, you will constantly be looking at your data going, how can I make it better? How can I make it better? If you can find an underlining theme that has a basic set of rules, simple entry, simple exit, simple risk management, and a big sample, and run that year after year after year, the result typically is going to be much better than a trader that is constantly trying to chop and change their results and look for the next holy grail, because they made 20R one month, they lost 3R the next, they made 4R the next, they lost 12R the next. The probabilistic nature of trading is the results and the way they come in are going to be random. So the market has enough randomness within it. If we're random within our approach to the market, we are constantly going to be stuck in a loop of, I don't know what works. And I have been guilty of this for 4 years within my trading journey, constantly trying to over-optimize an edge to bring it to that next level. When the reality is, if I left it as it was and I kept executing on it very, very simply, it would have produced more than it lost. My confidence would have remained stable. My execution would have been consistent, rather than going, oh, I'm going to add a moving average to this, or I'm only going to take trades within a certain time of the day. There was one study I did, and the sample size was a little over 100. And there was an hourly window that I filtered the trades down. And I said, if I just take these trades within this one set hour a day, my sample size was, I think it was something like 15 trades, and they were all winners. I thought I'd found it. I thought I had found the truth to the market, that I could have a 100% win rate, and I only trade this one pattern within this 1 hour. I backtested another 150 sample. I looked at the exact same data, and the next sample size through that same data, it went break even. It literally lost like a huge amount in that period, and the results were break even. And I realized that we can over optimize an edge and we curve fit it on very, very limited data. So whenever I'm going to adjust my edge, I go, logically, why would this work? So if I brought a moving average onto my charts, why should this improve the results? I'm not just looking for better results, I'm looking for logic. So for an example, liquidity sweep, a break of structure. Why would it work if we use a fib attached to that? Maybe we've got buyers, sellers offside. Maybe we've got a support zone, a double bottom, whatever the case might be. So it's super important for a trader to recognize we want to slightly increase and improve our edge, but we want to stop short of trying to find perfectionism, because in the markets you will drive yourself crazy, constantly going around in a loop looking for the next indicator to try and improve your results. It never ends, and you will just be stuck in a loop forever.
Yeah, I rate that.
Or wait, caveat, I will be stuck forever because that's what I did. So yeah, I stopped doing that, and all of a sudden my execution becomes simple again. My results just aligned with the strategy.
I rate that, and I
Also-
think it. Oh, hello, LJ. I didn't realize you.
Yeah, hey,
came
sorry.
back.
No, I was gonna say to you guys before you go on, I missed everything of what Rich said, so I didn't want to disrupt. But we did just take an L. I just got tapped out on my NASDAQ trade.
Lucky one.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Plus
moving
side.
on. Who
More
cares? I'll
caffeine.
say.
So,
You monster. I got my caffeine as well.
well, I thought that was. I caught the back end of what Rich was saying. I thought that was, fair. Like I just took an L.
No one really cares.
All right.
Like,
All
it's
right,
okay.
all right, Pedro. All right.
Go on,
All
Pedro,
right.
tell him.
Like,
Yeah, sharp
go on.
LJ.
just take there like stand up for the L, man. That's it. It's okay.
Yeah, man. Just take it. Take the L like a man.
Yeah, just maybe to comment as well on that, on DJ's comment and what Rich said. Like I was not here in the beginning because he's meant like his beginning of his comment is when you talk about trying to be as correct as possible. I don't know. So if you skip that part, because I don't know if you're trying to be as correct as possible every single time. But the way I ended up developing my edge with experience as well. I think it went more into approach of learning how to say no, basically, to the market itself as well. Like learning how to stay away, how to sit on my hands, and actually to. But usually, even this week, someone asked me, "What is my strategy? What is my approach to take trades or to look for trades?" And I think my answer was, to be honest with you, I think I am actually waiting for market to kind of scream at me to actually take the trade, and not the other way around. So I actually wait and patient enough to wait for the market to actually show me a setup that is so beautiful and so good that I need to participate on this, and not the other way around. And this goes with, of course, maybe experience, but with a lot of developing your own edge and feeling comfortable what you are doing on a daily basis into in the market. Now, maybe that can lead into a less trades and maybe some other situation. Maybe then you need to play a little bit how we're actually going to approach that your risk management. Are you going to risk more in specific trades? Are you going to find ways to scaling in the trades and so on and so forth? But one of the ways is not, so basically is not exactly trying to be correct and try to get to a 70, 80, 90% winning ratio. Not at all. It's actually more learning how to say no, so you can actually leave space for you to then allocate capital on setups that actually are screaming at you. And basically quality over quantity, basically that's the definition. Yeah, that's a lot of what I saw in my process. My journey.
Absolutely, I think they all like run side by side. You're going to have a stage where you want to go quantity over quality. Like you don't care, you just want to be in the market. And I think it comes a lot when you have the stage that you were at, that Rich just pointed out, where you're just trying to overcomplicate your strategy. And so many people go, yeah, well, I'm trying to simplify my strategy. I don't want a complicated strategy. Yes, absolutely. But you get to a point, there's stages of trading. Now, LJ is the only anomaly I've ever met who's just been absolutely fantastic at from day one. So, you know, you've got your stage where you're, how do we put it, over trading, over analyzing because it's exciting, and then you go into, you know, you're trying to pick and choose your trades, and then you're like, right, okay, I'm going to simplify it a little bit. And then you get good at trading, and then you try and oversimplify it because you feel like it's now too easy, to the point where you want to overdo it. You want to oversimplify it. You want to overanalyze it, and you want to make sure that you're going to get the A quadruple plus setup that doesn't exist. And then you're just trying to make it even more technical than you need it to be. And then you take that back step, and then you realize that, oh wait, hang on a minute, I'm just going to go back. If it works, it works. I'm not going to change it. I'm going to trade a simplistic strategy. And then, you know, you seem to have those fluctuations in a trading journey.
I think until you have your age that it's working and it's proven to work, and you have the statistics and you're confident in it, then we all have the tendency to kind of learn something, add something, change something, because it always feels like the strategy is just not enough. And the problem is the strategy and not within our lack of proper testing, or lack of proper data, or lack of our emotional management, you know, or like something within ourselves. It's easier to think that if we just shift one simple thing, technical aspect within the strategy, we're going to get different results. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the results are going to be better, you know. So I think it's easier way to, you know, to approach it, and that's why a lot of people get stuck in it. And I've been for a while as well. I've been changing a lot until I found my edge on what I'm doing, and then since then, no matter how good something is looking, how shiny is another thing, I've never changed anything about my strategy since that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think people don't give their strategy enough time as well.
I always think a tweak is always slightly better than a full adjustment, right? Because if we have something that's working, it's like, let's just slightly give it a tune up and see if we can pivot. My apologies, I've been dealing with an audio issue for a little while, so I've only been catching snippets of what's been shared on the stream. I'm going to have to shoot off, but before I do, I just wanted to say thanks for having us on. And in 3 hours from now, we're going to coaching workshop within the Fivers Discord. If you're not in the Fivers Discord, you can register as a Fivers trader. It's completely free. Put down your email, and then you join the Discord, register for the calls, and you get access to the wonderful workshops inside the Discord, and we can cover stuff in a little bit more detail, a little bit more personal as well. So if you've got any questions or anything you want to run through, or something that's mentioned on the stream that you want to build on, then you can catch us in about 3 hours from now. Thanks for having us on. I'm going to have to shoot. I'll catch you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Rich.
It's Rich.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I told you. Audio issue wasn't just me, Anastasiia.
Yeah, sure. Every time someone is asking you a question, your audio seems to be becoming really bad.
As though I avoid anything. Come on, you've been waiting, was it last week? Now we're this week. Is it going to be next week?
Oh, no. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Predictions for the year.
You just forgot.
Might have been hit.
Who told you that I'm not ready? You just forgot
Q3,
about
Q4.
Yeah.
They've all been on mark. So.
He's feeling a bit sassy today, I see.
Incredible.
It's good banter.
Actually,
what's the prediction for the Euro today?
Yeah, so the Euro is very interesting, to be honest, because we've got obviously Bank of England stuff has come through. We've got a bit of volatility right now as well. So as far as the ECB, I think it should be pretty neutral overall, just like the Bank of England. But there is a propensity to a dovish tilt. We had the inflation data coming through, which was like a solid bit lower, like 0.2%. So I think there will be mention of that. And then the only caveat is that with the currency being higher, above 120, right? Now, obviously, since then, the currency has drawn lower, but if they don't want the currency to be back above 120 for the euro, Christine Lagarde will have to come out and sort of just tap on that just to keep it a touch slower. So just like we talked about Pedro, we were talking about how once those were some of my targets for euro dollar for the first quarter, above 120, but like I said, very thin air above there. So we don't tend to last above 120 for very long. We've drawn back. I think we're now in pretty healthy levels, but I would expect Christine Lagarde to basically emphasize that just to ensure that we kind of stay here. So there's definitely the potential that we actually go lower from here. Now we've had a bit of a drawdown per the pound, the Bank of England, both going into the announcement just before, and then now coming out of, we've had a bit of a rebound, slight drawdown since. There's a couple of lower areas on the pound, about 135.20. Similar with the euro was about what was the euro level? Closer to 117.50 and then 117.25 potentially. So overall, there's definitely a down draw propensity to come through there, right?
Yeah. For me
So
to...
I would be looking to buy the bottoms. However, I'd be very skeptical as far as like joining the current shorts if you're not already in it at this point.
What have I done? I cannot see anything in here. Okay, back it is. Okay, what happened? Why I cannot see?
Hey, hang on.
What's just...
Okay. Okay, we're back. We are back. Yeah, looking at euro dollar, if we actually would about to confirm the top, I would like maybe to see another rejection from around this level, these 120s. Maybe today we could try to challenge it to go higher, but just literally get rejected and just move down. To give me even more confidence, I think we would like to see at least maybe this low 150s maybe been taken, and of course if we do take this structure, maybe actually are even in a bigger retracement or move to downside on the euro dollar. But I think because we didn't really do that on the way down, maybe some kind of retest back to this level and price getting rejected, that would create kind of an interesting move, or at least back into this left shoulder that we kind of had in there. Basically, yeah, 119 something. I think I'd like to see that to actually confirm, and then price just continue to move to the downside, and then just trying to aim towards this low altogether. So I would like to see maybe a bounce now for the interest rate, and maybe during the press conference or whatever, then eventually price just melting. That will give more confidence that this is actually maybe a top to take into consideration, and that price maybe actually wants to go all the way down from here. I would like to see that personally, and could happen more or less the same in here on the euro index. I think there's more room, a little bit more on the downside on the euro index. Euro index is now kind of retracing. We did manage to take this low as well, and I'm going to be quite curious to see. Not this one. This one can disappear. Yeah, I'll be interested to see price coming back maybe close to these levels to see if there's another short, which then can take us into all euro pairs to follow through as well, or euro dollar in particular. That's going to be an interesting one to pay attention. But one that I'm actually quite curious, even though today I don't really have anything regarding the yen. I can see the way price is slowing down at these lows inside this demand zone. Finally finding a little bit of buying pressure. Maybe I haven't really had a proper break, or maybe already this top, maybe I've broken slightly this one here. I like the fact that we have all these double bottoms in there, and I'm going to be quite interested in looking for a potential fake out of these lows and for price to move to the upside, especially if this value is still fresh. If you don't have some kind of manipulation here, I think this is a good first target, and then we'll see if this actually doesn't hold price to go up again, and that lead into potential yen shorts. I was starting to pay attention a little bit yesterday for yen shorts on there. Pound yen was the best one. It kind of left without really managing to get an opportunity. But the other ones, euro yen, maybe Aussie yen, even maybe CAD yen, even the dollar yen, which is now finally approaching the back to the structure. Now we are here. I think maybe getting closer to maybe a potential short, which could also help with this yen index move, that you may be getting closer to that. Of course, there's a risk that price can just even take this low altogether, but I like the way price is ranging at these lows. Yeah, so maybe getting into new potential shorts on the end pairs. And that's going to be my focus, actually. Definitely going to be my focus. Yeah, we'll see. But at least dollar yen is back at this structure. You can go higher, but at least already is, for me, it's already in a structure where I would stop looking for longs and I'll start looking for signs of reversal. Person. Yeah.
Nice.
That's mostly what I'm looking at.
5,000 to go long 3 times silver. Your thoughts? What is your thoughts on silver, LJ?
Yeah, look, so this was the base. Ideally, where I'd like to buy was this area down here, right? So, hang on. If 5,000 is, I don't know what the ETF, what specific ETF are you looking at? I would assume it roughly correlates to that per the spot price of roughly 50. Yes or no? Because there's various ETFs. It's obviously 3x. So, but yes, ideally I would look for this and then some kind of bounce. The long-term basically forwards for the futures of actual deliverables of silver, like physical deliverable silver, it's between 77 and 85 now. It's kind of fluctuating between the two. So I do like that. So if we're buying basically off 50, I think we'd be a touch higher, about like 57 or so. I don't think we'll get back below 50 on silver for now. I think we've firmly established like a new higher price, higher level. So yeah, that's what I'd be looking at.
But you are in general staying away from silver so far, or what are you?
Yeah, for the time being, I'd prefer to buy the bottoms or the tops of price. So if we got another, say we had a bounce from here. Hang on, where's my thing? Then I'd look to short again. So ideally, prior, I was looking for this to come a bit higher, either up towards this cluster and then short. Well, we didn't quite get there. We did get there on gold, right? So this is the structure I was looking for on gold. Like I talked with you, Pedro, we're looking at either the further drive up into this cluster of resistance. It'd be either a drawdown from there, another touch here, then up, then down, or the up, down, up, down. So right now, as far as that move, we did get the up, we got the retracement down, and now we have to see if we actually get the sort of double tap with a slightly higher low, lower high, I should say, and then another move lower. From there,
Yeah, I was looking at gold
I would
just
see
now.
good value to go higher overall.
Thing is, the 5 minute, in my opinion, the 5 minute and the 15 minute are looking really bullish on the sort of intraday. But it's the higher time
For
frame.
gold or for silver?
For gold.
gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, gold. The next move that we're looking for is now for it to go higher, right?
Hmm.
So that's the idea. We've tapped the lows here, so it was
Yeah.
up from this point we were talking about it to come up through here. We're only a touch below there. Come down. We've tapped right in those lows. So to come up to here and then ideally make a slightly lower high. I said that twice. Lower high and then come back down. And then you find a higher low through here. And then that would be your buy signal. Right, so long as you create a high low through there at about 4,500, then I would look to buy, whether you're trading or long term or otherwise, to go further.
Yeah, see, I'd still prefer to see a break and close above this previous high right now before considering buying. But I mean, that's me. Sometimes I can be a bit overcautious.
Give me 1 sec.
No problem.
I do think that it can continue to go up immediately from where it is right now. I'm just gonna quickly share it as well because I will have to go 10 minutes earlier. But the reason I'm looking for gold buys is in the 30-minute time frame, and this is gold futures, where it's hanging. Basically, on the 30-minute time frame, we have the huge volume here. Come on, hello, here. That the price had tested earlier. So we tested it before several times. The price was holding it. Then dropping down, we tested another volume that was created on the bottom of this bearish candle. So we tapped into this volume. The candle closed higher. Now what I wanted to see is that in this candle that closed higher, we did have buyers and not sellers eventually. So on the 5-minute time frame, what I can see is that the moment price started shooting up and we have more volume coming in right before the price reversed, so on the week of this bullish candle, and this bullish candle contained outstanding amount of buying pressure, so aggressive buyers here. The delta, so the balance between asks and bids, was extremely bullish. So compared to the average, this was above the average amount of buyers, and we can see that the price responded. So for me, this is an understanding of that the effort of buyers has actually transferred into the result, and the pushing the price up.
Yeah.
So after this candle, I'm already in a small buy, very small risk on gold. So I want to see the price going higher. Now I'm not adding because technically if I'm going to see how the volume was distributed on the move to the downside, this is a major part of the volume. So the price is trying to reject from it now. Right, it says not. I don't know, like it's not here. This volume right here from this consolidation, and this is something that the price is trying to break now through it. So if it does break through this zone from this volume, from this consolidation, then I'm gonna add to my buying position a little bit more volume. I'm very cautious though, so the risk is very small on this one. But I do see the buying pressure. I do see the price responding. I do think that we're gonna go back higher in the next couple of hours, hopefully.
Yeah, that would be nice, but I don't know. It's in that sort of midpoint area. Like right now, as it stands, I think it's going to keep going down. But that is based on what price is doing right now, according to my analysis. I'd love to see it break and create higher highs, even if it's intraday, even if it's like sort of microstructure higher highs, and then proceed to slowly make higher highs and continue in higher from there. That would be ideal. I probably won't trade tomorrow. I've made a bit of money back this week. I've mitigated losses. In fact, let me actually take a look. Oh, okay, I need to open up my terminal again. So yeah, I made a little bit of money this week. I think I'm about break even for February at the moment. So first weekend, we're about break even. So that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not going to trade tomorrow, especially with all the amount of news coming out. So I'm just going to leave it. Hopefully we can get some better buy positions coming through then beginning of next week.
But wait, are not they postponing the NFP? They're not posting it tomorrow, right?
Yeah, isn't it coming out Wednesday or something? I heard those rumors of Wednesday.
It's next Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday, and then CPI is on next Friday.
Okay. Yeah, fair. I'm just gonna let's see what my P&L is for the week.
Henry, I'd be cautious of the NAS breakdown. This is getting a bit extreme without, proper fundamental breakdown of the certain stocks that are actually going lower. Very high propensity for things to rip back up. So just be careful. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a lot of volatility in the market at the moment.
Yeah, we have the interest rate for the euro in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, fair. And then we've got news out again in just over 15 minutes.
And we have the job openings today as well. Unemployment rate. So we have lots of things coming out. Guys, we'll have to leave you 10 minutes earlier today.
No problem.
Just in a buy on gold and a small buy for pound. I am already break even on pound. So I entered right here when the price started pulling back above this volume because we dropped on the news. We had lots of buying volume coming in here. So the price finally reversed and closed back above it. And the moment we closed above it, I took a small buy. Again, very small risk. And right now I already moved it to break even. So I'm holding longs on pound and I'm holding long on gold right now. So those are the two things that come in. And that's it at the current moment. Let's see how it goes.
Beautiful. I will also be going. I've been here for some time. Exhausted yesterday. Today I'm also pretty tired. I need to get some sleep for tomorrow. I'll see you guys in the Discord tomorrow. We'll be there. We'll cover everything. There was a bunch of topics that some of you guys were asking about over in the week. So if you jump in there, we can cover it all.
Yep.
So yeah, for now, I'm going to get some food and then probably close up my trades and go to bed. So
I do not.
Good night, guys.
See you later, Jay. Night, bro.
Yeah, take care, Jay.
Anastasiia, see you when I see you.
Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you Tuesday.
All right, thank you, Anastasiia. All right.
What is good, Pedro? Pedro, this is our first proper stream together, I think.
Yeah, maybe I think it is. Just both.
Like we always catch the end of each other. Like I'll be leaving as you're joining, so this is pretty cool.
Vice versa. Yeah.
How's the trading been for January?
January was quiet. Just the end of the. Basically, it was Thursday, Friday, 1 week ago. So basically, at the end of January, I caught two good trades. I had one that I lost by a little bit, and I had a few that I missed. So it was more of a missing opportunities than anything else, which was a bit expected. I was a bit busy in January, so I was already expecting that. We were growing the Portuguese community, so we're kind of in the hiring process, interviewing a few people to join the team. So that's sorted now. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, I hope now in Feb it's just a little bit of the systems with everyone, and after that, I think I'm going to be back more focused on my training, which is good. But yeah, overall, it has been okay. I think the analysis I'm doing, or the opportunities I'm trying to find, at least the market is doing what a little bit I'm expecting. Sometimes I do not manage to get trades, either they are happen overnight or maybe I'm not here. I'm happy with that so far.
Awesome stuff, man. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I missed a couple of swing opportunities, which I was a bit frustrated about. I caught some really nice ones last week, which paid a lot back of my losses. But yeah, it's just been pretty chill, man. You know, it is what it is. I feel like just January markets, you know, they can either be really good or really bad. But usually, I find a lot more volatility and a lot more volume comes into the markets during January. So I feel like if you can get the money in January, happy days, amazing, congratulations. If you can't, usually it'll take it from you. Like you don't break even January. You either win or you lose it.
Yeah, it's a nice point.
Yeah.
It's a nice point. Actually, I think it start kind of the year slowly in general. maybe it's a bit different of many people. Many people maybe with the New Year resolution they came here super excited and maybe just looking to trade a lot. Actually, I think they need to take a bit more slow and kind of build up into the year. To be honest, I think actually maybe March, April starts to be the proper months that I see my
March, April time are usually quite nice. I had a really good March, April 2025. That was really nice. In fact, same with 24 as well. I had a pretty good March and April.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not quite the summer markets. It's like perfect peak markets, like March, April, and then September, October time, and then everything in between is just garbage markets.
Yeah, it's just different opportunities. We'll see. We saw that indeed the S&P and the NASDAQ just dropped a lot. Why?
Is there anything you're looking at the moment? Anything in particular that you're interested in trading?
Just the yen pairs is something that I'll be paying attention to see if I do catch some potential reversals, and I'm looking at even the dollar yen to see where is dollar yen. Yeah, to see maybe if this is the one that can help. But my thought process was because across the different yen pairs, like I could trade between maybe the dollar yen, euro yen, pound yen already is a bit too low, so it's not ideal for me. But maybe between euro yen and dollar yen, I need to see which one actually is going to also move to the downside, and between the dollar and the euro. Because if you do have maybe continuation of the euro to the downside, then maybe the euro yen is going to be the best one for me to try to look for the short. If by any chance it's the dollar that maybe is going to reverse a little bit and find some selling pressure, then it will be the dollar yen that I want to be involved in. Because otherwise one of them is going to range and the other one is going to be moving. Now today it's going to be a lot about the euro pairs because of DCB, so maybe the euro yen can be an option to try to.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, obviously when it comes to high impact news, like we've not really spoken too much about this, so I'm quite excited to see what your sort of thoughts are. When it comes to high impact news, are you the sort of trader that thinks, high impact news, screw this one out, or will you predominantly look for a little bit of volatility due to high impact news? What's your whole aura around impact news?
I like to trade them, but I like to trade them either I'm already positioned before, so maybe half an hour before, but in this particular case I'm talking about maybe an FP or CPI or something like that, and not exactly interest rate. Interest rate I actually prefer to trade it during the press conference. For example, either DCB, so listening now to Christine Lagarde during the press conference, or even when is the FOMC during the press conference of the Fed Chair Powell, whoever is going to be speaking in that moment. So I don't like to trade before the interest rate. I think usually when the interest rate decision it comes out, it's just a bit of volatility. Maybe prices swipes up, swipes down, and kind of comes back where it was before. I think the bigger move usually happens, or the potential new trend move happens during the speech, during the press conference, and that's more of what I'm going to be looking at. So I'll let the move happen now in 15 minutes, whenever the interest rate is going to happen, and then I'll try to position myself during the press conference if there's anything interesting to look for reversal. Because I'm more of a reversal trader, so I want to see signs that maybe price is about actually to turn. But usually to do that, it needs to be one kind of a meeting where there's a bit of uncertainty and the market is looking for some kind of guidance. If the expectation is low, then maybe the market's going to be just how it is right now without really much moving, or maybe price just continue in whatever trend that has been trending or moving in the last few days. I like news. I like this, but I'm really specific. In everything I do. I can ignore it completely. It doesn't mean that I'm going to trade every single news event. It's not.
I like that. I suppose I'll look at the fundamentals. More of a case that I like to look at the fundamentals just because I'm curious of what's happening in global economics and fundamental news. I tend not to actually implement it into my trading. Usually, with everything that's going on with Trump, me and my dad communicate on it. So I'll be sending him up to date with what's going on with Trump. He'd be sending me up to date with what's going on with other global economics and being what's your thoughts on this? And we'll chat about it. But not once have I actually looked at it and analyze how it will affect the markets, which is really ironic given the fact that I'm a trader who analyzes the markets on a daily, also looking at fundamentals, which predominantly will affect the market. So I've never actually looked at that. I've sort of imprinted it in my brain to see red impact news and stay away. So it's interesting to get that sort of input from you,
so
being like, look, you know, I will look at the news.
If you're a bit curious, it's just listening to, for example, just getting used to listen to those two press conferences, either Christine Lagarde or the FOMC, and just see how the market reacts to those some keywords. But of course, it's not just the word that matters. Like it's a bit of the sentiment from the expectation from the market towards that meeting. For example, try to understand what's the main catalyst that can affect market. What is between, for example, NFP or so unemployment or inflation? Which one is lowest or highest? Which one is the market more concerned about? So you want to hear some words from the Fed to see which may be direction. And usually, for example, even when you're listening to the press conference, it's not while they are reading their statement, it's actually during the Q&A. So you want to try to see if there's any kind of journalist, if there is any journalist that's going to ask a specific question that can spark finally the movement. And then you're going to, so I'm not having you kind of to watch the press conference and start trading, but what listen to the press conference and just paying attention to the market, and you're going to see some potential moves and some behavior. And that can be quite aggressive, because when it turns, especially when it's a lot of uncertainty in that moment, then price can just literally either drop quite aggressively or just move to the upside. And that's it, and move.
Yeah, nice. So, will you go full risk into the news, or are you going to mitigate or reduce slightly?
Yeah, I usually do. I usually think it's more or less the same. However, I've tried to. The main difference for me is that I may have 3 bullets to try to be correct in a move. Like, imagine I accept maybe 3 losses for that specific move to happen. In this particular case, maybe I just try it once, and then if I'm wrong, okay, I'll wait for more involvement from the price to eventually take the next trade, instead of keep trying to trade the same level. But the good thing as well between even these moves, or for anyone trades news doesn't want really to trade in the moment of the news, is that sometimes this kind of news event can be or can start a new cycle into the market, at least maybe for 2 weeks. Okay, so maybe even if you don't really try to trade in that specific moment, and sometimes, especially on FOMC, because it's in the evening, late night, sometimes the move itself during the FOMC, it doesn't really create the top or the bottom. It's maybe the next morning where finally the bottom or the top is created, and now you have a new cycle to start. And then you're going to see that if you start going back into the charts, you can see that at around what time of the month did it happen, the top or the bottom. And you're going to maybe to see that maybe around 1 or 2 days after that kind of event, the FOMC. Those are news that actually can shift the market for 2 weeks or a month or something like that. So you know that maybe you're going to be able to. There you go. This is a new trend, beginning of a new trend. That's fine.
When it comes to news like FOMC, I usually I find it'll affect the market in quite a big way. So the day, I used to like to trade the morning before, not the morning before, but the morning of the just before the FOMC release would come out. And then I started realizing that I'd have to jump down onto the 1 minute time frame just to get a slight better movement, especially if so this is assuming that you're trading major pairs or anything with the US dollar involved in it. And I'd just be looking at it, I'd be like, why am I bothering trying to force something that's just not making sense right now? You shouldn't be trading it. And then even a Monday London session, and maybe even a bit of New York session, depending on what the NFP data release was, I always find it super difficult trying to trade the day of and the day after. And what I mean by the day after is obviously the weekend's closed. So I always see the day after being the Monday. I would hate trading Monday's price action after a day of NFP.
Yeah, usually from my time of experience in the market, I don't really have the data to say, okay, this is 20% or 50% or 70% of times that happened. But usually when you do have, especially if during the NFP, there was a big momentum into one direction, either up or down, usually then on Monday, price is still going to move into that direction of that momentum. Okay, unless there was some kind of weird news over the weekend. But if there was nothing over the weekend, usually price tends to still continue with the momentum of the day before, of the Friday before, especially if you have a big momentum on that day, and you can try to find ways to capitalize on that move. And if there's any kind of reversal, that's maybe more towards Tuesday morning or something like that. Of course, then actually it tends to be, let's pretend that the move was to the upside. At the end of the Friday, price tends to retrace a little bit. It's people traders are taking profit, and then it opens over the weekend, and then usually there's maybe a little bit of manipulation during the Asia, whatever, and there you go. Then price just continues, and then maybe this is maybe one session, and then kind of a little bit closer to the US Open, maybe price goes a little bit down again, and usually kind of there's another manipulation wherever price now is ready to go, and it also goes slowly. And this basically Monday price action, when Friday maybe was a bigger one, especially if there was a big momentum. Then if there's any kind of retracement, that usually tends to be more Tuesday morning, or maybe Tuesday is just a ranging market, and then Wednesday is going to be the day it's going to turn. But that's if there was a big momentum on the day before, and there's literally no news over the weekend. Yeah, so I'll definitely position myself, or expecting already for price to just continue on that direction of Friday, which means that I'll not be forcing any kind of reversals on that day. I'll just let Monday play out, or try to, if I do find any entry on the same direction, perfect, but it's not exactly my style, so I'll just let price go, and maybe the trade's going to be on Tuesday for me.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Guys, also, if anyone has any questions in chat, either for myself or Pedro, just drop them in chat. If you want myself, if you want Pedro to look at anything in particular, if you're in any trades, don't forget, guys, we've got 9 minutes until we've got some more high impact news. So just let us know if you want to take a look at anything, but be very, very careful, as we have got high impact news in 9 minutes. And then again, 15 minutes after that, I believe. I think we've got them at 1:30. And then later on at 11 p.m. my time, which would be 7 p.m. we've got Jolts. I will double check with you on that one. So yeah, just be very, very careful on that, guys. Also, yeah, like I said, if you got any questions for us, we have got this from AJR, Bondia. Can't read the rest of it, so Pedro, I'm gonna leave it to you, brother.
He's one of the members of the Portuguese community. He's always speaking about food with me, which is nice. So it's a sweet potato with sumi. I have no idea. That's kind of a temper, but it's just, so basically just some sweet potato at lunchtime. Yeah, but he's a nice guy. He's always
Awesome. Well,
good.
bomb to you, AJR. Yeah, you do all right. Unbiased trader saying, see you, Pedro and William, heading out before I overtrade. Good man, absolutely love to hear that. Catch you on the Discord Poker Night. See you on Friday, my friend.
That's great.
I like that, man. Yeah, head out before you start overtrading. That's a really smart move. Also, guys, make sure that you smash out the like button as well if you haven't already. We got over 200 people watching right now. We had like 250 a couple of minutes ago, which is fantastic. I don't know how many likes we got. I'll check in a second. But last time I did check, it was like 118. Guys, let's absolutely smash 200 likes out. It's absolutely awesome to see so many people in. The community is growing, and you guys seem to be absolutely loving it. So make sure that you smash that like button, share the channel, and subscribe if you are new here, because we are inching closer, ever so slightly, to 100,000 subscribers. So that is awesome.
Yep.
We've got
Equals.
Providence channel saying, I can't find my login details. I'm assuming you're on about your credentials for your account. Go into the hub, you'll see like a key. Click the key, that'll give you your credentials. If you're on about anything else, maybe you should have written them down. Other than that, sorry, my friend, we can't help you there. What news are we expecting? I'll tell you what I'll do. I will go ahead and bring Forex Factory up for you, if you bear with me, because I've just closed the tab. There we go. That should be... There we go. So you should be able to see now. There we go. Fantastic. So now that you guys can see, this is the Forex Factory. This is everything that we're expecting to see right now. So all of this is in Hong Kong time, by the way. So just bear in mind it's GMT +8. So you're gonna have to do the conversion yourselves. So 8 p.m. we had the GBP news out. 8:30 p.m. again more GBP news. So that was about an hour ago. And then we've got this coming out in 5 minutes time. The Euro the main refinancing rate and the monetary policy statement. And then 15 minutes after that, we've got the big one, unemployment claims. Followed 15 minutes after that, we've got the ECB press conference. And then about an hour and 15 after that, yes, hour and 15 after that, we've got Jolt's job opening. So guys, be very, very careful with these news impacts coming out, especially those who are trading major pairs or anything to do with the euro.
Indeed.
That is what we are expecting at the moment.
Yeah, that's the one.
There we go. Awesome stuff. I just brought your screen back up so I can go get my trading view.
Yeah.
And
We have...
AUD card.
Yeah, Aussie card.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, so
would you like?
I can do it, but just before I do that, Tiny Toons. So anytime I ask or we ask someone to share their or to request their pair, it would be nice if you guys could at least say the time frame or tell us the time frame or which direction you are looking for, so it can help us a little bit with the analysis and the answer that we're going to give when you are analyzing the market. Because I may be looking at 4 hour time frame, then you're looking at 1 minute, or I'm looking at 5 minutes and you want to know the 1 hour or 4 hours time frame, and I end up not answering your request. So maybe just add on the chat which time frame and which direction is your bias or what you are looking for. Are you looking for longs, for shorts? So just give us a few more seconds, answer on the chat, and then we'll analyze Aussie CAD for you. Yeah. And then you have in here developer web pros. It just requested my first payout from the Fivers. Congratulations, my friend. Yeah.
Bosh.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well done, man. Absolutely awesome. Big congratulations on that.
Yeah, if you want to share how you're feeling right now, let us know. Let us know in the chat.
Let us know if it's your first payout as well. If it's your first payout, then let us know. Let us know how that feels, man. If it's not your first payout, then I mean, just congratulations anyway for staying consistent and getting multiple payouts. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks. All right. Yeah, so we are 2 minutes away, 2 minutes and a half away from the news. We'll see what the euro is going to do. But yeah, Tiny Toons, yeah, if you do reply about the Aussie CAD, I can give you maybe a little bit of my idea. I like where price is reacting. So I don't know if you want to look for shorts or for longs, but it would be great if you just help a little bit on that one. All right. Okay. There you go. This is his first payout of my life from prop firms. I'm very excited. There you go. Congratulations.
Dude, that's sick. That's so cool, man. Congratulations. Dude, yeah, we're hella proud of you. Yeah, that's absolutely awesome, man. Big congratulations on that. Remember, the one thing I cannot stress enough when it comes to prop firm payouts, you have just said, I am very excited, and so you should be. You should be excited. However, the minute it hits your bank account, the minute it hits your account, and you've got the payout, and you get the certificate, and you get the big smile on your face, and you do a bit of a happy dance in your office, you know, once you've done that, you're over it. Get it over with. You're done. Put it behind you now. Back to square one. Back to the account zero. Keep going. And then when you get another payout, then you can do another happy dance. You can get all excited again, and then put it behind you. My brother taught me this, and he's actually my younger brother as well. He has a fantastic way of putting it. He manifests positivity from the past. And what I mean by that is he will basically remind himself how much he's achieved, and then he'll dream a little bit. So he'll be like, oh, I could do this in the future, and this in the future, and this in the future. How amazing would this be? He gets all euphoric and gives himself a bit of dopamine, and then he stops. He gives himself like a half an hour to an hour, stops and says, okay, how? What am I going to do now? He puts all that behind him. He says, well done. You've now congratulated yourself. You've now given yourself that big amount of satisfaction, patted yourself on the back. Cool, that's over now. You know, a bit like celebrating your birthday. You have your birthday party. The next day you wake up, it's back to normal. Your birthday party was yesterday. Forget about it. Move on to the next one. So once you've done that, man, you know, you've got the weekend coming. You know, celebrate. Do whatever you need to do to celebrate. Make yourself feel good. Monday morning, straight back into the office. Back to normal. Ready for your next payout.
Well said. Well said. Of course, that we're going to master that aspect with more experience, with more payouts, and more times that we're going to go through that situation. But it's a great advice. And maybe another question also, it's just to understand is how many attempts have you tried until you get this payout, or kind of how many tests, or how many times you got funded, but then eventually didn't manage to get payout as well. If you want to share that with us, that could be beneficial as well, and can be an example as well for others to maybe at least feel motivated with what you are doing and your achievement right now. But yeah, it's great. It's really great. It's actually good that maybe you're getting it close to the weekend, so you can actually have maybe 2-3 days to kind of enjoy the moment, and then Monday come back and get to work again, which is really important. All right.
We've just had news out now as well, so just going to go over and check Euro USD. We can see that we are heading bullish.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a move down, and now prices looks like it's maybe going up.
Yeah, because I thought we were going to start continuing down. I thought, oh, okay, we're going to have a reversal here, and we're going to start hitting the downside, especially with the amount of wicks that we were seeing to the upside. But no, I mean, so far this news comes out a little bit positive for the euro, and it seems to be pushing price up a little bit. So I wanted to be long on the euro, but I said to myself, you know what, I'm not trading anything now from 8 p.m. onwards, or 1 p.m. onwards. No, it would be 12 p.m. Yeah, so noon UK time onwards. I'm not going to trade due to the amount of high impact news that we had coming out, and I'm sticking to it. You know, even later on after the news has settled down a little bit, I'm not going to trade for the rest of the day now. So I'm just going to be a bystander. I'm just going to watch and see how the markets are going to react to all the data that's going to be released over the next hour or two.
Yeah, for me, in terms of the euro dollar, honestly, I have kind of these two levels. I had this level in here where price managed to keep pushing, hold price down, and then my level for potential longs actually is a little bit lower, either in here or somewhere in there. So I actually would like to see how these lows maybe being spiked, and then maybe price will go to the upside instead of price just holding these lows. I think there's a lot of liquidity in here, and I'll be kind of a bit surprised if price at least doesn't take that liquidity if the intention is to go to the upside. But at this point, I have this level. Which level price breaks first, maybe that gives maybe a bit of the idea that next direction that I'm going to be looking for on the euro. But so far, as you can see, kind of a quiet reaction. Basically, price didn't even manage to break a 15-minute structure so far, because it was expected, right? So the rates stay the same. There's no real change. Our eyes and ears are going to be for the press conference, and not right now. We have Real Edge. What's up, Luis? Real Edge is another big in our community, in the Portuguese community. Real Edge is a bit of the opposite, or in the further stage comparing with developer Web Pros that he just got his first payout. Real Edge is getting payouts almost every day or every week, which is amazing. So yeah, he's an amazing trader.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah,
Real Edge, big congratulations to you, my man.
Yeah, he's smashing it. Even in futures, I think FX as well. But yeah, in futures, he's just smashing it, which is great to see. Yeah, he was already in our live stream in the Portuguese. We already had the conversation. Most likely, he's going to be again. We need to speak for him to come back again in our live stream. Okay, so we have in here the Tiny Toon. So he actually mentioned I closed my long swings on 4 hour. Now I'm looking for shorts right away. But should I avoid them for the upcoming news? I'm not really sure if Aussie CAD is going to be that affected with the news. So maybe that's not going to be a problem for you. And usually if you're actually looking more of a swing position, maybe trading out of maybe what daily or 4 hour. I'm trying to look for the pair. Where is the pair? Aussie, no, this Aussie yen, Aussie CAD. There you go. Yeah, even if you are looking more for a swing position, sometimes it's actually beneficial to be involved when the news are about to pay out, because if you're correct, the kind of price should be in your, or the news should move price in your direction, and not the other way around. So if you did close your swing position, which I don't really know what you mean by swing, it's kind of 1 day, couple of weeks, or something like that. I think it was quite expected after price breaks maybe this structure that we could make the move at least towards the next highs. So that happened. It happened quite aggressively, especially maybe after price broke above this resistance. Then I think there was space for price to move higher. Now, as I was mentioning before, I kind of like where price is about to react. In my view, I think this is an interesting supply level, and price never really reacted from it. So we had maybe an attempting here, price never went there. We had another attempting here, price never went there. We had another attempting here, price never really touched this level in here. And now we are touching it. Now, is your trade, is this reaction from this move already as or should I expect price reacting from here and completely sell off like this? I'm not really sure. I would have in mind 2 targets at this point. One of the targets would be definitely this previous low. So we already have the reaction. Price is moving a bit more to downside, and maybe somewhere around here I'll be trying to take maybe some profits since I was already in this trade, because maybe this can be just a trend continuation move and price will eventually just continue to go higher. And the second target, if then price starts breaking and you start seeing that price is holding this top and start breaking this low, then I'll be looking for the next structure, which is around this level, around this top as well, and around here. So at least these 2 levels, I'll be a little bit concerned. There are 2 levels that maybe price could react to continue to push higher if that's intention. If that's intention from Aussie CAD, who knows if Aussie CAD wants to eventually get closer more to this top, or even then visiting this structure here on the left. But this reaction, at least for a bounce, if you do find levels that were not visited when price created them, and you see that price actually managed to even break structure from those levels, usually doesn't matter how long it takes for price to get back there. Usually price will have some kind of reaction from these levels, because they are fresh, they're higher time frame, and you actually have liquidity just underneath them, and there's going to be many people interested in trying to try to sell from these tops, placing their stop loss just above it. And one thing that I actually like in here, which actually I just realized it now, is that we actually had already one break of structure before we even got there. We had already a small break of this low, which is going to attract more people into sales. And now everyone's got trapped in here. And with this move, maybe there's a higher probability the price can already visit this level, since you already had a break at least from here. But I'll still be a little bit concerned looking for targets, but at least to try to see how price may react from here, and you can manage your trade accordingly. If you see price respecting this level and going higher, maybe price does want to get a new high before eventually turning. But this is what I'll be doing on here on this Aussie CAD. It looks nice. It looks nice overall. Yeah. That would be nice, to be honest.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've seen Babala saying as well, what do you think of GBP USD? I was actually looking at G right this second, so I'm just going to bring my chat up real quick, as I was literally looking at that. As you can see over here now, I wanted to see if it was going to, if the Euro news was going to affect the GBP at all, as maybe as a byproduct. Hasn't really done too much. Now we have in 6 minutes time, I believe. Let me just double check. Yes, 6 minutes time, we have got high impact news, and that is for the dollar. That is unemployment claims. So, guys, seriously, if anyone is trading the dollar or any major pair right now or gold, be very careful. We've got high impact dollar news, and it is unemployment claims. Yes, I suppose you could trade it. It's not NFP, it's not CPI. But an unemployment claims, in my opinion, anyway. Pedro, I don't know what you think about unemployment claims, but me personally, it's one of those ones which I tend to stay away from nowadays. Like it didn't used to be as bad, but I tend to stay away from it now as a rule of thumb. Let's have a quick look. So this is on the 4-hour time frame, by the way, guys. So we've got this. We're clearly in an uptrend right now, especially the way that price has been moving over the past couple of months. So we've been moving higher. We've got this pullback now, which is looking really nice. So we had this fail to break this new high, continuation lower, breaking structure, disrespected this zone here, pulled back, continued lower, breaking further structure points. Where are we aiming for? In my honest opinion, I want to see us head down into this level here. So if we can come down to there, that's going to be super nice. Let me just get rid of all my squiggly doodles. There we go. So in my opinion, I'd like to see GU move a little bit lower. Even if we pull back, even if we can have some form of pullback a little bit like this, pull back and then have a continuation and then start looking at moving up. I think something like that would be super cool. But again, time will tell. We'll have to see what goes on. That would be super nice. Let's go down to the 15-minute time frame, see what's going on the intraday. Now, very similar to, like I just mentioned, we've broken this structure here, and it's like internal structure or like microstructure, depending on what you want to call it. So we've got this internal microstructure here on the smaller time frame, got the break and close underneath, and we haven't really pulled back at all. Again, massive bear move again here, pull back really nicely, created a lower low further, except here we have failed to create a lower low. We've actually created a higher low. Now, the only reason we've created a higher low and why I call this a higher low is because we broke and closed above the previous low. There we go. So we broke below and then closed above. Now, this just shows that this is a rejection. Now, price attempted to move down, but it failed. Now, do people trade this differently? Of course, some people will say, "Will, you're an idiot. That is a lower low." That's absolutely fine. If you want to call it a lower low on the lower time frame, it is a lower low. We have closed below. However, like I mentioned on gold, I must see a correlation and an alignment between the 15-minute and the 5 for there to be validity in the sell opportunity. So we haven't got that right now. So therefore, we have got a low here and we have got a high here. Now, I am not interested in anything buys or sells until we get a break and close above. And I'm not saying that I'm going to be trading immediately or a break and close below. Now, what that means is I want to see a break and close above before I consider taking a buy. I want to see a break and close below before I consider taking a sell. Now, that doesn't mean that as soon as we get a break and close below, I'm just gonna sell and I'm just gonna open a price where it is then. It means that is the point that I'm going to be interested in the market. So what you could do is go up here, right click, and then set an alert. And it hasn't wanted to set an alert. Now it has. There we go. Same goes here. You could literally go up, set an alert, create, bosh. So you've now got an alert here, now got an alert here. Whatever happens inside, we don't care. I really couldn't care less what happens inside because it's just garbage price action. It's like microstructure that isn't going to be an interest to me because that's not within my plan. So that's what I'm seeing on GBP USD. I'd like to see further sells to a 4-hour point of interest down here at this consolidation zone. If we don't get it, if we move up, happy days, that's absolutely fine. I will also trade that. I will happily trade the break and close above if that's what price presents, because I don't trade what I predict, I trade what I see. However, I do like to have some form of analysis into where I think the direction could go, but I like to come up with a counter analysis just to help me in case it doesn't do what I want it to do, and would I be prepared for an opposing position. So that's my views on GBP USD.
Yeah, interesting. Actually, I'm just waiting for it to drop a bit more into that 4-hour zone that you have at the bottom to see if I'm not going to be trading out. So where price is right now, I caught the short straight away at the top. That was kind of 1 week ago, and that was it. That was it. Actually, maybe yesterday there was a chance to go short again. But I was a bit late No, price actually reacted a little bit lower than where I was looking for. So I did manage to get that short from a bit close to the top. But yesterday I was looking for price to get a little bit higher. And price just reversed before it got to my zone of interest. Because after that, actually, it was a nice price action. And then price sold off. And actually, when I noticed it, price was already somewhere in here, and I wanted to see a bit more of a tracement back into this level, and then move to the downside. I was still bearish bias when price broke this structure. I was still then expecting price to go a bit further down, and that's actually a bit more or less the target I was looking. It's a bit closer to this structure as well, even though price is reacting maybe from this level. But yeah, I was looking for price to go a bit further down as well on the pound. Yeah, now he's waiting and see on the pound, to be honest. If price by chance goes up again, that's perfect. I may be looking for shorts again, if that's what he wants. Yeah. Okay, we have Rich and we have Victor in the house.
Hello.
Well, hello there, two very good-looking gentlemen.
Where are these good-looking gentlemen?
Well, one's above you. We got Pedro. And then one is just below you. We've also got Victor.
We're going to be the capped traders
I'm joking.
today.
Don't worry. I would just leave it at Victor. You know, he's a very handsome gentleman. But it is your birthday, so I got to be nice to you today. So you know what? You are also.
Birthday.
I'm the special boy today. Yes, I'm the special boy. The special boy requires everybody to bow down and kiss his feet.
Yeah, tomorrow you're no longer a handsome gentleman, it's just Victor, so sorry, mate. But...
Very true.
Happy birthday!
How are we doing, guys?
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Victor. Now you do.
Yes, I do. And we all do now.
Don't forget.
Everyone is writing in their calendar now. Rich is on the 5th of February. They will remind you next. They will congratulate you in a year's time as well.
Please do. I love presents. I love getting the acknowledgement of my peers, and I just love getting acknowledged. I'm joking.
He also likes a bottle of red wine and a nice bottle of a South African, if I believe.
Pinotage is a bit dry, and it's got like a bit of a tartness to it, very earthy flavors. But I think Pinotage is very nice. It's a very South African red wine.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So the unemployment claim came out about 2 minutes ago. There was a little move, but it wasn't a big thing. Even the reaction of the interest rate decision, right, on EU that came out was as expected, and it didn't create too much of a jolt, pun intended. So what are you guys expecting for EU or any other peers that you are watching now that the news is, only a few minutes, but still it's already out? Are you, okay to start looking for a trade now, or what are you guys waiting for?
Yeah, me personally, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting at this point. Actually,
so GU, I broke down just a second ago. I want. Yeah, same as that.
I'm showing your chart too.
Oh, okay, sweet, awesome stuff. I was gonna say, oh, yeah, awesome stuff. So GU, I'm being a little bit patient with at the moment. If we got a 15-minute break and close below here, as you can see, I've marked out right here. If we got a break and close below this low, then I would have been interested in selling probably either around this area or this area. Would you like me to do it again, Victor? This one right here. This one right here. So yeah, if I got a 15-minute break and close below, it would have aligned with the 5-minute. Nice little pullback, which we are right in, by the way, and it looks to be in my golden zone as well. If I get my fib out, it's right. It's perfectly tapped into my golden zone. So this would have been a beautiful area for me to look at trading into. However, that could have been some nice shorting potential. Probably would have put my stops around these highs. I probably would have put my stop just in case it did want to 100% fill this pullback, and then I would have of course. I would have wanted to target the lows just down here for 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. So that would have been quite nice. But like I said, we didn't get a break and close here. It was a rejection instead. So therefore, invalid trade. Now we did get a close on the 5-minute, but unfortunately, the 5-minute didn't align with the 15. So therefore, not interested. No trade idea, and I am out of here.
Literally?
No, not literally. Just I'm not in the trade.
Oh. Okay, just checking. Yes, there's a nice. What are you looking at, Pedro, on the chart? I mean.
Yeah, on the euro. On the euro is still in the range. So I have two levels that I'm looking to see which level price is going to break first. So I have this one a little bit higher. And then I'm looking for price maybe to go a little bit lower, even considering this one as well. And there you go. But to be honest with you, the level where I'll be more interested in trying to trade euro dollar is if actually the euro dollar would go a little bit higher, and then looking for some kind of price action closer to this top to potentially try to look for another short or somewhere still close to these 120s. I would like to see maybe price creating a kind of a double top to actually validate that this top may be that important, and actually the euro doesn't have the intention to go beyond this 120, and maybe from here could start a new trend, a new selling bearish trend. But for that, is still a lot to happen. For example, to confirm even that, we also may need a potential break in here. This potential could end up in a massive, you already know it, Quasimodo. But it's still early days, so we still need quite a few things to happen before that. So for now, on the euro, personally, I'm just on the waiting mode. I was looking at the dollar yen or at the yen pairs, and I can see that the yen pairs are actually moving. There you go. I was looking for a fake out of this move to go higher, not really happening, and I can see that dollar yen is just selling off, and I'm not in the trade. I was waiting for a little bit of a retracement. I didn't catch anything in here. I was looking for price to retrace a bit. Now that we had finally dollar yen retesting this previous structure, that was one of the pairs that I was paying attention to, the yen pairs, and I'm just sitting on my hands for now. Didn't really manage to catch anything yet, but I still like the levels. I'm still interested to see how price eventually come back into here. But yeah, that's mostly. Yeah, most of the opportunities to be the euro or the dollar yen or the yen pairs. Euro pound at this point, I'm just waiting. After catching that short, I'm waiting to see as well if price comes back again to try to look for a new short opportunity, maybe either in here or come back, and then we'll look for it again. Yeah, that's most of it. That's most of it, guys. I actually have to go. Richard, happy birthday! Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yep. I hope you have achieved everything you want, not just today, but for the next year as well. I hope the gym is getting easier and you're getting more comfortable with it. So that's good. No.
Easier.
Not yet.
I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it will get there. It will get there. Victor as well. Have a good one. I will be maybe watching on the background to listen to your analysis, Victor, as well on the euro and so on, and Rich, Will as well. It was a pleasure. Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you.
Have a great
Pleasure,
one.
Pedro.
Bye bye. Thank you, guys.
Cheers,
Thank
Pedro.
you, Pedro Buenmoso. All right, so let's continue here. Pedro is that was funny, right? Let's look at Richard. I asked the two gentlemen above you to do their analysis, and I was gonna go at it, but I'm sad. I mean, I know it's your birthday, but still, would you like to give your look at what's catching your eye for the market today?
Okay, I can do that. While you were asking that question, I was busy with some admin work in the background, so I did not catch your question earlier.
Maybe I should jump then in front of you, and I'll do mine while you get things ready. So let me see. I have this. It is already on my screen, and actually, that's a very beautiful timing. Maybe let's see. This is what I'm looking for or looking at. We have just to give you some context where we are and why I'm looking the things that I'm looking for. You have a monthly fresh, not a fresh, but an entry order block, in a bearish one that we tapped into right there. So I'm looking to see how far is this selling pressure that is usually triggered by touching this structure, how will it last. And the first thing to me, the other thing that I'm considering, because it's a monthly bearish structure, it's only reasonable to expect that the market will need something similar, perhaps a bullish monthly, right? So a monthly in the opposite direction to bounce off, right? So that's below us. That's going to be 117.50 more or less. So I'm looking for that possible push down in the next coming weeks. So on the weekly time frame, you can see the same thing happening. Price has rejected, leaving that huge wick behind. It looks very bullish, I know, because it's making higher lows and it's making higher highs as well, beautifully getting, even after hitting that line, that structure, it hasn't broken, at least not yet. It hasn't broken any structure. So it's still poised to continue higher, but in the interim, it can easily, reasonably come back to form some support on the structure we just mentioned, which is the monthly. The weekly, the next weekly structure we have is all the way down to that swing point. So that takes a long time. It may not even reach this anytime soon, but who knows? And on the daily time frame, I have the following. So we had the quasi from before, which is basically this, right? That's the established downtrend. It breaks it, goes all the way to that top, and then comes back for the possible. Actually, it did it already here. Maybe I should indicate that, because this is now the second shoulder, the second right shoulder. This is the first, that's the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. It goes out and comes back for the entry order block long to make that move. That's fine. That in that instance, it's completed. However, if price comes back and the pattern is still valid, you can take it a second time if there is a pattern, a valid pattern, and there is. It's this one right here. Actually, both of them are still valid, but the first one that we are gonna be meeting soon is one. I don't know if it's gonna be soon, but the next one up is one at 117.26.25. And basically, if we have a breakdown today, that would be the area for a swing trade, as a swing trade, right, to target, right? That's the daily time frame. And from that area, I would be looking for the switch on the daily to see if I can catch, if there is going to be a continuation, right? We don't know. This is all strategizing ahead without actually price going there. So I don't know if it's going to go there, but that's just getting things ready. If it breaks down, that's the next level it's going to go to. And maybe if that happens, maybe there's going to be a reversal, because we have a nice pattern as we just discussed here. So if you go to the daily, to the 4 hour, to find our the structures that we're now currently dealing with, we did have a H4 here, right, that we had that we are reacting off of it. However, that's already the second retest, right? This is the creation, right? That's the creation of that order block. It says 1, but it's actually H4 as well. That's the creation, and it comes back. That's the first retest. And then now we're actually dealing with a second retest, meaning it can still have a reaction, and it did, as obviously it did, but that's an inferior reaction. So it's still tricky because we had news today, and even though the interest rate decision on the euro isn't as explosive usually as it is on the Feds, for example, because they tell us in advance what they want to be doing and so on. However, it can still be just what price needs as a catalyst to start growing. So you got to be extra careful when these high event. It's not for nothing that it is a red folder. Red folder news. I was gonna say red carpet, but that's another thing. If we have here the let's see. So we have the initial reaction, the initial retest. That's there. That's the one that you want to be catching using this structure. On the second one, that structure is no longer the optimal best structure you want to be catching. So basically, I'm not using that for. I know there is it's a zone of demand, but it's not as tight anymore. And so what we do have is a fresh bearish order block, which is created by the outside bar. And we have Dave in the background. Let us know anytime you're ready. Take your time. No rush when you're ready. And so we have the outside bar here that seems, right? It's just an idea. It seems to be the market. I mean, the first thing that I'm thinking of is, look at this. So that's before the news. This is supposed to be a demand zone, right? It's a bullish order block on the H4. It's not a tiny, it's an H4 structure. It's the secondary test, I know, so it's a little bit less strong. It's a little bit weaker than you would expect, but it's still an H4. And what is it? Why is the market, after retesting for the second time this candle we had during the Asian session, what is it? What is price doing? What is it telling us by creating a bearish, not just an engulfing or any other pin bar, let's say, no, an outside bar, right based on where it's supposed to be a demand zone? That doesn't make sense. That's conflicting information. So only one of them is going to be true or right. So since the outside bar is also on the H4 and it is more recent, I tend to give it a little bit of credit. So if we go to the lower time frames, I say, well, if the market is going to use this as a retest to go lower, right, and it's actually retesting all, even squeezing it, I say, where would I be interested in going short? For that, we go to the H1, and we do have the H1 order block sitting here with these two horizontal lines indicating a possible area not a possible, it's an area of supply, and we can use that as refinement. So if we go to lower time frames, you can see where I have all these areas pointed out. You have to overlay the fact that we have news coming out, so you might not be able to get in because of news restrictions on the prop firm account, or perhaps your strategy tells you, like mine, that you should not be entering before a news because the volatility can break all these structures and render your setup useless. Mm-hmm. But the structure is still there. The news came out, and we are currently, right, this is the last entry order block on the 5 minute. And what I'm looking for, we did have a reaction here. What I'm looking for is when and if, I don't know if it's going to happen, are the sellers coming in and pushing price lower. These wicks they're promising, but that's not enough, right? So it needs to go, you need to either on this time frame, on a lower time frame, it needs to start breaking structures. It needs to show some reversal patterns. But if it doesn't, you don't want to be going short when price is still pushing forward. So you want to be careful and wait for the market to actually reverse on the relevant time frame for you. But if it does, then it would make sense. We still have 11 minutes for this order block to be broken, right? So it's still valid, and I can still, if the market pushes down, you would see that now it looks very bullish, right? On that time frame, it's still looking bullish. The impulse is to the upside. It's even take out that swing high. So it looks promising for the buyers for this to happen. However, if you have a reversal, if market were to push down And even with that, before breaking that swing high, you would see that things will start looking quite ominous, because you have lower lows being taken, being created previously, and we have the lows of the 3rd of February is being already retested, meaning the next time around we go there, it's going to be weaker, right? Volumes have already been consumed, so it's likely it's not going to hold, or it has less chance of holding. And below there, on the lower time frame, you can see to the left, there isn't a lot to hold on all the way down. So it's going to be a bit of a free fall. So, but that's future. We don't have that actually occurring yet. So we need to be, if you look at this, there's no reason to go short yet, right? It's not telling us. But it's just one scenario that I'm looking at the reversal from the left, with the alignment on the hourlies, with the H4 giving me mixed signals, and I think that's perfect for the market, because the market gives you mixed signals all the time, and I like to think, or I tend to think that that's exactly what it wants to do, trick you into a trade and then do the opposite. So it's tricky, and I'm not in the trade yet. I'm waiting for price to actually start breaking down, and then I'll consider taking a short from here, if it triggers, and then if not, just watch it. That's my idea on EU, and it looks like it's not going to happen. But we can look at this together here on the live trading show.
Awesome stuff, man. Well, I hope that plays out really nice for you. Just remember, we have got news out in an hour, I believe, or hour and 10. So just take into consideration, guys, all of you, those who are trading the US session, as well as all major currency pairs, or all US affected pairs. Make sure you're really, really careful coming up in an hour and 10. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to shoot. I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you very much. Have a fantastic weekend. Have a safe weekend. Just remember, tomorrow NFP isn't out, I believe. It's next Wednesday. So safe trading anyways. They are still going to be Friday markets. Have a fantastic weekend. Stay safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I shall see you all Monday morning.
Cheers.
All right. Take care.
That's awesome advice, Will. We have to have a list of the things that you will do and won't do, so we can follow your advice. We need some reference points to follow that advice, but I'm sure it's a solid advice nonetheless. Dave, how are you doing?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Snazzy.
I heard a rumor it's Richard's birthday.
No, that's all fiction. That's all fiction.
Well, I'm gonna wish you a fictitious happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Dave.
All the best, and hopefully you're getting wiser.
I'm getting grayer.
Grayer, wiser, not older.
Yeah, so we have a saying in Afrikaans that says "wysheid is grysheid," so it just means wisdom comes with being gray. So
okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh, I've been hesitating on what to do with these. Should I shave them off or what? I guess I'm gonna keep them.
You should embrace them.
Embrace them. Okay, I'll embrace them. Keep you company with the beard.
Yes. Well,
and then we'll have Victor put some white out on his mask, so he can match us.
I will put a mask on with a Photoshop picture.
Nice.
Of a big beard, so I can join the beard club, the great beard club.
Yes. Here in the States, we have something called No Shave November. So in November, you don't shave for the whole month. And last time I did that, the beard went to 1 inch. So maybe this November we could try again. We'll see.
I like that challenge.
Yeah, I think it's called Movember here by us.
Movember.
So for moustache November, so you're not allowed to shave anything. It's like cancer awareness in men. That kind of like idea, yeah.
Yep. So you guys have been busy analyzing the charts, I see.
Yes, there was a possible. Let me check on the 5 minute. It hasn't closed yet. In about 1 minute and 20 seconds, it's gonna close. To me, if it closes there, everything is off table. Everything I just said, well, not everything, but I mean the reversal on the minutes is then off table. And if it closes on the 4 and 6 minute above there, where it is now, it's actually not visible, but if it closes above this line, let's indicate that be above that line in 6 minutes, then the H4, which is my daily reason, my intraday reason to go short, would be off, would be invalidated. It means that I'm not able to trade it anymore, and by that it means I'm gonna probably switch and see for a long ban. So it's very interesting the next couple of minutes what's going to happen. To me, that tells us how the market closes in those minutes. It's going to tell us likely where it's going to, for the rest of the session. Well, save for the news, if the news, surprises, and probably for the next couple of sessions as well.
Nice. Well, thank you. I see they're saying welcome. Thank you, DJ XS1. I appreciate the welcome. Hello, everyone from South Africa. Very nice. Haven't been to Africa yet.
You'll have the opportunity.
Yes,
all of the
yes.
members will at some point be invited to come to the Kruger National Park to go and see some lions.
And some lions.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. All right. I don't know if we had some questions here. Did you guys?
Yeah. Question here, and I think we're unique in a very unique position to answer this question.
Okay. Which is best, CFD or futures? Well, I'm biased, but let's give I like to give examples when I give answers. So it's like asking which is best, a pickup truck or a 4-door sedan, or it's going to depend on what's better for you. It's going to depend on where you're located in the world. I wouldn't say one is best over another, particularly, especially when we're talking about prop firms. I would say there are pros and cons to each, depending on where you're coming from and where you're trading from. From my perspective, futures are more interesting because I use order flow a lot. I watch the tape a lot. I like to see the prints of orders. I usually trade the NQ, and I'm looking at both the NQ and the ES at the same time to make my trade decisions. And it's good to have centralized volume data, and that comes with the futures. I haven't traded much CFDs, but I understand also that the spreads can be a little bit out of whack sometimes with CFDs. So that would be, pros and cons of futures versus CFDs. But let me make the case for CFDs. It might be in some cases, because I actually got that question yesterday from someone. Let me see if I can find it on Discord. Yes, they were talking about risk management. It might be easier, especially for a beginner, to manage risk with CFDs because. So the question was yesterday, there's a lot of volatility going on. And the example taken was the ES. The person asked, if the ES moves, 50 to 100 points, how do you manage your risk? Because, you're risking $5 per point. So, 100-point move, you're risking $500. The reality is, the asset moved 130 points during the whole session. So if you took a 100-point hit, that means you waited over 5 hours to get out of your trade. So it is possible to manage risk using micros, so the smaller version of the ES contract, the MES. But I understand with CFDs it might be easier because the moves imply that every point move or every dollar move that is made, it affects your account less, so you're risking less per move. So again, I'm blabbering a lot, but it might be easier to manage your risk with CFDs. But I wouldn't say, to come back to my initial point, that one is better than the other. It's just going to depend on what's better for you, what's more important to you. If you want centralized volume information, you want everything to match everywhere, futures are probably the answer. But if that is not as important to you and you don't mind having little discrepancies and paying a little bit of spread, and also I think with CFDs you can hold overnight, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can.
Okay, and that is currently the issue with trading prop, is that you cannot hold overnight, but you still can do a 23-hour hold. So that might be another pro of CFDs. So which one is better than the other? There's no real answer. It's like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy groceries? Then you don't need a pickup truck. But if you're gonna buy lumber, you probably need a pickup truck. So it's gonna depend on what you prefer.
That was such a very well thought out and structured response to a question. But I'm going to be that guy and say, wow, what a way to sit the fence, huh? But that is the correct answer, in my opinion. I don't think either one of the two is better than the other one. It all comes down to objectively what it is that you want out of it. It's the same as like somebody that decides to trade stocks versus someone that wants to do CFDs. You can have the same argument as well. There will be pros and cons to either one of those two assets or those two classification of assets. And it's really going to be on the person, the individual itself.
Yeah. And I have to add, we will make content, because we're producing a lot of content regarding all these things. There's I can expand a lot more on this question. CFDs versus futures, stocks versus futures, FX versus futures, all of that. We're going to actually talk about that a lot. We're going to make content about it so you guys can evaluate. And the great thing about the Fivers is you can be greedy and have everything all at once using our platform. So, you know, that's a great thing about it. You don't really have to pick and choose. You'll be able to trade everything.
I love that.
It's good to know the characteristics of each, so you can find, the traders can find them, you know, look for what fits them better, and doing that. But you don't have to choose, right? You, as you said, you can combine. You can do Forex and equities or futures or all of them if you so inclined to do so. Exactly.
I'll tell you a little anecdote, and I think I briefly touched on it the first time I came on the live. Is I started with stocks and briefly touched on futures, went back to stocks, crypto, etc. But I did find my groove trading a single asset, and that's why I migrated to futures. Because, for example, if you're talking about stocks, there's a lot of considerations you have to make every time you're going to trade a stock, especially if you're doing it intraday. You have to look at the float, so how many shares are available. If there's specific news related to that ticker, you have to be worried about halts if you're trading, especially small caps, depending on how big you're trading. And if you're trading a live account, you have to be worried about being able to purchase shorts and stuff like that. So a lot of considerations you have to make that you don't necessarily have to make with futures. So again, pros and cons to all of these assets. But like Victor just said, it's good to know the characteristics of each of them, just like knowing, you know, what a pickup truck can do, what a car can do, what a bicycle can do. But that doesn't mean you have to drive a truck every day. You can ride your bike sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Saying also trailing drawdown on futures, most CFDs don't have that.
Okay, trailing drawdown. Well, trailing drawdown, I think, is more of a business decision.
Yeah.
And without getting too much into it, I think, you know, you should be careful with companies who push the trailing drawdown too hard, especially intraday, you know? The intraday trailing drawdown is kind of the orange flag, not to say the red flag. So but it's understandable that companies want to use a trailing drawdown when you're trying to pass a challenge. You have to prove that, hey, you can make this work and not lose us X amount of capital. You're auditioning. It's a tryout.
Yeah, very much so. It's like you were explaining earlier. It's maybe their way of establishing some form of risk management
Exactly.
that would probably be a little bit amiss with most futures. Let's say brokerage futures instead of prop firm futures.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, hey, if there was no trailing drawdown or no drawdown, we could all martingales ourselves out of our losing positions, and just keep adding to those losers, and eventually get out of there, or not, I don't know, and go to zero. So there needs to be a point where, okay, we need to stop and cut those
Yeah.
losses.
Yeah, it has to be balanced. I mean, you want to allow risk taking. You want to promote risk taking, because otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for traders to actually make profit. But there's a balance, right? I mean, if you're done this, if a trader is trading for some time, I mean, there's going to be a reasonable area in the middle where rules are sensible and they're not limiting. They're just boundaries that you need to take care of or be aware of, and they are. And you can once you have seen that, then you can identify those prop firms that have rules that are just doesn't make sense. I mean, just very limiting, and it just almost seems like they're there to, to be broken by most people without even knowing, without realizing it. So it's you can see the reference points where it still makes sense, and but there needs to be there. I mean, the risk management is part of trading for us as well as for the prop firms. They need to manage their risk as well. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing a question in the chat right now that I would like to answer.
This one?
Yes, exactly. This one. It's DJX. Oh, sorry. My sound is off. 1 second.
Right. In the meantime, we can see that the market. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes. Question is, what is your take on futures brokers, not prop, like Trade-of-It and others banning certain countries? Example, South Africa, from trading with them. Normally they just reply country restricted. I have to say that, there's multiple layers to this question. So layer number one is, at the end of the day, all these brokers are private entities, and they can technically do whatever they want. They can decide to only allow certain users from certain countries to trading, etc. Of course, there are regulations. Now, the other thing that people have to understand is that the climate in the US is in a gray area. The political climate right now is in a gray area in the US, and I think everyone is trying to figure out how to align themselves when it comes to political decisions being made. When it comes to, for example, I don't want to get too political, but there have been many visa restrictions in the US these days. There's been a lot of unilateral decisions taken, and businesses have to ensure survival. So I think that's why a lot of back and forth is going on these days into deciding, okay, which countries are we going to allow, which countries are we not going to allow, etc. Now, of course, I understand it sucks for the traders because you really have nothing to do with this. These are politicians deciding things for you. But I think you kind of have to be in a wait and see mode. and maybe look around for what works other than that particular broker, and go from there. I think there's a lot more going on in the background than we actually know. These are not just decisions coming because of trading. They are very widespread political, geopolitical decisions, and companies have to ensure survival. So that's my answer to that.
Yeah.
And there's also something, it may not seem fair for the consumer, but as we got to consider that these companies, they need to manage their risk. And one risk is, regulatory risk. And if something isn't exactly defined yet, that's a risk, because they might invest in it, resources, funds, and it turns out that regulation is not going their way, and they need to pull out, losing everything they invested. So you gotta think it from their perspective as well. It's a part of risk management as a regulatory risk management which has it's a valid point, a fair point from their side, even though it may seem like, I don't know, someone from a specific country might feel left out or unfairly treated against the rest of the world, but it's for them, they're not there to promote equality. They're there to keep their company safe, sound, and solid into the future, and that's their priority, and that's what they need to, for their shareholders. That's their responsibility. So seeing it from their perspective as well makes it a little bit, it makes sense. It makes sense that they need to do some policy as a company, policy decisions, because of murky waters politically or regulatory murky waters. So it's as you said, there are different layers to that.
Yeah, exactly. Having run a business in the past, sometimes you have to make hard decisions, and it's not easy. Like Victor said, it's all about managing risk, and you have to ensure the business's survival. And sometimes you kind of have to follow certain rules that you don't necessarily 100% agree with, but you have to ensure survival. Just like when you're trading a prop firm, you might not agree with the trailing drawdown, but if you hit the drawdown, you'll get kicked out. So you have to align yourself with that and ensure your survival.
When it comes to regulation as well, that's not always necessarily on the prop firm or the broker. They might have a version of regulation that is fine within their collective countries that they operate in, and then they want to go and operate in a country like, for argument's sake, Argentina, and then the Argentinian government says, listen, we see you're regulated, but your regulation is not up to our standards, and you can either then adjust your regulation to fit our standards, or we're not going to allow you. And then, like you explained, it's sometimes just not worth it to them. Like the risk to reward for them conducting business in that country versus the money that they have to take out to have an extra third-party regulatory body come and review their stuff and so on and so forth. It just doesn't become worth it. And they say, you know what, you're a restricted country, but it's not because we are restricting you. It's because technically it's the other way around. Yeah. Your country is restricting us, in a sense.
Yeah. Exactly. So I saw another question. I want to try to interact with the chat as much as possible, but I see another CFD broker question. Yes, exactly. Yes, this one. You guys are fast, man.
We listened to the keywords and they were like, okay, he's talking about brokers.
I'm gonna need a masterclass because yesterday I was learning how to use the software. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be tricky at first. But anyways, yeah. So it's saying, what would be the reason very few CFD brokers follow exact futures prices as feed? So most CFD brokers don't mirror the exact futures prices because they're not quoting the exchange directly. So CFDs are basically, should I dare to say, OTC products, or over-the-counter products. The broker is building its own price feed based on liquidity providers, their own internal risk models, and sometimes their own book. So, CFDs are not exchange traded. The broker is setting the price, not the CME. So that's kind of the difference between CFDs and futures. And, they're getting liquidity from different sources. So there might be a slight variation from true future prices. Brokers are tweaking pricing to manage their exposure, again, risk management. So you might have a little bit of spread, a little bit of markup, risk adjustments. And also when they shut down, the prices can drift. So the feed is usually going to be close, but it's rarely going to be a perfect tick match with the actual futures market. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that's a very good answer.
So yeah,
the EU trade idea, like you explained earlier, has it now been invalidated, or the setup at least, has it now been invalidated?
Mine setup?
Yes.
Yes.
The one that you earlier.
Yes, it is invalidated. That's why, for those who are watching closely, I before taking out the structures, I put some indication that they are invalid. One of the ways that this is the close above that close above the order block, that's the understanding, not using these structures in isolation, but you have to use them in the context that they are, meaning there's news coming up, right? So you have on the H4, you have an outside bar, and that is with the trend, right? With the trend, we on the higher time frame. However, there is news, right? And news can break these more easily, and they don't always stick as well, right? So it's no longer valid because the H4, this order block, has been invalidated by the close above it. That's it, and that means that the whole basis of looking for that short is gone. Let go of that. Look for the actual next best option. I do have a fresh order block now below that I can trade from if price were to come back within a certain number of candles. And you can see as well, there is if you combine the H1 and H4, you see that there is an overlap, and that's why I have this area. This is the area that I'm going to be. It's just an area, you mark them and you don't know if they're going to come back. But if it comes back, that will be the area that I'll be interested in trading from if everything lines up. And if you're a momentum trader, then there was some possibility, some probability, some opportunity when price broke. After it broke, right? It breaks first, and instead of buying it here to go long, you wait for the market to come back. This was there was a big candle where price was going everywhere, and eventually it seems like nowhere. But you could have seen it on the lower time frame, let's say on the 2 minutes. That if you could have caught this. I didn't take this because I'm live and I'm not don't like to do these trades when I'm live, but I want my full attention to them. I mean, that's what I mean. But if price, this is the break, right? The price broke and closed above. It came back, and these are the moment we had the big candle on the 5 minutes. You can see that this candle that was afterwards, right? So you could have seen here, there, and there that the market was every time after the big candle. So the big candle is just going up and down, just like news releases. It's not really telling you exactly where it wants to go yet. But after that, you can see that it started holding this line. And that line is the exact invalidation line that we had from the H4. It means that it would be, the invalidation line is also the breakout line for the buyers to be looking for that line in the sand to see, okay, are we holding? Are we expanding? And price were for about 8 minutes. We're holding that line quite nicely and was not able to close below. On the 1 minute, I don't think it was very visible there, but on the 2, you could clearly see that, the market, every time it went below that line, it was bought up by market bought it up. And, so this move would have been very, very easy if you read that in advance, because you understand that it's going to push towards at least to the high, and possibly to the next level. And what was the next level? That order block. See how it came there? It had that pin bar. That's the reaction off of that order block. So that little bit, these are the scalps that I normally take, right? I would be getting in, I don't know, when I see this a couple of times, be getting in, not in a short, but in a long, and somewhere, I don't know, somewhere like there, or perhaps even try to catch and preemptively before it actually breaks out and take the TP before the next level, or perhaps knowing that it's going to take out that high, and then just move on. That's it. Nothing more. That's even if you didn't catch like I did, it will still have, easily 8, or in any case, it's good enough for a scalp. I didn't take it, just to be transparent. But now and after, this is what I like to I like to look at, and when I'm reading price. What does it do? What is this? This is an H1, so that's important, but not as important, right? You want to be seeing the higher time frames, let's say the H4 and etc. But what does it do when price reaches this level? Does it act as if nothing happened, meaning it's swing up and swing down, just like it did before, meaning something like this? If you go to the 1 minute, perhaps you can see that. Is it just doing this and continue to do the same thing right after it hits it, or does it break structure or accelerate on one side or the other, right? If it did, then that's telling you something. If it starts breaking structure after hitting after hitting that order block, that tells us that maybe we're going to have a change of a reversal, a change in direction, change of trend. But that's not there yet. We can see that the market came back and reacted on that breakout line again very nicely, just confirming the same line. The resistance became support beautifully, as we see that all the time.
Very interesting to watch you do that analysis on Euro USD, since I'm not a big FX guy. But it's amazing how many similarities exist, whatever the asset you're trading may be. The basic principles of how price moves and the reactions, maybe the timing is different. The impulsivity and the volatility of the moves is different, but there's a lot of similarities. So for anybody looking to switch and jump from asset to asset, don't be afraid.
Victor and Dave, I have a little announcement to make.
That sounds very
celebratory announcement.
We love announcements.
Okay. Okay, well, a little bit faster than I thought it was going to be. I have just posted a link, and it is the link towards the 10-year anniversary celebration page. Everybody, in the chat box, you will see a little link. If you click that little link, you will go to this page. It is the Fiverr's 10 years anniversary event. And this event is going to be awesome. And what I would like for all of you to do is please do all the way down until you get to this button over here. It says celebrate with us. If you click on that, then you can go and add to your calendar the 10-year event, which will be on the 17th of February from 4 o'clock until 6 o'clock standard South African Standard Time. But if you work that back, you will get to 2 o'clock until 4 o'clock GMT. So please, everybody, go and click on that link and go and register for the event. We have a bunch of stuff that we're going to be giving away. There's going to be speeches. There's going to be awards. There's going to be all kinds of awesome stuff. Please join us for that event. We're going to have special speakers. We're going to have Sol. We're going to have Mickey. We're going to have all of the CEO. We're going to have Trade the Pool. We're going to have everybody there. I think we're going to have Dave. Are we going to have Dave there? Dave, are you going to be there?
Maybe. Yes, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there front and center.
So yes, please, everybody, go and join us for this 10-year anniversary event. And now you may notice, if you are on the main page, if you go all the way to the top there, you'll see that there is a little bit of a scheduled calendar for March, April, May, June, and then July, August, going through to December is coming soon. But you'll notice that every month has something that we're going to bring out to all of you. So 10-year anniversary, we've got special offers that we're going to give everybody. It's awesome. So there's a video, but for my web browser, it doesn't seem like it wants to bring up the video. But yeah, I've seen the video. It is awesome. It's very nice. Unfortunately for me, it doesn't want to work, but I think that for everybody else, it should be working. So yeah, please go and come and join us on that day. We're going to have an awesome 2-hour stream for all of you on that day. It's going to be awesome. So we'll be reminding everybody every day from next week on to go and join it for everybody that may have missed it. You'll notice that it's going to be in your email as well. We're going to send an email out to everybody with this information. So if you're a trader and you've registered with the Fivers to receive marketing information, you will have the link in your email box. You don't have to go and search for it. It's also going to be on Discord as well. There will be an announcement in the Discord. I believe it's already out because Abe is very quick for stuff like this. And then, yeah, it will be all over the socials as well. So please, everybody, come and join us on that day. It's going to be awesome. It's really going to be awesome.
Yep, I'll add a lot of questions are going to be answered on that day, so you don't want to miss it. So everybody who's been asking questions on the Discord feed regarding futures and all of that, you know, the email is already out, if I'm not mistaken, because I got mine this morning. So please go and sign up. Don't miss it.
Please. And
before it is, go ahead.
Sorry, you will notice that there is a new program that is going to get released. I wonder what program this is. Interesting. But you have to be there in order to find out. So
be there or be square, like they say.
Yeah, you have to be there. That's all I'm going to say. You have to be there.
Are you trading? By the way, are you trading the? Have you traded the NASDAQ today, Richard?
No. I have not. On big news days, US news days, I generally avoid participating in trading. And then this morning just didn't give me much in terms of what I wanted to see.
Work with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
fair.
I've just kind of like stepped back a little bit.
Fair, you're being wise. It's wise to sometimes step away when there's news, or at least wait until things calm down after the news to do whatever you want to do. So yeah, we'll see how the rest of the day happens. I'm thinking it's gonna be a pretty volatile day. So we'll see what happens.
My apologies. There's dogs in this area that is absolutely going crazy. I'm just gonna mute myself for a second.
We can't hear that. Fine. So if you wondered, we had no knowledge until you mentioned it.
Well, sometimes I don't know what goes through my mic and what doesn't.
No, we couldn't hear it, so you're fine. You're fine.
Awesome. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to have to love and leave you all. I'm going to leave everybody in chat in the capable hands of Dave, Mr. Gonzalez, and Mr. Victor. Once again, for everybody, go check your emails or click that link in the chat box and go and sign yourself up for the 10-year anniversary event of the Fivers. It's going to be awesome. Like I don't know how many times I'm going to say it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. So please go ahead and join us there on the 17th. It's a week and a half. It's a week and a little bit, and then you get to experience that. Amazing giveaways that we will have. You might even win a massive account. We don't know.
We don't know. So many things.
Yeah. So if you don't want to miss out, click that link and join us. All right, guys. I am going to jump out. Victor, if you want to, you can bring your screen up, or if Dave wants to share something, he can do so as well.
Sure, I can share my screen. Give me just 1 second.
Dave's screen is the one below mine, right, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So on the screen we can see what we've been talking about, right? The how market goes from one level to the other, and it is, once you see this very often, it becomes a pattern, right? A pattern you can exploit. You can wait to happen, and then you can be there and collect money. It's not printing money, but I mean, it sort of feels like it, because it's sort of like a cheat code. Whenever these things happen, these conditions are met, the market is going to react a certain way. And if you know that in advance, I mean, that's all you need to print money.
Print money. I was gonna say it is. Sometimes it feels
I don't
like
want to say it
money.
because
You can say it, Victor. I'm allowing you to say it. You can literally print money.
Yes. Once you see these things over and over again, the trick is to watch why they happen, or not even why. What are the conditions at which they happen? Right? Why sounds like causality, like a causality, but
Yep.
it's doesn't really matter if it's causing it or not. Every time they're correlated. Every time this happens, there are certain things you can look back and see. Okay, it was this kind of a day, this kind of a PA. At the level is an X time frame level that was broken. It held for so long, it was not retested before, or it was a mitigation, whatever it is. You describe it the way that you that makes sense to you, and look for those traits, and then go back all the other times that these conditions are present, and see if it happens, if it makes the same move at least more often than not. Once you see that, that's all you need. That's your pattern, and you keep investigating it, understanding it, and eventually you can build a system around it and exploit it.
Exactly. You're repeating the same pattern over and over, and with statistic probabilities, it ends up kind of feeling like you're printing money. Most of the day. So I want to jump back where we were last time. We were talking about, remember the GSR, gold to silver ratio. So since now we have my screen and I can show it a little bit more. Last time I was mentioning how you could use that to possibly find tops and bottoms. So we can, if we go back all the way to the 1980s, when we had the Hunt Brothers event cornering silver, etc., we reached the top and we were at around 34. So I had asked Victor to make a trend line last time. Basic technical analysis. You grab your trend line, trace it from one wick to the other, and here we got near 43. So if you were following the GSR, the gold to silver ratio, this could have been a signal that, hey, maybe I should start getting out of my position. And now, since we're turning to the other side, in the range, I've highlighted the center of the range, the middle of the range. I like to call this the inflection point. The ones who receive my weekly emails from the Fires Futures will always see inflection point. And inflection basically means the line in the sand where if we stay above it, it means something. If we stay under it, it means something. It's kind of a decision-making point. We're going to get into that a little bit more, but if we stay around this area, let me get my little drawing tool. Where is it? All right. So if we stay around this area, that means we're going to move sideways. Remember, again, I talked about the bull case, the bear case, and the neutral case. Well, the neutral case is if we're staying inside this area between the 62s and the 75s, Gold and silver are kind of gonna give sideways action. So if I go back to the asset itself and go on a lower time frame, that would mean staying kind of inside. If this is the bar, that would mean kind of staying inside this range, right? But if on the other hand, the ratio is varying and getting outside, let's go back to the ratio. Maybe I should open them side by side. That'll make it easier. Whew, Bitcoin is
It's getting hit hard.
Bitcoin is getting hit hard. Wow.
Lots of crypto fans out there feeling the pain if they're still holding.
Yes, I'm actually itching to start dip buying. Yes, I'm itching. I'm sitting on my hands for now, but you can see my lines.
Yeah, they're getting in.
They're getting close, so I'm looking for this area right here to start. And this is not a trade. This is just investment, so it's long term. Long-term holdings.
We can look at Bitcoin. I can break it down in terms of order blocks and quasis and give people some idea of what to look for, what levels you should be watching if you are interested in Bitcoin. Regardless of what happens on the fundamental side, the technical is where the timing will help you, and recognizing those lines in the sand. You mentioned something that I use all the time, Dave. I have lines in the sand. I use that concept all the time to understand which side is to understand the probabilities, because once that line is crossed and held, or if you go to lower time frame when it's building above or below that line, it tells you something. And it's so powerful because you can actually have a little glimpse into the future. If it doesn't change, that's one caveat. If it doesn't change between now and, I don't know, a couple of days, this is a little more likely to happen. And that's a huge edge. Yeah, that's a huge edge to have. You always have to be pending that, new information comes in, new price action comes in that might change it. But so long as it holds a certain thing, you can actually have, confidence that this is more likely to happen. And then you can move and look for your entry models to match that idea, that bias. And it is it's a beautiful thing, as Trump would like to say.
Yes, indeed. We're seeing a lot of this guy lately. But speaking of lines in the sand, it's funny how right before it was yesterday or the day before, I have my inflection line in the sand here at exactly 5100, and it was interesting how we got right in there and reverted back. So this was the line in the sand for me that, hey, if we could get above, well, this was going to probably be what they like to call a V-shaped recovery. And we would probably get something like this and continue to trend higher. But we did not get that. We stayed below our line in the sand. If in human psychology, this line in the sand was very close to 50% of this whole move. So my feeling is, hey, a lot of people started scaling out there. Anybody who bought the dip is in maybe wait and see mode.
But how do you for those who are, me included, who's wondering, who's asking himself or herself, how do you define the line in the sand? In this case, it's not the equilibrium line, it's not the 50% retracement of the move, it's or is it?
In this case, it's not 50% of the move. For me, it was the psychological $5,000 number here, combined with the price action I saw before. So you can see I had this box here, and this move was interesting to me because we broke a very interesting wall of pricing here. So if you look at this area and the again, if I say 5100, it doesn't mean 5100 on the dot. It's not a specific price. It's always an area. Now, I prefer to use lines sometimes instead of having rectangles, just to have less drawings on my chart. I'm trying to gradually move to trading completely naked charts eventually in the future. So my line in the sand was determined because of multiple things I was observing. First, it was this price pattern, this rapid up move here, this gap here, and trying to see, okay, on average, on average, what would be the area? So we're considering this gap. We're considering this consolidation here. We're considering this move up. So if you take this area, these three areas, and divide them, this area is kind of the middle for me, which gave me that answer of, okay, this might be the inflection point. So when I determined this inflection point, I think we were trading around here. So that's how my quick analysis came to be. And if I bring up my volume profile, which I use, it also helped determine that this was an area where you see the orange line, that would be the point of control. As it was an area, it's at, right now it's at 51.22. It was a little bit lower before because we hadn't traded that yet. I could move it back. And that's how that line was determined.
Good. That's very insightful. So you're using PA. You're using you understanding the narrative of the PA, and then you use you read where the line is.
Exactly. So I'm layering price action, how the price moved, how the reactions were, determining support and resistance levels, determining how fast, where we had reactions, and using, well, I don't want to say Fibonacci levels, but logical price levels. So human psychology would say, if not even trading, you know, if something is 50% off, people are going to consider it. Then the next logical spot is 75% off or 25% off. So you're looking at, if I put it visually, you're looking at, when I'm looking at price, I'm looking at, okay, this is a middle line. And then we have the middle line, we trace, and we're trying to find the middle of the middle. And then you're comparing these natural layers to, okay, how did we react in the past? And you're determining your levels based on that. And of course, utilizing different tools. I'm using volume profile. I'm to value area highs, value area lows, point of control to determine where we might have reactions.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense, Dave. Thank you for that. Let's take a look at. I was looking at gold to see if I can spot my patterns, if they, you know, overlap. If I overlay my quasis on top of your structure that we just talking about, you know, how would they? What would it tell me? And it's always interesting to see how, you know, even though you approach the market different, that the overlap is a lot of the times present, using completely different things, completely from a I'm not using volume, you are, as a future guy, but we're still getting to the same areas,
same conclusions,
possible areas. Yeah, where we are both interested in that area to see, you know, the line in the sand, meaning where we're going to be putting attention to. It's always never stops to amaze me. There's someone in the chat who is by all definitions spamming, my friend. I appreciate your engagement. I appreciate you watching us, and that's all great, my friend. However, if you put the same message over and over again, that is called spamming, and that's not done. So if you do that, you are risking not being able to post anything in the future. So watch out. I don't want that to happen. So we care about each one of you. So please do not do that. Oh, the spamming bots, the spamming police will probably catch you, and you don't want to be there.
He's about to hit that trailing drawdown and get stopped out of the chat. Speaking of the chat, somebody's asking, am I Dominican? No, I am not Dominican. I did live in the Dominican Republic for a while. I do speak Spanish, but I'm not Dominican. No, I get that question all the time. Yes, I speak Spanish. I actually speak Spanish, French, and English.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking to add
someone asked about exactly that. Someone asked here. Let me see about the. Let me see where it was. There was a message about. That's why I asked you. I think I went over it, but someone was asking about. Okay, Spanish. Will there a live trader streams in Spanish in the not too distant future? That's an interesting question, because I do speak Spanish as well. So we could we could do that, the two of us.
Maybe. I mean, my Spanish is good enough, but I don't know. I don't know if I can. Maybe.
All right.
I didn't know you spoke Spanish. Interesting.
Yes.
Nice. Well, maybe we could give it a go. I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see.
The CEO of the Fivers speaks Spanish as well.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Saul speaks Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's take a look at. What is gold according to you? What are you? So the line in the sand tells us that it's not gonna continue that reversal to you, right?
Yes, my analysis is, as long as we're staying under this level and we're oscillating, that's why I brought the gold to silver ratio, and we're oscillating around here. We're not bottoming and we're not topping, right? We're just in this exercise of price discovery. So this would warrant momentum trades, long short-term holds, etc. So as long as we're staying under there, or maybe we're continuing there. Now if we continue lower and we kind of find our bottom here, and our gold to silver ratio levels get to around this area, then to me that would be a signal to start entering a position for maybe possibly a swing trade. Right now,
say that again. So if the market goes to retest the structures to the left, lower structures, right? The consolidation we had before that upwards movement, if we go in that direction and we stay in that area, and the ratio, gold silver ratio, does what exactly? If it does not range, but it breaks out of the range?
Exactly. If it breaks out of the range and we're getting a higher number on the ratio, then that would be a signal to re-enter long. So the logic is what? The higher the ratio, so the higher the distance in the price of gold to silver, the more you can enter longs. So the higher the number, the lower the number. So if it's in this area, the more you can enter short. Right. So if you get a gold to silver ratio in the 50s or 40s, it's time to short. If you get a gold to silver ratio in the 80s, 90s, even 100, which in 100 is pretty high, which is what happened before, then you enter long. So long, short.
So basically, you're using the gold silver ratio as an indicator, which indicator that is positively correlated with the price of gold. Meaning, when the indicator, in this case the ratio, is high, it's bullish, and when it's low, it's bearish for gold.
Exactly. Of course, you're layering that, so that would be layer 1. layer 2 would be your price action. So, okay, my gold to silver ratio is, let's say, because it also depends on what the price of silver is. So my gold to silver is, let's say 85, right? And then on top of that, I'm consolidating near these bottoms, and maybe I tried to move up and made a pullback, but I'm making gradual higher lows and probably making higher highs, or forming some type of tight top here, similar to what we had in this area, right? And on top of it, if we're making this consolidation above, because we know support becomes resistance and resistance becomes support. If we pull back, let me make this another color. 1 second. Make it blue. So yeah, if we pull back and we're consolidating around this area above this previous consolidation, which is pretty significant to me, then layer 1, we're in the 80s. Layer 2, we're consolidating above here. Layer 3, the price action is confirming it. Well, the volume is confirming it, sorry. Then it's a signal of possibly being able to go long.
Nice. I like that. So you're using different things, and you only take the trade, of course, if all of those layers, they're telling you the same thing, right?
Exactly. And that would be for a longer term hold. So you're talking about a swing trade, not an intraday momentum trade, because these things are going to take a while to play out. It might take days or weeks. So you're being very patient, waiting for it to play out to enter your trade. So yeah, that would be one way of doing it.
I like that a lot. And we have EU reacting. EU reacting off a structure. We're gonna, after the gold, after you finish with the analysis, then we'll go to EU and perhaps Bitcoin as well, to look at levels for those who are interested. I mean, Bitcoin is reaching lower levels and prices that we haven't seen in a long time, and we thought we would not see them again for also a long time, but here they are.
Possibly never. Yes.
All right, so let's. What do you make up of out of Bitcoin? Is it ready? Why are you almost? Why is your hand itching? And what are you waiting for? Where's your line in the sand?
Bitcoin, well, actually, I haven't determined. It's so hard for me. That's why I don't. I haven't determined a line in the sand for where. Okay, this is kind of getting chaotic on the bearish side. Would probably be around 55,000 actually, because that means we would be breaching all previous levels. So we had those two tops here, which were resistance. We have this area in orange here. That is the place where I'm looking to buy, because it was the previous consolidation. Whether we do it here or we form it above this previous area. So I'm looking to buy around here.
Okay.
I'm being patient because since I look at volume, I haven't seen similar to here. Let me show you. So way back in 2022, I haven't seen a move down with a huge spike in volume comparable to what we've seen in the past, or at least in the recent past. So if we compare our volume bars to when bottoms were formed, so for example here, you see where my volume bar got to? And if I form a trend line above the volumes here, I have not yet seen something go kind of like that, reaching these similar tops. So I'm waiting for price to go down, to flush down, like they say, and for volume to pick up, to give me a signal of, okay, this is where you should consider exhaustion and where you could start building or adding to your previously existing position. Because Bitcoin for me is a long-term hold. It's not something I'm trading necessarily. It's just to me, it's a wealth building instrument, something I'm adding to my portfolio.
I understand that completely. A store of wealth. I'm going to look at Bitcoin as well on my side. So this is the area for you, and you are waiting on the daily time frames, and this is an investment kind of approach you're talking here. This is no financial advice for those watching us. Do your own due diligence. This is just us talking with you, everyone watching, but it's not directing you to do anything. So you're watching on the daily time frame, you're watching volume, and you're waiting for that volume peak to come in to indicate sort of capitulation. They're completely, everyone who was gonna sold, they already was gonna sell, they already sold. They throw in the towel. Large volume comes in. They no longer believe it will recover. They tap out, and that's when you, as an informed trader, you want to come in and pick up those Bitcoins at a huge discount.
Exactly. That's more or less what I'm trying to do.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Where would your stop be?
Where would my stop? Well, that's why I specified that this is a long-term investment, and it's not necessarily something I have a stop on. There would have to be many things happening for me to decide to sell out partially or completely. I would get worried if we again get below this $55,000 or even $50,000 area. I would get worried if we stay there too long, right? I would be maybe reconsidering the thesis. But as long as we stay in this area, I would be fine. And I don't necessarily have a stop per se. I would just reevaluate my thesis and rethink my long-term position on Bitcoin.
Perfect. I like that. Like that a lot.
I'd like to have your take, though.
All right, so let's take a look at mine. Okay, so we have Bitcoin. This is the CFD, right? CFD of Bitcoin. So on the higher time frame, what do we see? We have a beautiful trend line that we have trampoline from, and we currently this not very long ago we broke structure. So that's a little bit of an ominous sign. If you look at on the highest time frame that we look at, it is creating a humongous reversal pattern. I'm still bullish fundamentally on Bitcoin long term, and I'm also an investor, so this conflict with that
That's the thing,
my position. But I mean, this is objectively applying the quasis and the order blocks. So we have broken a line, a structural line that opens the door for lower prices. Doesn't specify how low, and it also doesn't specify what it means is that price could go and search for structures in this time frame, and actually I don't see any. And I don't dare to think that it's going to go to the next monthly structure, which is all the way much lower. So that doesn't mean people need to get out of.
Don't panic, people.
Don't panic, but it does mean that we are, things are getting very serious on Bitcoin if you're holding for long term. So that's one thing, and quasis, what they refer, and any reversal pattern, they are the intention of the market, right? It's showing you as it is creating those breaking structure, coming back for that right shoulder or that double top, double bottom. It's telling you the intention so far, but that intention not materialize. So it doesn't mean even if it finished the pattern, that necessarily is going to go down. I see that all the time in equities. When the equities has we all know it has a positive drift, and I see all these reversal patterns coming in, and they not all the time, they do complete, they do work, but it doesn't have follow through. Right, it reverses back and then continues and breaks eventually after the sequence is completed. It goes on a later time, breaks the reversal pattern, and then continues higher. So that could be the case as well on Bitcoin. That's not be running for the doors yet. Let's see. So we have the structural break there, and I don't have anything on to the left on in terms of the order blocks. So that's a little uneasy to me. However, if we look for the weekly time frame, there is the last time we broke out, right, was that consolidation Dave just talked about, right, which was price before before it broke out of that previous high of 2021 in November. So this area, this consolidation, that's the area that people are going to be looking at. Investors, traders, everyone is going to be looking at. So that's the area of interest. And if you consider that, right, that's the as the starting point of the move up, then you can understand that price coming back all the way and retesting it makes a lot of sense. That's the retest of structures that are left behind when we break out, like an order block on a very simple idea, right? We break out of it and we come back before we continue. So if that the idea is applied, and we use the neckline, the fib level, to indicate where the level is. So this would be the quasi, lower lows and lower highs. It breaks the neckline. That's the last significant structural level to be broken. It breaks it, goes all the way up, and once you have that, you go and trace the 50% retracement between the head and the, in this case, the on the upper side of the pattern, and that you go then look for the time frame that gives you a maximum number of entry order blocks, and the weekly is that time frame. And we have not reacted. We did have a reaction here, right? It did react, but it did not hold eventually on the weekly entry order block. So we are now at the next level. There are 3 lines of defense, if you will, and we just got in the next one. See how it touched it right there? So I'm gonna be very keen on watching what's the reaction this week, coming weeks, days, etc. How is it reacting of this line, that upper border of that order block, the lower border? What is price telling us in here? Maybe holding, reversing, creating those reversal patterns or not, right? Both those things tell us something. So it's getting very, very interesting to look. I'm interested in snapping extra Bitcoins on those 2 areas if it comes so low to gets there, and only if I have alignment on the daily time frame as well. So coming back and perhaps doing a little quasi, cheeky quasi, and then move up. It doesn't look like it's going to do that by the looks of the momentum. It still needs to mature. If this is just falling from the sky, basically with leaving, well, it's not a gap. This is CFDs, but with the quick price action we have, you have to be patient with the reversal, because it's not going to come out of thin air. It has to be built, meaning price will let you know in advance before it goes up. So we are in that area of interest, and whenever we go there, we already broke this structure. Now we need to update that. We did have a possible reversal from the area we were at, and that is based on the weekly, and we had a daily daily quasi as well. And you can see, you just wait, right? There's no need to front run these moves, these reversals. Just wait. As price is getting into the area, what does it do? Does it show any sign of life? And in this case, it didn't. You don't enter. It's easy. Just observe and you let it go. So in that case, we just take off those lines and those structures, because their price did not react to them. So the next thing is this area. What do we have? We don't have anything to the left, because I already know, since we have 3 structures on the weekly, it means that the same pattern will not show us anything on a lower time frame, the daily, that is. So we'll have to create new structures on the daily or some other time frame. And I don't think now is the moment, like today is the moment, to start looking for that reversal yet. I mean, by the looks of look at this. This is just a sell-off. This needs to settle down first, and then start creating structures on both sides, and then perhaps on a later phase breaking one of them, and then we can start getting some indication what really price wants to do. And that's not the case yet. It's actually just coming down with a lot of passion.
Indeed. It is coming down strongly. But it's amazing, just to touch on what you said earlier, it's amazing how both you and I see them, at least analyze the markets very, very differently. But we are getting very similar levels for our potential entries. So it's amazing to see how you could see the market differently, but you come to very similar conclusions. So that gives me some confidence in where I possibly want to scale in. I think the other thing that we could touch on really quick is the fact that there has been a lot of geopolitical tensions lately. I think the world is in a bit of a wait and see kind of move. I think the move in gold and silver is because people have kind of tried to run to safety, and for a lot of large investors, Bitcoin is kind of treated like a tech stock. So it's a risk asset, and that's probably why we're seeing these moves. So I think patience is the key word here to see. It's, let's sit on our hands, see what happens, and then decide from there what we want to do with getting into Bitcoin.
Yes, it is. It is. I'm coming back to the first thing you said. I think the fact that that it doesn't matter. There are many ways to Rome. There are many paths to Rome, or roads, whatever the saying is.
Many roads.
Yes. The what we're actually doing here is using different tools or different instruments, but reading price, and that's why we are come to the same conclusion, or very similar conclusion, because we're reading. That's a confirmation, a confluence, or a little bit of a confidence vote that we're doing things for ourselves, that is that we're doing things right, because other people using other instrument, other tools are seeing the same thing. These are the areas, and that tells you something about, okay, all right, so that means that I'm not off. It's actually visible for others, from different angles, different perspective as well. And that's a good thing. And the other thing with Bitcoin, I mean, we knew that from how it behaved before, that Bitcoin is volatile. It's a risky asset. So no one, you can't expect the same volatility as you would expect with the S&P or with some other blue chip equities, stock. You have to know the nature of it, and it's very volatile. And this is cruel or harsh, or whatever you might want to describe it as, that fall from all the way 126 to now, what, 68? That's
we're down 40+%.
Yeah, it's almost almost half, almost, not almost, well, yes, 5,000. It's almost 50%. You see your investment go down by half. So that's not fun, but that's what Bitcoin is, right? Very new, and you can't expect it to be stable right away. It takes many years for that to happen.
Well, actually, volatility is the price you pay for the reward. The more volatile the asset, the bigger the reward. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Of course, the bigger the potential of losses. But volatility is the price you pay to get rewarded well. If you're taking small risk, you're not going to be rewarded as much as when you're taking big risk. And of course, you accept that. You could pay a higher price. But the reason why we've seen huge gains in Bitcoin is because it's a volatile asset. So we as traders have to accept that.
Yes, and embrace it.
Embrace it, exactly. Embrace it.
So we have, it's time flies by when I'm talking to you, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you
very much for coming and sharing your ideas, that the ratio and your thoughts on the different assets we are looking at here with our audience. So it is the end of the stream. So any last words today before we move on?
Well, thanks again, Victor. It's been lovely sharing thoughts with you. It's been great. I hope the audience enjoyed our banter there and hopefully learned something. Again, shameless plug, guys. Remember, we have a Futures YouTube channel, so go follow us, go like, go subscribe. We have a few videos there for beginners that are pretty interesting. And you have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you guys soon. And I'll see you soon, Victor.
That's a wrap. Thank you very much, Dave, and thank you everyone for watching us here from the Firefish Live Trading Room. See you next time. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you.